All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside the Garden Center here in Alexandria, Minnesota for the 6th annual Midwest Youth Championships here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher. Ken, welcome to another season on NDBowlTV. How you doing?
It is always good to be back in the Garden Center. This is a great bowling alley and a great tournament. So, yeah, happy to be here as always. It's going to be a good day.
And I will say, for those of you just joining us, we do have a bit of new equipment going on here, so let us know how things look, how things sound. We run into a few problems every stream, it seems like, but looks like we're up and running. We can see everyone in front of us. We're about to start the cashers round, so once again, if you're just joining us, please go into the chat room. Let us know how it looks, how it sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, it looks like I got to move my camera a little bit.
Well, good, man. Thank you.
For some scores for you
Thank you.
guys.
The joys of live streaming.
Yes. Always something, right?
Yep. But like I said, we're here, we're ready to go.
Yes.
It's going to be a long day for us in the bowling alley, but said a lot of good bowling to watch.
Okay, I do appreciate that. Confirmation from my wife back home that everything looks and sounds great, so thank you for that. Again, we are in the cashers round, so let's kind of like set the scene here. We had 5 qualifying rounds. They split it up into a 6-game block, 5 different qualifying rounds. I believe there were 2 on Friday and 3 yesterday.
Yep.
And across the house we have a boys division, boys scratch division, a girls scratch division, and then a handicap division, which includes both boys and girls. After the 6 games, they then come back this morning. They take the top 1 and 5, I think.
Yep.
And they advance to this morning. All pins carry over to the cashers round. And now we're going to bowl 4 additional games. And at the end of these 4 games, the top 2 players in every division are automatically put into the stepladder finals as the 1 and 2 seed based on their pin total. And then they cut to the top 10 in every division. So the top 2 go to the stepladder, the remaining 8 go to a bracket, and they go head-to-head matches based on seeding, so to speak. And then the winners advance to determine the final 2 for the stepladder. So we'll have 4 in every division for the stepladder finals.
A lot to go over right there, but yep, that sounds about right. I believe we had 24 boys advance this morning in the scratch division. It looks like they brought in 2 alternates as well. And then the girls had 10, so they're bowling for seeding, I believe, is all. And then the handicap division had 18, so the boys in the handicap will lose a few people once we get to match play. And yeah, once you do get to match play, then all pins, I believe, are scratched. So it's after these 4 games, then everything is just back to even. It's just all on how you get seeded out here after the 4 games.
After the 4 games, they drop all the qualifying totals. And the matches are, I believe, just a head-to-head 1-game match, if I'm correct.
Yes, I believe that's how they've done it in the past, and I don't think there's any changes in that.
And at some point this morning, we will be joined in the booth by PWBA star Daria Payo. So we will patiently wait for her. But until then, we have a lot of bowling, so grab a coffee, grab some breakfast, and enjoy some youth bowling.
Yep, and we'll see how we can do on some names here. Looks like a lot of the boys, which we'll be covering this morning for the cashier's round will have their names on their shirts, so it should be easy enough to handle.
Yes, that
Figuring
will
out
help.
who they are.
And the way they have it set up here in the center is lanes 1 through 14 is the boys scratch division, and we are currently on 13 and 14. The girls scratch division starts on 15 and goes to, I believe, 21, 22.
Yeah, that sounds right, I think, and then 23 to 32 is the handicap.
Correct. So for the cashier's round, we will be seeing, I guess, just the boys division, but we will keep everyone updated on scores across the house as we get them. Again, if you have any questions as to how your favorite bowler is bowling, how they're doing, just let us know in the chat room. And we'll look up scores for you. We had, let's talk about entries. There were over 250 entries in this tournament, which is far and above what they've had in past years, and this is the 6th installment. They do allow the re-entry system, so they said, what is it, 144-ish unique bowlers that are here?
Yeah, I think 143, but yeah, with over 250 entries, I mean, you saw there's probably one or two, I would imagine, of the boys that bowled, I think, every shift, you know, because with pins carrying over, it, you know, you bowl good one shift, but what happens if someone comes along and, you know, shoots really big number, which kind of happened last night in the last qualifying shift.
And again, with the pins carrying over and the top 2 players after this cashier's round in each division advance to that step ladder finals, you can guarantee yourself a pretty big scholarship by getting that automatic bid into the finals. So even if you had a qualifying score, you might as well enter again to try to get that, you know, top 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, said if you are lucky enough to take the top qualifying spot in the boys division, I believe it's what, $3,000? Is it 3 or is it 4 guaranteed for second? I can't remember exactly the number on that, but
yeah, I know the winners in each division are going to take home over. I know it's over 3,000 in each division, which is mind-boggling to me.
yeah, the boys I believe is 5, and then I actually believe the girls is 35, and the handicap I think is 2,500. Correct me.
I'm not sure. We'll have to get confirmation from Nevin.
I say, yeah, and I was going off of what I think I saw on the poster as well, so that could be wrong, but I mean, still a huge number for a tournament, you know. Definitely not something that we ever got to see when we were bowling in juniors.
That's for sure. So on our pair in front of us here, looks like Dawson Unrath on the left lane. And again, I'm just going to flat out say we're probably going to butcher a few names.
More than likely.
We're going to shore up some of our equipment here. We noticed we didn't quite secure one of our tripods, and we don't want that to get hit. But yes, if I butcher your name, if you're one of the youth bowlers out here bowling right now and I butcher your last name, I do apologize. Again, thank you to those in the chat room who confirmed with us that everything is smooth, looking good, and sounds good. We do appreciate that. All right, so is that better?
Should be all set over there now.
That's good. I guess the next thing we can talk about quick is our oil pattern. They're bowling on a 44-foot pattern. The shade under 28 mils. It's a 2.62 to 1 ratio, so a pretty long pattern. Fairly flat in the middle from about 12 to 12. So you'll see a lot of players playing towards the middle part of the lane.
Yeah, and when we were watching qualifying a little bit last night, that seemed to be the place where most everyone was having the best luck. I know our qualifying leader with the boys was, I believe, throwing urethane in the middle of the lane, which had an incredible look early on.
Yeah, including a 300 game there in game 2 yesterday. I think that was the last shift.
It was, yeah. So Aiden Walter is his name. Actually started the qualifying with 275 and then shot 300 his second game. So had to look at 800 on a relatively difficult pattern, and unfortunately didn't get that, but still was able to lead qualifying by almost 40 pins. So, you know, he has a chance to distance himself and, you know, come away with that coveted top seed, which, you know, it guarantees you probably a good, you said a $3,000 or $4,000 scholarship minimum, even for second place. So.
All right, do we have our information sheets on who's in front of us here?
Well, working on organizing them, so should be able to get those here at least relatively quickly.
Again, we are in game 1 of the Cashers round this morning of the 6th annual Midwest Youth Championships. All right, let's get to know our featured players here on our championship pair. Hunter, I don't know if I'm gonna, he's up on the right lane. I don't know if I'm gonna attempt to say your last name in fear of saying it extremely wrong. So Hunter is in the orange there. He's from New Prague, Minnesota. He is 17, averages 235, has a high game of 300, high series of 825. He's won 2 MJBTs, state Pepsi champion, and he was 52nd at Junior Gold, which is pretty impressive.
That's very impressive. I mean, you know, a lot of these boys are going to be pretty, you could say pretty accomplished already at their age. You know, it's a different game than what I think we were used to at that age.
Well, let's see. Let's get to know Dawson. He's up next here on 14. He's out of Bismarck, age 14. Averages 192, high game 289, high series 738. So for him to be competing in the scratch division is pretty impressive to get through in the cut with a 192 average in there. So just getting started. third at the North Dakota State High School singles in 2021, member of the varsity state champions in Bismarck. 2020 Gary Anderson Youth Scratch winner.
Well, I think you're familiar with that one.
I'm a fellow Gary Anderson Youth Scratch winner, but long time ago it seems like. 16 years ago.
Yep, that's been a few years, but it's I say it every year. It's crazy how good some of these kids are.
Yes.
At
such a young age too. Like.
Yeah, I say kids. It's no disrespect to some of them that are 18, 19, but kids in our eyes, I guess. But yeah, the amount of knowledge and coaching that is out there nowadays is pretty awesome, and you can definitely tell.
Yes.
Most of them are definitely had some help, and it shows in their games, and they're all exceptional bowlers, especially for their ages.
And I will say, Dawson is a director on the Bismarck Mandan USBC board, so
oh wow,
good thanks to him for offering up that input for all youth bowlers in Bismarck Mandan and just serving the bowling community. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, good for him. The more that we can grow the game at this age, the better off we all are.
I agree. On the right lane now, on lane 14, is Bryce Keekall. I believe that's how you say it. He's from Princeton, Minnesota. He's 18. Averages 213, high game of 300, high series of 770. His high school team won the 2019, I think that's what it says, Minnesota State Tournament. Let's see. He has a 4.0 GPA, so pretty smart kid. And will be attending William Penn on a bowling scholarship. So congratulations to Bryce and good luck going forward.
Yeah, good for him.
On the left lane here on 13 is Trevor Broshiers out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's 18. 215 averaged, 300 high game, 746 high series. He actually shot a real 300 in a no-tap tournament. Of all times to actually throw a real 300, that's probably not the place you want to do it, but
no.
It's still cool. I mean, it's legit,
Yeah. I mean, under sanctioned rules, I believe it still counts.
Sure. Yep.
So that's pretty awesome to see.
And he shot 299 when he was 12. So
wow, that's
pretty good at a young age.
That's crazy. Yeah, looking through a few sheets, I saw a couple 300s. From some 15-year-olds, I believe. That's crazy to me. I wouldn't have even dreamed of it at that age when I was bowling.
And we got people in the chat saying it's Pomji, Hunter's last name. So
okay,
we'll go with it for now. Maybe we can speak with Hunter and get a clarification on that, just so we got it right.
Well, not a name that I think is unfamiliar to us. Those of you that have seen some of the shows in the past, Snop to Sweeper, I believe. I don't know the relation exactly, but being the pretty uncommon name, I would imagine. Tyler Pomje won it one year.
No, that's Pomplin. Tyler Pomplin.
Oh, my bad.
Yep.
It's close enough to
yes.
in my head, so excuse me. My fault there. So I remember seeing him walking around all weekend.
Yes,
so.
yep, he was in the building.
Well, excuse me for the misinformation on that one. I'll keep my facts in check.
You're suspended for 2 minutes from talking. All right, once again, we are now in the 7th frame of Game 1 of the Cashers round. Again, if you are just joining us, please share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. We will be here for the duration of the event. Following this round, we will head on to a bracket portion where a group of 8 individuals in each division will bowl matches to determine the final 2 that make the stepladder. 2 players in each division will automatically be seated 1-2 in the stepladders following the completion of these 4 games in the Cashers round. So, an interesting format and a lot of money being thrown out there in scholarship funds. And with that being said, you can't say enough about Nevin, the Meyer family, the entire staff here at Garden Center,
absolutely,
and the entire Alexandria USBC for doing what they can to raise the money that they do. And I think they ran 10 to 15 different giveaways last night with merchandise and whatnot. It's amazing what they do here. And if you have a youth bowler out there, I would keep this one on your calendar. There's so much to win, so much experience, and they do such a great job here.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I mean, first class tournament said the money that they get for this is phenomenal. I mean, I don't know the exact total, but I mean it's, probably 20+ thousand in scholarship money that's given away minimum.
When you're giving away 12,000 just to the winners, roughly, it's so much.
Yeah. Like I said, if you've got a youth bowler anywhere close to the area, this is absolutely a tournament that is worth coming and checking out.
And you can see the first pair of the girls scratch division on the pair to the right, so we can catch a little bit of the bowlers over there. After this game, I believe everyone will rotate to the right. Our pair here will go all the way down to 1 and 2, and then we'll get to see quite a few different players here in our 4 games this morning.
Yep, so just about everyone in the boys division will be at least on screen. Yeah, they're quickly getting through game 1 here, so.
Yeah, moving right along.
And actually, I believe there might be some pairs done because it looks like down on 1 through 6 only have 3 bowlers on a pair, so some of them will be done rather quickly.
Now, I will say, within YouTube is like to change their settings on everything on me, and they offer up a preview window on the software that you use, and in this particular one it shows how long we've been live, and we've been live for a little over 20 minutes now, but it says 20 minutes out of an hour. So are the streams limited to an hour these days? Because I really hope that's not the case, but once we get to that hour range, we're gonna take a look at this, and hopefully we're still live and everything's going well, but just bear with us. If things do happen, we'll get right back up and running. It seems like there's always something at this tournament. I think last year the power went out in the middle of the cashers round.
Yeah, well, I remember there was a storm one year.
There was a storm one year. We had Walter Ray with us, and you can hear the thunder through all the bowling balls and pins and everything. It's pretty loud in here, but you could hear the storm outside. And but I don't think last year when the power went out, I don't think there was a storm or anything. But the power went out, everything went dark in here, and we had to get started. So things do happen, and if they do, just know that we'll be up and running shortly thereafter.
Never short of seems to be drama when we do one of these shows. Always something.
Well, I will say there's a 201 over here on the girls' first pair of lanes. On our featured pair here, it's a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, trying to look around and see some scores. I can't quite see the first few pairs, but
well, the game that stands out here is Lucas Herzrud is working on a 220 if he picks up the spare.
Yeah, and after stoning a 9-pin on the double, that could have been a big game because I don't think there's a whole lot going ahead of him. Somebody over on 9 and 10 has 230 possible, and that's I believe it's our 5 through 8 bowler qualifiers for the boys. Can't tell as of yet who it is, but so there's tough going early on. So you shoot 190, 200 first game or two, and you're probably going to be moving up the boards a little bit.
And I do see a lot of familiar faces around here that we've seen in past years, but a lot of new names.
There definitely are new names here, but yeah, like I said, there's a few here and there that, yeah, we've recognized from the past. So,
and let's just take a quick look. Our defending champion on the boys' side is Jamie Craig, and he qualified 7th. So I think we will see him game 4 or game 3 in front of us. Yeah, he's on 9 and 10 at the moment. So the third game he will be bowling on our featured pair. On the girls' side, Anna Callan won last year, and looks like she missed the cut. She had 2 entries in 13th and 14th, so it came up about 7 pins short from advancing to the cashier's round.
yeah, that's rough.
And on the handicap side, Riley Killinan won last year, but I do believe she bowled in the girls' scratch division this year. I'm not quite sure on that, but I do believe that was the case. Because I did see her bowling yesterday, and I don't see her on any of the sheets, so I'm guessing it was in the handicap division.
Yeah, so we don't have the full standings in front of us either.
So we will have a new champion on the girls and the handicap side.
And it looks like Dawson Peterson is the one that has the potential 230, so that's good news for him. Now he is already sitting in 6th place, so that gets him a lot closer to that coveted top 2 spot.
Yep, so there's 2 cuts we're working on here this morning. They're going to bowl the 4 games, and they're going to get cut to the top 10 no matter what. And the top 2 automatically go to the stepladder finals at the end of the day. The remaining 8 go into a bracket, and they do head-to-head matches to determine the final 2 spots in each stepladder. So not only are you aiming for that top 10 cut this morning in the cashier's round, but you're also aiming for the top 2.
Yep, and with the boys from 10th to 2nd is 75 pins. I mean, that's some ground to make up, but, something that can definitely happen. And, in fact, Brandon Cryer, who just finished on lane 12, was the number 10 qualifier. So,
and we already have scores on the girls' side after game 1.
That's how on top of things.
And the handicap side. So I think the boys are a little bit behind, but they might have more bowlers to a pair. I believe the other pairs have 3 or 2, where the boys have 4. So that's why they're going to be a little bit behind.
I said 1 or 2 of the pairs for the boys has 3, but most of them look like they have 4. So, yeah.
So now on the girls' side, they only took 10 bowlers. So are they all going to advance to the bracket? That's something I don't know.
I believe so. I think it's just, at this point, it's bowling for seeding.
Okay. Let's start with the girls' side. Kira Magsem is leading after shooting a 222 the first game with a 1456 total. Bristol Byer shot 256 game 1 to jump all the way to 2nd. Brooke Salzman is in 3rd after shooting a 192 at 1418. Rachel Moore in 4th after shooting 236. So some big scores over on the girls' side right now.
Yeah, I mean, and with the girls, we should say, so our top 2 qualifiers, Kira Maxim and Brooke Salzman, were both plus for the first 6 games.
Were they the only 2 that were plus?
They were the only 2 that were plus, and it was a 48-pin drop to our 3rd qualifier, Melanie Hilbert. Not sure what she shot. I can't see the sheet here, but from 3rd to 10th was only 23 pins.
No, it's definitely separated a little bit now as.
So, yeah, I mean, with some of those big games by some of the girls that were a little bit further down, that'll definitely do that. But, there's a lot of possibility for somebody to make a big move up the leaderboard in the girls.
Yep, and the cut to the top 2 right now, Bristol Byer has a 1422, Brooke Salzman at 1418, and then Rachel Moore at 1407. So it's pretty close. It then drops off to Emily Cruz at 1364. So there's a little bit of gap there between 4th and 5th, but those top 4 definitely are still alive for those 2 bye spots into the stepladder finals, automatic bids, if you will.
Yep.
And then, of course, the 3 will play the 10, 4 play the 9, and so on. On the handicap side, Micah Walswick is currently leading after a 124 game 1. Again, these are scratch scores, and they do have handicap. Micah leading at 1906, Miles Frew at 1893. Again, if I'm butchering names, I do apologize. Wyatt Meyer in 3rd at 1813. I wonder if there's any relation to the Meyer family here at the Garden Center.
Very possible there, you would think.
Tatum Lee, who I believe was the qualifying leader.
Nope, Tatum Lee was 2nd.
Okay.
Micah Walswick was our leader, actually.
Oh, and still the leader at the 1906. One thing I will say is interesting on the handicap side is Micah and Miles are at 1906 and 1893 respectively, but then it's an 80-pin drop to 3rd. So those 2 are pretty much sitting nice for those automatic bids into the stepladder finals. The cut to the top 10 is Peyton Beater at the moment. Peyton's at 1664, but you got a few players within 30. You got 4 or 5 players within 30 pins. So
yeah, a lot like the girls. There's not a large gap between the cut and 10th place. It was only not even 40 pins. So that can, especially in a handicap division, that can easily be made up.
And again, we have so many bowlers right now. Like, we're not going to get through naming everyone as far as their scores, but if there is someone you want to know how they're bowling, please head on to the chat room and just let us know who you want to know, where they're at, and we can look up their scores. While we're waiting for the boys scoring update, we will get to know the bowlers on our featured pair. On the right lane is Lucas Hersrud, who many are familiar with in North Dakota. Travis Hersrud is his father, and an NDBowling.com major winner. And on the left lane is Brandon Cryer, who we did see on our show last year. I believe he made the stepladder finals, if I'm not mistaken, or was it in a bracket match that I think he made the finals.
I don't remember offhand. I know he bowled very well last year and did get close.
Well, how about read the information sheet and we can find that out, because he finished 4th last year. So there you go.
There's our answer to that.
And he finished 79th at the Junior Gold Tournament this year, which is always impressive if you can finish top 100 in that thing.
Absolutely.
Because I believe each division has probably over 1,000 kids in each one now, some many, many more than that. I believe the leader of the girls division is bowling on a pair to our right. Yeah, Bristol Byer just started off double 9-spare strike, and now Emily Cruz is what it says on their score sheet, or her shirt says Emma Cruz. So whatever she prefers to go by. She's got the front 4 at the moment. She'll be on the right part of your screen there. I was going to say, oh, okay. I didn't want the whole booth jinx going on, but.
Well, just about.
So some good bowling in the girls division going on to the pair to the right. Let's see who else we have here. Noah Clayson is going to be up on lane 13 on the left from Blaine, Minnesota. Made first team all conference and qualified for junior gold. Has a high game of 279, high series 766, averages 212. He is 16.
And a very common theme with a lot of young bowlers is two-handers.
Yes.
But not something that you normally see in lefties. And it's
that's not fair right there.
no, that 9-pin. We were talking to somebody last night, and they were commenting on the amount of 8s and 9-pins that were left in this building, and partially due to, I believe, the pins themselves and just kind of characteristics of this bowling alley.
Yeah, that wasn't fair right there. But
yeah,
that was a pretty good shot by Brandon.
Yeah, that's just one of those you turn around and be like, well, I did what I could.
So we got Aiden Hortzcheller on our. He's the last one we haven't gotten to know yet. He's on the left lane in the blue. He's out of Bismarck, North Dakota. 15 years old. Goes to Century High School. Averages 205, high game 289, and high series is 725. He's been to junior gold the last 3 years. Also has a 4.0, so pretty smart kid, loves golf. I can get behind that.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Last 2 years of high school bowling, he was part of the Western Conference team for North Dakota. High average award the last 6 years in Youth Bowling League in Bismarck, Mandan, which is likely down at Midway Lane, so where you and I are pretty familiar with.
Yep, just a little bit. We've maybe bowled a few tournaments there.
Yeah.
It's
interesting to see Lucas playing right.
Yeah, I was about to say, like you said, with a lot of the boys yesterday, it seemed to be that the middle of the lane was where the scores were. And, like I said, to see Lucas playing right is an interesting decision, but...
hey, he's here for a reason, so you had to made it work.
I'd say far be it from us to question him. That's why we're doing this.
What I do find interesting about this pattern, and I think it's with every long pattern that we see, is you find the friction in the middle part of the lane, and you use that length of pattern to kind of get the ball to feed down lane before it sees the friction. But oftentimes with that length of oil pattern, you see the out of bounds, you see the heavy concentration of oil on the outside parts of the lane as sort of a out of bounds, if you will.
Yeah.
And you can play the out of bounds with the right equipment, with the right ball speed, but you can also play the hook towards the middle part of the lane as well. So it's multiple angles to get to the pocket. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, longer patterns like this, generally speaking, lead to inside play. Perfect example, the old shark pattern on the PBA.
Correct.
43 feet, I believe, but it was the same thing. A lot of oil concentration on the outside just because that's how it naturally is, and force people to play in. And, that's what you would imagine to see. But like I said, with the right ball, with the right speed and everything, you can definitely play it right. It's just tends to be a little bit touchier than playing inside. And I believe we have a score sheet for the boys.
Yeah, and right on cue, Nevin provided us scores for the boys' side. Leading is Aiden Walter, who was leading after qualifying. He had 206 the first game. He's got 1534. Zach Andreessen, I believe is how you say that.
Yeah.
He had 207 game one for 1496, and then it's a 40-pin drop down to Jace Gettle, perhaps. He's at 1454, excuse me. In fourth is Lucas Hersrud after that 224.
That's a big jump right
so
there.
He's at 1437. And then Dawson Peterson with a 213 at 1435. All the way down to Jamie Craig, who is currently the cut at the top 10 with 1402. But Trevor Broshears is 1 pin behind him, and then about 9 pins behind that is Hunter Pomge. So everything's really close around that top 10 cut line.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it was to start with. There are a lot of guys in that 1190 to 1220, I think. Oof, I can't even count the number offhand, but 15 guys probably, or 15 boys, I should say. But Yeah, our top 3 remained the same from qualifying, and said there's a little bit of a gap there at 4th, I believe he said.
Yeah, it's about, well, from 2nd to 3rd, it's a 40-pin gap, and
Okay.
then it's
Yep.
pretty close to all the way down to 10th.
Okay, yeah, so our top 2 remained the same, and they had already separated themselves a little bit. I mean, 30 pins is nothing in one game of bowling.
Correct, and if you really look at it, 3rd place is at 1454, and 22nd place is at 1354. So it's only 100 pins for those 20 spots. So, and you have the low games are out there, but there are some pretty big games out there too. So a lot of movement, I think, is going to happen here in the next 3 games.
Oh, absolutely. So, you already have 2 or 3 bowlers that were outside the cut line. Lucas was 11th and now up to 4th. So, I mean, one big game can, jump you right up in it because, looks like they're starting to throw some strings together. But still, it's not easy out there.
And one thing of note, they are going to have fresh oil for the stepladder finals. So it's kind of a good gauge to see which players are kind of excelling early in the cashers round, because they're probably going to have the advantage if they make it into that stepladder finals, because the bracket round, they're just going to keep going on the burn through the bracket round and everything else. So,
yep. Yeah, you would have to imagine that's how it is, but that's why we bowl. And, when you're laying a fresh pattern over top of a burned out version of the pattern, it's always going to make it harder.
yep.
That's just the natural tendencies that you see. We always comment on, like our CMA shows, that day 2 always plays tighter.
It does.
So we'll see what happens, but that's why you bowl, and it's very easy to not have something early, but then all of a sudden it clicks, and you can find something during game 3 or game 4, be like, oh, maybe I should have been doing that. Make it to the finals, and there you go.
But on the flip side of that, I think about myself and yourself included is, you and I tend to enjoy the burn a little bit better than the fresh. So if you're going to be one of those kids that takes off during the bracket round or these last couple games of the cashers round, and then you get to the stepladder finals and they're going to put a fresh pattern out there, and you're not as good on the fresh, I would prefer the burn. So I think it's a double-edged sword.
It absolutely is, and I think we were talking briefly about it last night, but you look at PBA tournaments. Some tournaments around the area do it as well, but the finals are typically on the fresh pattern, and I kind of applaud them for doing it, because once you get 8, 10, 12 games on a pair, it starts to burn up, and it can get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So I think it just kind of evens the playing field for everybody in a way to put down the fresh pattern again, and just gets you back to kind of a square one.
And I believe Nevin was saying how it became known to him last year when we actually had some lefties make the cut and make it into the finals, that the right side probably was pretty chewed up, the left side was pretty nice, I'm guessing, and that's kind of what brought it up. So they made the decision this year to go with just fresh oil in the end, just make it even across the board for everyone. And the way they're going to do it is we're going to have, I believe, the girls scratch final on our featured pair here in front of us, and then the pair to the right, we're going to have the youth handicap stepladder finals, and they're going to re-oil 13 and 14, and we'll come back for the boys final to cap off the tournament.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we'd heard. So, so it'll be definitely interesting. But you look at the people who bowled well in qualifying early on and who bowl well early today, and you would think that they would have the advantage. But we'll see what happens when we get there.
Would like to point out there's a 226 over here for Bristol Beyer.
Wow.
I believe. No, that's Emma. Emma Cruz on the right lane. She just finished out with 226. Bristol had 188. No, Bristol's could strike for 199. Having a hard time because they flip the scores flip around, so I'm mixing up who I had as A, B, and C. We don't have names up on the scores, but
well, still, I mean, that pair for the girls alone, those are pretty solid numbers. But yeah, 226, you'd have to think that that's going to be moving up the boards pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Emma Cruz was in 5th at 1364, and the cut to the top 2 is at 1422. So she's going to gain at least 25 pins, 26, 27 pins over Bristol there. So that gap's going to get a little closer. So the girls just finished up or are finishing up the second game. We're about midway through game 2 here on the boys' side.
Yeah, and again, I mean, well, looks like we have a good game here in front of us from Noah Clayson going, but, looking over to my left, I'm not seeing a whole lot. Somebody on 9 and 10 has a decent game going, and that would be our top 4 qualifiers.
Where you would expect the big games to be at the moment.
Yep. But, yeah, nice shot from Dawson Peterson there. But, yeah, there's nothing that, screams I'm going to run away with anything.
We have a game 2 scoring update on the handicap side. Michael Walswick is still leading on that side of the house at 2065, has an 80-pin lead over Miles.
Wow.
In 3rd, Tatum Lee. 4th, Wyatt Meyer. 5th, Zaylee Clark. 6th, Peyton Beater. 7th, Lucas Newman. 8th, Bethany Johnson. 9th, Casey Hughes. And 10th, Charlie Graves. And Charlie Graves is at 18-13, cut to the top 10. And quite a few names that are pretty close underneath that, so.
Yeah, like I said, you can make up a lot of ground in a handicap division quickly.
And again, we do have 3 divisions here, boys scratch division, a girls scratch division, and then the combined handicap division. And the winners of every division will be taking home a pretty hefty scholarship. And again, everyone bowling here today will take home prize money in the form of a scholarship to their Smart account, of course. And we had over 250 entries, about 143 unique bowlers. They do allow the re-entry in this tournament across the 5 qualifying shifts on Friday and Saturday.
And it should be pointed out, not that I know if anybody did it or not, but you are allowed to bowl in multiple divisions. But you can only qualify in one division.
Sure.
So, say you come in bowl the scratch division first, don't bowl very good, I don't want to do that again. You can go bowl the handicap division.
But you need to declare what division you're in before you start bowling that qualifying shift. You can't have like a multi-entry type thing.
No, and I believe that's where the registration comes in.
Sure.
But, yeah, it was an interesting note that I was reading on the poster this morning.
And again, if you're a parent or perhaps a youth bowler out there at the moment watching along and you want more information on this tournament, head on over to www.midwestyouthchampionships.com, and they have live online registration on their website throughout the year. I don't know when the next season's registration will open, but you can register online. There are the 3 divisions. I do believe they give away a high-performance bowling ball with the entry. A lot of giveaways, like we mentioned earlier in the show. I think there were upwards of 10 to 15 drawings last night for merchandise and for prizes. So there's a lot more than just bowling going on here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we got into the youth adult tournament last night, and it seemed like, every 5 minutes Nevin was on the intercom announcing another giveaway. It's pretty cool to see. It's not just scholarship money, but a lot more is given away. And, like I said, it's an awesome tournament to check out, and something for everybody with the 3 divisions too. It's not like it's just a scratch tournament. So your 8-year-old that maybe isn't too into bowling yet, wants to try something, here's a great way to get them into it.
I agree. A good way to start off the year, or I guess to end off your year too, because youth bowling, they have junior gold last month.
That's crazy to think about.
It seems like on the youth side, it's kind of a year-round thing because they try to stagger all the tournaments to not hit the popular adult tournaments, and it's just scheduling is so difficult for all these things, and I think that's kind of why Nevin and the staff here at Garden Center has rested upon this weekend in August. I would like to believe they would try a different weekend if they could, but it's the one that works out based off of all the other youth events there are.
Yeah, and said with entries rising every year, obviously they're doing something right.
That's true.
Yeah,
I feel like Nevin in past years has put out feelers out there as far as what people thought of different weekends, and there's always another tournament, between MJBTs and the Storm Youth Championships that they have, Junior Gold, and then once you get into the winter months, you can't hide from the fact that we're in northern Minnesota, and it gets cold, it gets snowy, so easy traveling in the summer, and people are fresh off of Junior Gold, so it's a pretty good weekend, and I think that's where they're going to stay.
Yeah, as I said, it seems to be working, so, why change a good thing at this point, I would say they've pretty well established themselves as, being here at this time, and, it's showing with the entries every year going up. I should point out a couple pretty big games being bowled. Jamie Craig just had 245.
On a pair to the left.
Yep.
Our featured pair.
Can't tell who's on the left lane, but Adam Pankow has 235 on the board.
There's a big game coming in the B spot there on lane 11.
Yeah, 269 on the board. I said I don't know who it is quite yet. Oh, I believe it's Dawson Peterson, actually, now that I think about it. But, in front of us, it's Aiden, I believe, Portscheller. Yeah.
Yep.
Has 239 on the board. Noah Clayson has 265 on the board.
Wow. Yeah,
So-
the D position on lane 14.
Yeah, so there's starting to be some games put out by some of those guys that were in that, maybe that in between whether they might make that top 10 or not. So I said I can't see down for the first, 3 or 4 pairs very well, but there seems to be some scores finally being put up.
And I will say that we have seen some urethane in play this week. We've seen some pretty aggressive reactive balls in play as well, so a wide variety of equipment going down the lanes today.
There definitely has been. I feel like this year urethane hasn't been as much in play as the past couple years. You do see it a little bit here and there. Like I said, I believe Aiden Walter was throwing urethane early yesterday when he led qualifying, but
Went 175 over in 2 games.
yes. But most of the boys you're seeing right now are throwing reactive balls. Exceptions here and there, as there always will be, but said it doesn't seem to be as much in play as you would expect.
And I will say one thing about where Lucas is playing, if he manages to move on to the bracket portion and he's the only one playing out there, that could be a big advantage, getting away from all that traffic that's to the left of him.
It could be very much. The thing that I always would worry about playing that far is you're going to be at most of their break points.
Correct.
So if you get a ball going left, there's no chance of it holding line. So, but he's going to shoot. Looks like 205 potentially. So, another solid game to keep him in potential position. And looks like we have another score sheet for the girls.
Yes, we do. Kira Magsam is still leading at 1670, kind of extending her lead a little bit. Bristol Beyer at 196 in second at 1618, so we got roughly 50 pins there between first and second. Brooke Salzman is now in third at 1616, so 2 pins away from that coveted top 2 spot. Rachel Moore, Emily Cruz made the big move that game with a 226, is now at 1590, so only 30 pins or so out of that second place. All the way down to Jasmine Saunders. Again, we only have 10 girls bowling at the time, and I do believe all 10 are going to advance to the bracket, so they're basically bowling for seeding, and the top 2 will get the automatic bid into the stepladder finals. And currently that's Kira Magsam and Bristol Beyer. And Kira has that 50-pin lead going.
Yeah, so I do find it interesting on our pair right in front of us that you have Noah Clayson, who is a two-handed lefty, is about to shoot potentially 265 here, playing a very similar area of the lane as Brandon Cryer, and Brandon is about to shoot 147. He's had some tough breaks. Well,
yeah, that's what this pattern can do. It's tough.
Yeah, I think I've seen Brandon have a stone 8 and a stone 9 this game. Pretty almost pocket 410. So he's had some tough breaks to shoot 140, but said that that's as much potentially. Yeah, see another one right there, that 10 pin. As much potentially as ball choice as it is, ball roll.
Because I believe Noah is throwing an idle.
Looks like it.
And then Brandon has been throwing. I saw him throw a Warp Series ball from Brunswick, which is an asymmetric ball, and the one Noah is throwing is a little more smooth. So I wonder if he's getting a little more forward roll through the pocket, which kind of promotes better carry. It's so hard to say. I go through this same battle in my own head in tournaments, and
everyone, it seems like. Yeah, so it's definitely out there. 262 from Noah. That's a big game. We had 236. I already forgot who that was, but there's some scores out there. I believe it was 250 something from Dawson to our left. So, you're going to need some games today to keep up with everyone.
I do agree, and while we have a little bit of player movement going on, it's a perfect time for us to say that Hammer is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Head to your local pro shop and get one of those coveted purple hammers that everyone loves. They got a few new products out, such as the Web Pearl. They got this new Scorpion out, as well as all the old favorites like the Obsession Tour. A big thank you to the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, Garden Center Lanes and Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, which is here inside Garden Center Lanes, along with Viking Coca-Cola, USBC for the Alexandria area, Bremer Bank, Broadway Ballroom and Event Center, which I believe is also connected to the facility, Apparel EFX, and 900 Global. So thank you to the sponsors for helping make this tournament possible. Again, you can stay connected to ndbowling.com on social media. Please hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. That does help us great. Hit the thumbs up button. Again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the 6th annual Midwest Youth Championships. We are in the cashers round. We're kicking off our third game, game 3 of 4. After this game, we are going to cut to the top 10. The top 2 players in every division will be automatically seeded 1-2 in the stepladder finals. The remaining 8 players will then be put into a bracket for single game matches to determine the final 2 spots in that stepladder final, all of which will be shown right here on NDBowlTV. Well, let's get to know our players on the featured pair. Okay, let's go Dawson Peterson up on the left lane. He is 15 out of Stewartville, Minnesota. Averages 216, high game 289, high series of 797. He was 6th at Junior Gold in 2021 in the under 15 division, so that's
Wow.
extremely well done. 11th here at the Midwest U Championships last year. High school state champion, does play baseball, and was 4th at the PBA Junior Regional, so very accomplished at the young age of 15.
Said they keep getting better and better.
On the right lane is Adam Pankow out of, is that Lonsdale,
Looks like it.
Minnesota. Goes to New Prague High School, so averaging 211, high game 300, high series 782. He is up now on lane 14. Age 17, he did make the cut at Junior Gold and does have a 4.0 GPA, so a lot of smart kids here bowling today.
Absolutely.
And then on the left lane is our defending champion in the boys' side, Jamie Craig. He is 19 out of Minot. Does currently go to Minot State. Averages 220, high game 300, high series 857. Again, he did win this tournament last season, as well as the adult youth tournament they run as well. 4-time high school most valuable bowler. And then the final on lane 14 is Ty Weiler out of Mandan. I believe relation to Darren, who we see bowl a lot in tournaments down in Mandan.
Yep, saw him here last night, actually.
Age 14, out of Mandan, averages 197, high game 299, and 732 high series. Made the finals at the past Junior Gold, or the Advancers cut at the Junior Gold in Indianapolis in 21. All conference for high school bowling in North Dakota, high school state championship team in North Dakota, and is also 13 and under Babe Ruth baseball team that won state and advanced to regionals last year. So one thing you see a lot out of these kids is multi-sport athletes. You know, they're not just in bowling.
No, and that's one of those things too. It's like I think it just helps keep them in bowling shape, if you will. You know, because let's be honest, up in our area of the world, bowling is mostly a winter sport.
Yes.
You know, it's great to see this kind of a turnout in a tournament in August. I know if it was a men's tournament, probably would not be this like this, just kind of the way it is.
Yep.
But yeah, you know, being in multiple sports is a great way to keep them fresh and, you know, in shape for not just bowling but the other sports. You know, because it's great. Bowling's great physical activity, regardless of if you know, you bowl at this kind of level or not.
I would agree there, and I think a lot of training and what other words you could have, I guess, in there, just I think they go hand in hand with other sports. You know, having, oh, 1 second. Always something coming up here. Anyways, I do believe playing in other sports just does nothing more than help you on the lanes. Your physical condition, everything else helps build your body at such a young age.
Yeah. And that's why, you know, probably a lot of the reason why you see a lot of these bowlers in multiple sports. Said it just it helps them prepare and get better in the other areas. Just, like you said, most most everyone in here that is bowling is still growing and still going to be growing. So, keep doing that, and it's only going to help you in every other area of your athletic lives.
And again, we are in game 3 of 4 in the cashers round this morning. Following that cashers round, we'll make the first cut. Shout out to those who have joined in on the chat room. We got Dave Heatherly, Cal Carnell, and Thomas Wolf, Brian, Michael Wolf as well. Do appreciate stopping in and viewing today. And if you have any questions for us or want to know how a certain bowler is bowling at the moment, just let us know in the chat room and we'll look them up on the standing sheet. We do have 34 lanes of bowling going on at the moment. Following the 4th game here this morning, we will cut down to 30 bowlers, and then we'll do a little bracket play to determine the final 4 in each division. Well, we've eclipsed that hour mark, and YouTube just moves it up to 2 hours, so I think we'll be good to go for the duration.
One less thing to worry about today.
Yeah. It seems like every single time we do one of these shows, either the software that does it or YouTube changes some settings to where it makes it more difficult each time to do. So I'm glad everything is up and running. If you notice any problems, just let us know. Come in on the chat room, send me a message. Many ways to get a hold of me. I believe we do have a scoring update coming our way from
Looks
Nevin
like
himself.
we have a couple.
All right, let's start off with the handicap division. Through 3 games already.
Motoring along over there.
Yeah, the handicap division will be done before everyone else. Michael Walswick is still leading at 21.96 with a 50-pin or so lead over Miles Frew. I think that's how you say it. Miles Frew. I don't know. I do apologize, but
somebody help us if you know.
yes. Nonetheless, Miles is in second. Tatum Lee in third. Tatum is about 30 pins back of Miles, so there's that 30-pin gap between that second and third place. The big mover so far, Peyton Beater, our first score sheet had Peyton in 10th after 1 game. Peyton is now up to 4th place, so I believe that's the big mover I see in the handicap division. Peyton had a game of 215, and in the handicap division, that's pretty good.
It's very large when you get another 36 pins a game.
Wyatt Meyer in 5th, Zaylee Clark in 6th, Casey Hughes in 7th, Lucas Newman in 8th, and then all the way down to Michael Cruz is the cut. Michael Cruz the 3rd at 1977, and then there's 2 players within 8 pins below that, so that cut to the top 10 will be pretty close here. They're now in their 4th game already. Again, in front of us, we have the boys division. Our scoring update here is Zach Andreessen is now leading after a 278 game in game 2.
Wow.
He has a 1774 total. Aiden Walter is in second at 1750, but there's a 50-pin gap between Aiden Walter and third. In third, Jace Gettle at 1698, excuse me. Dawson Peterson in 4th. Jamie Craig in 5th, Lucas Herzrud in 6th, Noah Clayson in 7th, Trevor Broshears in 8th, Adam Pinkow in 9th, and Aiden Portscheller in 10th. Just outside of that cut is Blake Martin and Hunter Pomji at the moment. So again, we still have 2 games left to make that top 10 cut, but it looks like the top 2 are starting to distance themselves a little bit, but when you look at the scores, you had 278 from the leader, 216 from Aiden in second, 244 from Jace in third. Dawson had the 255, Jamie had the 245, so big games. Noah Clayson had that 260 right in front of us, so the scores are picking up on the boys' side.
Yep. Yeah, you said you get one big game in there, just be consistent the rest, and you can rocket your way up the leaderboard as a couple of the boys have done today.
Again, we're aiming for the top 10. So Peyton in the chat room wants to know how Dawson is doing. Dawson Unrath is currently in 22nd. Started the day with a 158 and had a 192 game 2. And 10th place is 16-16, and Dawson is at 15-57. So still within that 60 pin range to make the cut. Gonna have to make a move here. Nice bird dog there for Jamie Craig.
There's been a lot of pins flying around this morning. You know, said it's a big advantage of throwing with two hands. You know, I wish I could do it some days.
Yeah, the power generated is unmatched.
Yeah, you can throw some pins around and really make some things happen, as you know we saw with Jamie's shot there. But got a couple people over to our left with 4 in a row. I believe that was Aiden Walter that just threw on 11.
Yeah, so Aiden and Zach are pretty much separating themselves at the moment.
Yeah, and said they already were a little bit to begin with, but
and Zach is the one with the front 4 up in the 5th on our pair to the left. So
that's not a big surprise, I guess. So
we will see our top 2 bowlers in the 4th game here.
Yeah, you know, it's not to say that things can't happen and somebody can catch them, but you know, you'd have to like both of their chances of getting into the 1 and the 2 seed at this moment.
Caleb in the chat room wants to know how Alex Pike is doing. Alex is currently in 14th place. Went 224 game 1, 173 game 2. Current pin total is 1583, and the cut to the top 10 is 1616. So Alex is still within that striking distance of the top 10. Seems like the fresh is somewhat difficult once they start to burn up a little bit and people find that reaction down lane, the scores go up, and then I feel like towards the end of the block, once you have all sorts of different equipment going across the lane, the pattern just kind of breaks down funky.
Yeah.
So the highest scoring part of this pattern is definitely
it's right now.
Yeah, the game 2, 3, 4 transition.
Yeah, it's one of those where, you know, I feel like with where a lot of the boys are playing, you know, it's hard to know for sure with the girls in the handicap division, but, you know, with what we can see in front of us, a lot of the boys have started, you know, left of second arrow. So it just, you know, there's a lot of rev rates going on out there, and it's just going to hurt not only the oil at the front part of the lane, but at the back part of the lane too. It's just going to throw it around and just make it more difficult as the day goes on.
And that brings into focus once again the fact that they will re-oil for the step ladder finals at the end of our tournament here. So we'll make it interesting to see how each pair is broke down, so to speak, during the warm-ups of the step ladder finals.
I do find it interesting, you know, commenting earlier that, you know, urethane hasn't totally been in play today, but our 2 leaders are both throwing urethane.
Yes. But again, a lot of people throw urethane for the control to get that ball to read in the early part of the lane and to be able to control the back end of the pattern.
Yeah, and, you know, the urethane that I'm used to and that you see a lot is, you would imagine, means they're throwing straighter, right? But in the case of both of Zach and Aiden, who are leading right now, Zach's 2-hander, and, you know, Aiden has no shortage of a rev rate with 1 hand, and they're both playing in the middle of the lane. So.
Yep. Something you don't see often, but is definitely in play right now.
Yeah, and it's working for both of them as They both currently have 6 in a row. So
Aiden went 9 spare in the first, and between the two bowlers, that's the only miss so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have 12 consecutive strikes between Aiden and Zach at the moment, and Zach's up now. Would be on the left lane of the pair to the left of our featured pair here, so you'll see that ball come into play here. Another good shot.
That's
so
pretty good. And
front 7 for Zach Andreessen, our leader.
yeah, and you have to think that they're kind of feeding off each other at this point. They know what's at stake. Getting into that top 2 spot is a huge deal for not only just the games that you bowl, but just kind of knowing that you're set and you don't have to worry really. You're already in stepladder final, ready to go. And another scoring update.
This will be the girls' scoring update. And once again, we have 10 girls bowling, so there is no top 10 cut. We're just bowling for seeding, and then the top 2, the automatic bid. Leading the way still is Kira Magsam after a 210 game in Game 3 at 1880. Bristol Beyer is in second at 1828, so a pretty big gap there. Going down to third is Brooke Salzman at 1805, so 23 pins separate second and third, and Rachel Moore is at 1802, so still a pretty close battle for that second spot. Emily Cruz in fifth, Hannah Rohrs in sixth, Trista Rama in seventh, Melanie Hilbert in eighth, Peyton Rowley in ninth, and Jasmine Saunders in 10th.
And should say that our leader of the girls division is actually on our pair to the right.
Yes.
So yeah, the girls are motoring along as well. Most of them are early in their fourth game, where the boys are, starting to finish up their third game. Another good shot there from Aiden Walters. So yeah, our 2 leaders in the boys division are quickly separating themselves.
Yeah, they're not letting up at all. I can easily see how Aiden had 300 on this, and the way the lanes are breaking down for them, it's right into the way they're throwing right now. And it's crazy to me that it's a 2-6-1 pattern, and they're moving lanes after every game. So this is a fairly new set of lanes for these guys, and they're able to figure it out right away.
Yeah, just shows you how good some of them are already at that age.
There you see a shot on the pair to the right from our leader in the girls division. Pretty good shot there, straight 10 back.
I want to say that Kira was in our stepladder finals last year for the girls as well.
I believe so, yes.
Another pretty good game going to be shot here from Jamie Craig, too.
Yeah, making a move. That's all you got to do is make a move. Again, in the handicap in the boys' side, we're going to cut to the top 10. Currently, there's only 10 bowling on the girls' side. They took 1 and 5 into the cashier's round, so based off of entries, we have 26 boys bowling right now. We have 18 bowlers in the handicap division, and then 10 in the girls. All bowlers that are bowling right now will walk away with some scholarship money. Hopefully at some point Nevin will provide us with the payout sheet. We normally get one of those towards the bracket and stepladder portions of the tournament.
Yeah, I believe I've seen it up. They've got some TVs in the background here, and I think I've seen it up there as of last night. Whether or not they are completely accurate, I couldn't tell you, but at least as of what I saw, the top 5 boys will all take home at least $1,000 scholarship.
And Aiden is human.
Yeah,
He
it's
did miss there in the, what is that, the 9th frame?
yeah, just a Swisher 7. It looked like he got just a little bit right and didn't quite make it back. But
here's Zach Andreessen.
yeah, I mean, you still have.
We did get confirmation that Daria will be on her way, so she'll be in the booth with us shortly. Zach Andreessen now up with the front 8 on lane 11, so that'll be the left lane on the pair to the left of your screen. Looks good. If it
good
pushes,
too. Yeah,
just barely got the 8 out.
Seen a lot of 8s and 9s.
So bonus bowling here on NDBowlTV. Zach Andreessen will take the front 9 into the 10th frame on that immediate lane to the left where Aiden is throwing at the moment.
And oops, there's the first miscue, but you know, you're still going to throw what, 250 on the board for Aiden. Yeah, that's a very large game at this stage when you already have a pretty good lead over third place.
So for those of you in the chat room, if you have any questions for Daria, she will be joining us in the booth momentarily. So send some questions over for her. We're going to be able to talk to her about life on tour. You know, she's from Poland, so life overseas, back home for her, and then also what life was like for her in college, bowling for, I believe, Weber International.
Yeah, I believe so.
So some good insight coming here shortly. So if you have questions, please put those in the chat room. Final ball there for Aiden on the pair to the left, so that'll bring up Zach Andreessen now on the front 9 on lane 12 coming up.
Not to take away from what he's doing, but 209 from Jace, who I believe was in third.
Yes.
So that.
And he's going to be losing a lot of ground to those top two with the 209.
He will. I'm sure that was already, you know, set for him, but, you know, still got to look at qualifying for the top 10. You know, it's, you know, anything can happen.
All right, here's Zach Andreessen on the front 9. It's okay.
Pretty good if it hits. It does.
Let's get the 10 out. So Zach Andreessen on the front 10. Live on NDBowlTV on the pair to the left on the right lane. And again, we'll be seeing Zach and Aiden and Caleb and Jace, I believe, in our next game.
Yep.
All right, Zach Andreessen working on the front 10.
That's pretty close. Got to lay off a little, though.
All right, good run for Zach.
That's still going to be 288, 89, and, you know, got to think pretty much lock in at worst the 2 seed, if not, I mean, even with Aiden shooting 250, you know, you're getting 30-some pins.
Yeah, going into the last game, it's going to be a 100-pin gap or so, you know, barring somebody further left of us shooting 280 or so, which I don't think happened.
I don't believe so, but said it's going to be incredibly difficult, I think, for anyone to catch either of those top 2 at this point. Yeah, so find a way to sneak into the top 10, and, you know, anything can happen in a one-game match.
That's right. And again, that bracket round will be contested on the burn, so as it lies at the moment. And then once we determine our final 4, they're going to redress the lanes, and we'll be underway for a stepladder final on our featured pair. Again, thank you to everyone who has joined us so far on NDBowlTV. We are giving you live coverage of the 6th annual Midwest Youth Championships here at Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. We've been here for all 6 and look forward to coming back in future years. I could only imagine the tournament will be held again the second weekend in August next season. So if you do have a youth bowler out there, please send them this way. It's a great tournament, a lot of scholarship money up for grabs. Make the trip to Alexandria.
Yep, I know. I know as of last year we had bowlers from Iowa. We've had even from New Jersey. Maybe special circumstances among that one, but people are coming from all over the place to bowl this. A number of people from Wisconsin, Sioux Falls, Nebraska. Actually, our leader of the girls division, Kira, is from Nebraska, so that's no short drive. But said, when you can potentially walk away with thousands of dollars in scholarship money,
right,
it's well worth the trip.
The money they're giving away is essentially a year's worth of tuition at a lot of colleges around here. So incredible amount of money. I thought about it last night, how you and I used to bowl in a scholarship tournament back in the early 2000s, and there was one in particular where probably 120 entries, and I remember taking 4th, and I got a $50 scholarship. And it's crazy the amount of money they're giving out here today, and that I think it speaks volumes of the USBC association around here. Nevin, his wife Lee, the entire Meyer family, Garden Center Lanes, just what they do to raise money and to what they do for the kids. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, I can't say I've done it personally, but it is no small task to raise this kind of money. Absolutely kudos to, like you said, the entire staff here, the Myers, Nevin, everyone who's done anything to bring the money here. It's incredible.
And they're incredibly welcoming for us to come in here and to cover the event, so I can't thank them enough for that.
Absolutely. For those of you that do know Nevin, one of the nicest guys that you'll ever meet.
Yep.
Does a fantastic job with everything.
So, speaking of people that need a little recognition, I think Caleb Sapa needs a little recognition.
Oh,
this guy,
yes.
For what he's been doing around North Dakota and all the little charity things that he does. He donated, $200 last night for a little giveaway for scholarship money. Yep. Caleb Bowls North Dakota, I think, is his Facebook page. Go check him out. The guy does so much, and he's up here bowling on our left lane. He's out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Goes to Red River High School, averages 216, high game 279, high series 749 to 16. The way this guy's growing the game at the moment in North Dakota is impressive to me at the age of 16.
Very much, and he's been doing this for multiple years already.
I want to say it's 4 or 5 years that I've known him. Snare drum in the drum line, second place at the handicap division here at the Midwest Youth Championships in 2017. So
I remember him being in the handicap division, and it shows how well he has grown in his bowling to go from that to qualifying 4th here today, or yesterday I should say, and bowling well this whole weekend. That's very impressive.
And it does say here he hosts his own scholarship tournament, which is a Toys for Tots event. It's the 6th year this year, so that's how long he's been doing this. And
wow.
Yeah, 16, and he's in his 6th year of a charity event. That's crazy.
Good for him. Yeah, absolutely.
And there you see Aiden Walter up on the left lane. He's out of Ringgold, Wisconsin. He's undecided where he's going to go for college, which I believe a lot of these bowlers in this building are going to bowl for a college team someday.
You would think so.
Averages 228, high game of 300, high series of 782. 3-time Badger State Games gold medal winner, 2-time Wausau Area City Tournament champion, 2 times junior gold qualifier, varsity bowler on the DC Everest varsity team since freshman year, president of his local 4-H club, over a 3.5 GPA, considering a business major in college. So, future is bright for Aiden, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And we already met Caleb there. Again, Caleb Bowls North Dakota, I think, is his Facebook page. Go check it out. Coming up on our left lane here in our featured pair is Zach Andreessen. I think that's how you say his last name. I'm not sure.
Again, please help us if you know.
Yeah, if you're in the chat room and you know him.
And we did get one correction on our fourth bowler.
It is Jace Godell. Zach is 16 out of Princeton, Minnesota, averages 220. High game of 300, high series 767. School team won state in 2019. He has 3 sanctioned 300s. Have won 4 MJBT titles and 1 Player of the Year in 2021.
Wow, at 16, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Player of the Year awards, you're getting into the Matt McNeils, Eric Amelias of the world.
Yep.
Very impressive bowlers have gone through the MJBT ranks.
Absolutely.
Bowl out of an 8-lane wood house. I can respect that. I do love the old wood lanes, and I can say you and I both have had pretty good success on old wood lanes.
Yep. So I grew up on wood in Fargo, and always enjoyed it.
And he does say that it's also a big benefit because his parents own the place, so you can practice a lot, which that helps a lot.
Just being around bowling like that, yeah, you more than likely he can pretty much be there and do whatever he wants.
And then on the left lane, lane 13, Jace Godell out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Wartburg College, 199, high game of 300, high series 724. He finished 10th at junior gold, so props to him.
Impressive.
Finished top 10 at his first college tournament, and then won the adult youth doubles, which this year? Yeah, he was the youth in the adult youth champions for that tournament last night. So, and they normally had a pro-am here for the first few years where they would do the adult youth doubles tournament on Friday night and then do the pro-am on Saturday night. But starting last year, they changed it to both nights would be an adult youth tournament. And you and I were here. There were 3 doubles combos per pair for the entire house. And if both shifts were that way, that's a lot of entries. And it's still pretty cool because they bring in, Daria Boldwith, one of the youth girls here. A lot of really good bowlers come through here to help, the adult bowlers, and it's pretty cool. So even if you're an adult, you can come down here and have a chance to win some money in the adult youth tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both nights, Friday and Saturday night. Again, we are in game 4 of 4 games this morning. At the completion of this game, we are going to cut each division down to 10 players. And then once we determine our top 2 in every division, they will essentially sit out for a while as they are the top 2 in the stepladder automatically. The remaining 8 players in every division will then be placed into a bracket for single game elimination matches, where we'll determine our final 2 in each division to join the top 2 for the stepladder finals.
I would imagine here very soon we'll be getting scoring updates, since it looks like the girls and the handicap have both finished up.
Yes, only the boys are bowling at the moment. Again, the boys have 4 players per pair, where the girls and the handicap division had 2 or 3, so they were able to get done a little quicker. Peyton asked, how are the lanes playing compared to yesterday? I feel like they're similar. You have people playing the parts of the lanes where I think they were playing and had success yesterday. It's just, as you would expect with fewer players, they're not burning up as quick. And then, we're going to have, after this game, you're going to bowl, 2 matches to determine the final 2 players.
Yep.
So there's only going to be 2 more games on here before they re-oil and we get to those stepladder finals. So I don't expect it to get too crazy in that bracket round, but again, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see that they are starting to get a little tricky. You know, with Aiden and Zach coming over here, I don't know if who was paying attention, but did see a big washout from Aiden on a shot. I didn't see the shot, but they're starting to get a little bit tricky. And
ooh, late falling 10 for Zach.
So it's still out there. It's still out there to be shot, but
I tend to wonder what's going to be the urethane effect as we get into the bracket portion. You know, there's certain lanes where there's a more urethane going down than the others, and is that, you know, the urethane ball is going to burn up the fronts. It's going to carry that oil down to the back. It's going to make things a little different. So we'll have to see what effect that has when we get to that bracket round. We have a final for the handicap division as far as for the cashers round. For the handicap division, Micah Walswick and Miles, we'll just call them Miles, have the top 2 spots. So they get the automatic bid into the stepladder finals. In third is Tatum Lee, and Tatum Lee will likely play the cut line at number 10, Zaylee Clark. So Wyatt Meyer missed out on the cut by 3 pins.
oof.
The next match, Peyton Beater finished in 4th. Will take on Michael Cruz, the 3rd, in 9th. Holly Orgeman, don't know that one. I do apologize once again. We'll take on Casey Hughes, and then Lucas Newman and Charlie Graves will bowl. Again, that's how I believe they will do the seeding. Not 100% on that, but again, Micah and Miles will get that automatic bid into the stepladder finals. On the boys' side, we have a Game 3 update following the big 289 by Zach Andries, and he's leading by almost 60 pins over Aiden Walter, and then Aiden's got a 100-pin advantage over Jace in 3rd. So the top 2 are pretty much set in stone.
Yeah, and I think at this point with, Jace is not, he's got a all right game going, but nobody is lighting it on fire this game. So those top 2 are pretty much set, and neither one is running away from the other, so you'd imagine it's going to stay how it is.
Our current cut is Tyler Rudenz in 10th place at 1806. Noah Clayson, after that 262, shot a 166 and is currently 3 pins off the cut. Brandon Cryer, after a 146 on our featured pair, then shot 241 down on the low end of the house, and he is currently 5 pins off the cut.
Wow.
So really close right now to making that bracket cut. Well within the bracket cut at the moment is Jace on our featured pair here. We also have Jamie Craig is pretty solid into the cut there. Dawson Peterson, Lucas Herzrud, Hunter Pomji had a 235 to go into 7th. But again, there's a big gap between Lucas Herzrud in 6th. He has 1875, and then Hunter in 7th has 1829. So that's where the gap seems to be, and that 1829 is only 20 pins away from the cut. So
yeah,
a lot of moving parts there at the bottom of the ranks.
Yeah, that 50 is a lot to make up in one game, but 20, not as much. So, you never know. And I'd say, unfortunately, the interesting part is happening far away from us right now.
Yeah, that's right. All those players that are close to the cut are down on probably 1 through 6. So.
Yep.
Where's Alex as of Game 3? Alex is in 18th place at 1757, so Alex is going to need a pretty good game here. He's about 40, 50 pins off the cut at the moment, so he's going to need a really good game to jump into that cut line.
And I want to say that pair may have actually just finished up, too. Yeah, it appears so.
Again, we're finishing up game 4. We'll have a brief pause in the action while they figure out the scores and tally everything up before we start our bracket matches. I do believe they're going to have the bracket matches being held on the same sets of lanes that division has been bowling on. So the girls' bracket matches will be on 15 through 22, I believe, and then the boys will be on the low end of the house where the handicap is up in the higher end of the house.
Yeah, I think they typically have kind of pushed everyone together a little bit, but like you said, keep everyone within where they qualify or where the cashier's round is currently. So, yeah, we'll have a better look at some of the matches going on when, you know, said it's hard to see down on 1 through 4 from our seats currently.
Again, if you're just joining us, please share the stream on social media. Let everyone know that we are here. We're about to go into the bracket portion of the event. Please hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. It is free and it does help us greatly. Also next to that subscribe button is a little bell. Hit that bell and you will stay up to date on everything NDBowlTV. You'll be notified when we go live. And for all you Daria fans out there, we do have word that she will be joining us momentarily. So if you have any questions, please get those ready. Looks like Nevin's on his way with another scoring update, perhaps the girls' division.
Nope. Brackets.
Ooh, and we have our brackets. Good. So the girls' bracket has been decided. Kira Megsam and Rachel Moore. I believe that was a change. Bristol Byer fell down to the 3 spot. And so Rachel Moore and Kira Megsam are the 2 that are going to go automatically into the stepladder finals. And then starting on 15 and 16 to the right will be Bristol Byer and Jasmine Saunders. On 17 and 18 will be Trista Rama and Emily Cruz. So then those 2 winners will play each other for a spot in the stepladder finals. On the bottom half of the bracket, we have Hannah Roars against Melanie Hilbert. And then Peyton Rowley and Brooke Salzman will bowl on 21 and 22. So that is your official girls bracket, and I'll give that to you so you can kind of write in the winners as we see them. But again, a big change at the top there where Rachel goes a 189 in game 4 and Bristol shot a 161 in game 4 to switch that around, and Rachel actually jumped Brooke Salzman too. So
wow,
big jump there. So Rachel earns a spot in the stepladder finals as the 2 seed, which is a pretty big deal at this tournament to get one of those top 2 spots.
Yep.
Pretty good shot there for Jace.
Yeah, it said with, I mean, can't see down to the low end very well, but you got to think with 220 on the board that he's going to potentially solidify himself in that 3 spot. I think he's been in most of the day. And
yeah, which means he'll play the cut line, the number 10 player in the first round.
Yeah, and with Zach and Aiden said neither one of them doing a whole lot here, so again, they're so far ahead where it doesn't really appear there's going to be a change in the top 2. I think they're kind of just going through the motions. They both probably knew it at this point that they were pretty well
Correct.
locked in.
You know, and even the top 2, it's a 50, 60 pin difference. So barring any crazy games, there's not going to be much movement going on.
Yeah, you don't jump out to a quick start if you're Aiden. It's like, just get the ball down the lane. Don't do anything stupid, and you're set to be the number 2 seed.
Well, I do see Daria is in the house, so she will be joining us here in a few moments, which is pretty perfect if you ask me, now that we're kind of rounding out our cashers round, and we'll get to talk with her while there's a little bit pause in the bowling action, and then we'll move on into the bracket.
Yep. So there's always that little bit of time. You got to double, triple check the scores,
Yep. Yeah, when a few pins decides quite a few spots and even the cut, got to make sure it's all right. And it looks like they're already going to start bowling the bracket matches in the girls division to our right. So
yeah, it appears
moving right along, and I'm guessing the handicap as well. They're already going to get going.
Yeah, so it's a lot of bowling today. So I mean, you if you're all set and ready, you get through it as quick as you can. Really.
So immediately to the right, we're going to get Bristol Byer versus Jasmine Saunders.
Yep.
So that's the match you're going to see kind of going on to the pair to the right as we're entering the 10th frame here on the boys' side final game.
And my guess is they're giving them 2 practice balls right now. Don't know that for sure, but I would imagine they're at least getting a couple balls on each lane.
See, and that's the one thing. That shot right there, I think you could learn a lot off of, because Aiden missed that shot to the right quite a bit, but the urethane ball just doesn't have the recovery, so it almost leaves you with more makeable spares, when you do miss.
Yeah, you're not getting that angular motion at the back end to, potentially cut through and leave washouts or, something worse. So, and the good news for him is the next time he steps on the lanes, there'll be 2 games bowled on it plus a little practice.
Yep.
And it'll be on fresh oil. So I think that's a huge advantage for him. And Zach potentially too. I mean, Zach looks like he still has a pretty decent reaction. Aiden with a little bit softer ball speed said I think he likes that fresh oil a little bit more. I mean, obviously he does with what he shot in qualifying and what he did early on today in cashers round.
So then the 220 up here was Jace, and yeah, Jace is pretty.
Yeah, he was already pretty well set.
It all depends on what Jamie and Dawson did, but it's going to be one of the top 5 spots for sure.
Yeah, he's well locked in. I said I can't see down to the low end to know exactly where we're sitting at, but yeah, the boys are. So you're seeing the last couple balls here thrown from Caleb, and down on 1 through 4, they're just finishing up as well. So it should be a few minutes before we get their scores out.
Sure. And, it's impressive how quickly the staff here gets everything out as far as scores and stuff go. I thought, right when the girls' first game ended, I had a sheet in my hand within 2 minutes from Nevin. So.
Yeah, I think it helps with their system. Everything's interconnected, which is awesome. Makes it so much easier for them. They've got people coming around writing down the scores just to be safe, have that to double-check against. But, when you can send everything from the lanes to the back office where they're doing all the brackets and whatnot, it makes it a lot easier for everyone.
Yep. And again, they have, I'm guessing, several volunteers out here today and all weekend, making sure everything runs smoothly. It's been a pretty good operation. I haven't seen many lane breakdowns as we've been here, so all the machines are in great working order, and props to the staff here.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing that I've seen, Deadwood.
Yeah, a lot of pins flying around.
Yeah, so you can move some pins around here if you get it going. So.
Okay, they're underway in the bracket on the girls' side. Bristol Byer, they're just through her first shot on 15 against Jasmine Saunders. Looks like a couple shots need to be thrown down on 3 and 4 to finish out the boys' cashers round.
Yeah, looks like they're all in their last bowl round 1 through 4, but it won't be very long before we get scores.
And again, if you're in our chat room, please come on in, ask some questions. We do thank everyone who has joined us in the chat room and watching today. I'd like to take a moment and give a big thanks out to all the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships for helping make this tournament possible. Again, a big shout out to Hammer, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Again, I'm Darren Sneedy alongside Ken Fletcher, live on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We are about to enter in the bracket portion of the event. A couple single game elimination matches to determine the final 4. Looks like we have one more shot down on the low end, and the boys division will be completed, and we'll get a match in front of us here momentarily. Oh, yeah, we have 3 more rounds to go, so.
Yeah, okay. Because he's had to join the next round.
Oh, yeah, whenever you want.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I was 25th going into this.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Welcoming into the booth is PWBA champion Daria Payok. Is that
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's really good.
Awesome.
Surprisingly, I must say. I never told you how to pronounce it before.
Oh, you hear it on TV all the time, and you have to assume that the other anchors, I guess you would call them, the people that call the action, would ask for the right pronunciation.
Yeah, that's true.
And my name gets butchered all the time, so.
What's your name?
Sini.
And how is it butchered?
Seni, Sene. I mean, they say it all sorts of different ways. I'm
Sounds
sure.
exotic.
I'm sure
Sene.
yours is much worse.
Yeah, mine is butchered quite a lot, but it's all right.
So how's your experience been here this weekend?
It's phenomenal. I love being at the youth events. Maybe it's because back in Poland when I was a youth, we didn't really have that many bowlers. So it's phenomenal to see all the participation and all the drive that the youth have. I love watching it.
Sure.
So
Yeah, it's been good. There's so much talent out here, and the the money they're giving away in scholarships is phenomenal to me. And we had such a good youth program up in North Dakota where I'm from, and it's crazy to see the kind of money, and props to Nevin and the whole staff here, what they've done with this tournament over the last 5 years, now 6 years.
Yeah, I also realized that the entry fee for the event is $170 or $75, but you get a bowling ball with it, which technically makes the entry worth like $50.
Right.
And the prize money is massive, and it's just not about the prize money itself. I think it's about how the tournament is structured and the format of it. I think it's so competitive. It gives the players ability to re-enter if they are not happy with these scores, but also the scores carry over. So for those who really bowled well the qualifier, they don't feel punished for the re-entries that somebody could have gotten closer to them. You get more games, the total pinfall that determines who makes the top 10, and then there's head-to-head. It's phenomenal format, and also the very cool thing about this event is that it was perfectly on time.
Yes.
Which doesn't really happen very much in bowling, really, because you can never really predict the scoring pace that well or the pace of the game. But everything was super on time. Everything was by what the schedule was saying, and that's great.
Yeah, especially with 5 qualifying blocks, and then they had the youth adult tournaments in the evening, and everything was still on time. It's impressive.
Yeah, I was very impressed myself, because usually tournaments this big is 34-lane bowling center that was full all day yesterday. Usually you would think there's gonna be like a lane breakdown or something will happen, and there will be a delay for all the squads. Nothing like that happened for all the days I've been here. So
it's crazy, and I would like you to meet my co-host, so to speak, Ken Fletcher.
hi, Ken.
Hello.
Very nice to meet you.
You too, yes. Awesome to have you here. We've been fortunate to do this a few years, so gotten to see a number of different people. But yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more with anything you guys were talking about there.
Yeah. I think the future is in the youth, and the future has arrived. Seeing so much talent on lanes, it's really cool. Because for some time, I must tell you guys that when I was in school, anywhere from 2013 to 2014, there was that thought going around the team that bowling is dying. Like there is no ladies tour. PBA didn't really have that many events. It was very hard, I think, to get motivated, knowing that there is a chance that bowling is not going to be big anymore, and there is nothing going to be really to bowl. And yeah, here we are. We had almost 150 players bowling in this event, plus some more in youth and adult event. And it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Right,
It's actually, I've been talking to Nevin, and he said that tournament's growing every year, and I think the only reason why there is not more people participating is that not everybody knows about how cool it is.
Sure.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do being here, being on NDBowlTV. And we've been here since the first one in 2016, and I remember back to that event when there was probably 20 or 30 entries in each division, but they were still paying out the big money at the top. And I'm like, this thing has got to go crazy one year. And throughout the years, we've just gotten more knowledge out there of the tournament, and it's grown into something pretty crazy with the re-entries. We had over 250 entries or something like that.
Yeah, don't know the exact number, but that's insane when you think about it. I mean, there's so many other things that youth could be doing, and to choose bowling, like you guys are saying, the future is right here, and it's awesome that you can see it growing right in front of us.
I just love to see how bowling is changing. I believe that I'm 28 years old, so when I started I was 8. Really I was 6, but I was bowling two-handed and I threw it back up. When I really started bowling and practicing bowling like an actual sport, I was 11. I was at the bowling center 3 times a week, 4 times sometimes with my coach. And I must tell you, the way I was practicing is a lot different than what I believe those people are practicing now. Bowling has turned from a repetition game to a knowledgeable game. It's most about who can see better, what ball to throw, what matches up better. Because no matter how many times you can repeat the same shot but in the wrong spot, you're never gonna beat the person who is even maybe not as good as a bowler as you, but is in the right area, stands where the pattern is asking for that. And just like that, you might have people that you feel like, oh, they're not that good because you're judging just over their physical game, lose to a person that you would never really want to bowl like.
Right.
And
Yep.
I know that you guys probably know a lot of people on tour who have the game like, oh wow, how is he doing this?
Yeah.
You know, but then he's
Yep.
winning and winning. It's just because this game has transferred, and I do all the effort I can over my social media just to also make people realize that it's not a repetition game, and we also don't get grades for a nice physical game. You know, it's if you can get information about the bowling balls, patterns, layouts, everything, oil conditioners, like get it. It's
Yep.
everywhere out there. When I was in college, the social media was not that big. I think I joined Instagram in 2013, so that I was already a year in college. So now that there is so many professional bowlers and so many coaches putting information out there, it's very, very good outlet to actually learn on your own. Plus, there's a lot of clinics made that I think that help you really to understand. It's just the thinking that must change for many people. Thinking that the most important thing is a physical game. Yeah, like yes, it is because you have to repeat if you're in the right spot.
Sure.
Yep.
But if you don't have a knowledge, you're always gonna be outbowled.
Yep.
And that's unfortunate because a lot of people blame it on the equipment, saying like, "Oh, you have so many balls. You can get a new ball, you can win."
I've done
It's
that before.
Oh,
yeah, but
yes.
it's really not that. Like, yeah, more balls gives you a better chance of getting the right shape, but it also can overwhelm you,
Yep.
and you're still not gonna pick the ball that is right there in your bag. That would be would be great. It's about really knowing what to take and.
All comes down to the operator, if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely. But it's really cool seeing the youth and seeing how they put surface on the practices. It means that they think. Whether
Yep.
they put the right surface or not, it's really cool seeing that they throw a shot, they come back and they take an abrolon. It's something I would never use when I was a youth. Like, what is abrolon?
Right.
You know, like you get the ball, that's what you throw.
Yeah, we never
So-
thought of that in youth either. You know,
Oh, no.
like it didn't get to be until, I guess him and I were in high school in the mid 2000s. So it would be late 2000s, and when we were in the adult ranks, when it started becoming a thing to, Abrolon pads, and a lot of
Yep.
people change surfaces in the pro shop before tournaments, but never like people carry them in their equipment bags and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
and
you,
it's,
you would never think to do it on the fly like it
yeah, now
happens
all
so
these
often
kids.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
Abrolon pads going crazy this morning when we were up getting ready to set up. It was crazy.
And I think it's beautiful. I think it's great. It means that it's the knowledge that us didn't have when we were their age. You know,
Oh, yeah.
we just did whatever we thought was right, but we didn't really know
Yep.
much, so we didn't really think much on the lanes. It always came down to us. We didn't throw a strike; it was our fault. Now I hope that when the kids don't throw a strike once or twice, don't hit the pocket, they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna ball change because," and then start to think about what happened on the lane. It's really cool to see the progress in our sport and it's great to see how everything is changing, and I hope it's just gonna keep growing like it has been the past years.
Very nice. So in college, you went to Weber International, is
yeah,
that correct?
I did. I did go
And
to Weber.
So
International.
where did that connection happen? So like you grew up in Poland, and the connection to Weber.
It's quite of a short story, but I think it's cool. One of the biggest events that you can bowl as a youth in Europe, it would be European Youth Championships. So every federation can send from 4 to 6 players. When I was on the team, there was 6, but we never really had this many players, so I never really had a chance to travel with 6 girls to bowl for a medal on teams. But I would bowl for a medal in singles and doubles and all that. So I think it was 2012 when I was on the bus going out to the airport or out of the airport. I'm not sure what was it. And there was one of the coaches, his name is Sid Allen,
Okay.
a very good, famous coach. And he is like, "Daria, you should go to Weber." I'm like, "What's Weber?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a college in the United States. They work with Kegel Training Center, and you can bowl and do your studies. I think you will get scholarship." I'm like, "What? Like you can bowl and you can
Yeah.
go to college?" Like, like bear in mind, it was 2012. I was a lot younger. I still didn't, I was still in high school, and I didn't really know what was it all about. So I started my research. And I was really amazed that in colleges here, sports are such a big part of it.
Big
Yep.
part. Yep.
It's totally not like this back home. I could never imagine it being that way. And it's ever since, I already told my parents, "Hey, I'm going to the States." And they're like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, there's that college." And it happened that I think in 2013 or, no, sorry, it must have been 2008 when I was talking to coach, because 12 I
yeah.
was in college. But 2 years later, after that talk, so 2 years before I went to college, Diana has joined. And Diana was bowling for Team Latvia. I've always seen her. I've always wanted to compete. She was always a better bowler, so I was always looking up to her. She went to Weber, and I think that's how my connection started. And I went
Very
there.
nice.
It was already sparked a thought in my head. She said it was amazing. They were national champions. I messaged her how it works. She had to explain me everything. Grades, how it works. I was like, what's credits? Like, yeah, you get 3 credits for this class, everything. I didn't know. And in 2012, I've joined along with Verity Crowley, and now 3 of us are roommates on tour.
Phenomenal talents on tour.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Crazy.
it's very cool that we spent 2 years all together, and then Diana graduated, and then I spent another 2 years just with Verity on team. Diana went on tour in 15. Me and Verity took a break. I was working in my major, and then I decided, I was like, YOLO, I'm gonna go on tour. and we'll
YOLO.
see. Yeah. So I'm very happy for all the connections that I
I like
developed.
it. That's a good story. It's crazy how you find that connection, and then
Yeah.
people are in the right place at the right time. And I'm
It's-
sure they were pretty happy to have you down at Weber, and you had a lot of success down there. Though you always hear about those teams, and then the facility. It's a beautiful facility down there to bowl in.
Yeah, it's very good. Sometimes I thought it was too hard, I was like, I'm not meant for this. They were so strict, and I think the bar was raised so high with having so many national championships under our belt as a team with such a short story and short program. So the workouts in the early morning were terrible. I think it's still my nightmare when I think I had to wake up at 6, workout, and then
Right.
the boys would almost puke because it was
Yep.
so hot, and they made us run so much, and then we had to bowl every day, sometimes twice a day. I think this is what it really molded us, the girls are on tour, into who we are, because I feel like mentally we have never had a harder test than we did probably the first year in college, first year or first 2 years, because it was not just a cultural shock that I experienced myself very much. It was everything that I did not even comprehend it could happen,
Sure.
and it was happening. And I was like, oh my God, why are you so intense? Just chill, okay? I get it. Like, nationals are the 5 months. Like, let us breathe. But
Yeah, and college bowling is insane. Like a lot of people don't that haven't gone to a college bowling tournament. I bowled in college, not very much, I will say, but the ones I did bowl, insane. The energy in the bowling center,
Yeah.
the amount of people, the spirit, the drive from these people, and I don't think a lot of people understand like you were saying, the running, and there's a lot of training involved because it's not easy. I was thinking last weekend when you were down in Arlington bowling the series, and some of these girls are bowling 3 tournaments and all the match plays, and they're Verity made all the shows, so she bowled like max games, and I was like,
yeah, I think I saw on her Instagram, she was also counting before, but I think it was over 70 games.
it's insane.
Yeah.
With all the warm-ups and everything, must have been over 80 games easily that she's bowled.
Insane.
Yeah, the stamina to be able to do that is, if you don't bowl, I don't think a lot of people can totally understand the amount of energy that it really takes to throw a bowling ball.
But I think it was the first time I've seen Verity mentally fried. But not fried,
Wow.
meaning like she was mad. She was fried. She was completely mentally exhausted.
Wow.
Yeah.
She said she really had a hard time on the third event when she made run robin. She really had a hard time staying where she was. She felt like her head was somewhere else, but she was trying to take it easy. Her body was okay. I must say that I haven't really seen any girls really having any troubles with their physical, but a lot of girls were just very mentally drained. And props to Brianna Cote, because in the last game of the run robin, she pulled a big 268 to jump from the 7th spot to the 3rd to make the show.
Yep.
Really in 13. Look at that 4-pin.
Oh wow, the rack is not great.
Yeah, we should tell Nevin there's a broken pin. They're just warming up right now in the bracket portion this match here.
So
but
right now in front of us, we're gonna have a match play going on. It's
Yes.
best out of 3,
it's single elimination, I believe, right?
That's what, yeah.
and
I mean,
that means how many games they bowl?
so they just
There's
bowl one game.
Oh.
One game winner goes on, and so in
anything
front
can
of
happen.
us, yeah, we have the boys division in front of us, and Zach Andreessen and Aiden Walter were the 1 and 2 seeds, so they are automatically in the stepladder finals. The remaining 8 players have been put into the bracket, and in front of us we have Jace Godell and Trevor Broshears, who was the cut at 1989. So they will be in a one-game single elimination match in front of us. And that winner will then play the winner of, here, what do we have? We have Dawson Peterson and Andrew Kors. And that match is going on 9 and 10.
Okay, so they did separate the boys out a little bit here. And should take note that actually a couple of the matches in the girls division are already over.
Yeah, they're moving right along in the other divisions.
And I think that's something that's been pretty consistent every year is the boys tend to be a little bit more deliberate, if you will. Which, you know, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Taking a selfie with you guys. Awesome.
And if you do want to follow Dari on Instagram, it's just your name, correct?
It's just my name.
I was going to
Made
say,
it easy.
I think that's the first time we've had that happen in the
Yep.
booth.
Well, I mean, the other people we've had are Walter Ray and Parker Bone. I don't even think they have Instagram, let's be real.
Probably not.
But I will say, we noticed this yesterday that we've had 4 pros sit in with us. We've had Walter, Parker, Tom Doherty, and Matt Russo. And after they sat in with us on this show, they were title winners after that. So.
Oh, it's been so long, guys, since I won a title. I'm annoyed, actually, already.
Hey,
It's like,
you're on the way, though.
how many times can you get second?
Right?
But yeah, okay.
But things are looking up for you. You did have a second place finish this year, correct?
Yeah. No, I'm very happy with my performance. But sometimes it's just nice to win, you know?
I agree.
And that feeling has been, for me, quite long ago. So I am looking forward. I'm hoping it's going to happen sooner or later, but I'm not pressing for it.
And the next tournament for you is in Spokane, or is that where you're going?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm flying there tomorrow. And then I'm going to kill some time before Thursday when we have practice. What I really like about PWBA is that for the regular events, things are always the same. Thursday is practice. When there's no COVID, usually there's a pro-am at the same day. Then Friday, we bowl 6 games and we have a break, 6 games. Saturday, cut, 6 games, cut, top 4. So it's very easy to remember. It's always Wednesday we travel, Sunday we travel. That has allowed me to actually be here. I don't live in the States anymore, so having that tour being so congested and having events back to back to back, it really helps for those who are traveling from abroad to come and actually bowl the whole swing, opposed to having to pick and choose tournaments that it's worth going because, you know, making a 15, 20-hour flight for one event, it's not always
yeah. And that brings me to another question. Do you like the single weekend tournaments, or do you like the series they had in Arlington?
It's the first time I bowled the series like that on PWBA. I've bowled the World Series with the guys, and I've bowled Masters with the guys. But I think that the series was phenomenal because I love the format. I really like total pinfalls. I really like round robins with extra pins. It just makes everything so interesting. I know there's been a talk in our bowling world for very many years whether, you know, getting 30 pins for a win is fair because at the end you might not have the highest averaging person win the event and so on and so forth. But I think that as spectator, as a bowler myself, I find it more exciting to be bowling round robin 24 games against everybody on the field, get extra pins if I win, don't get it if I lose. The scoring board flips all the time, makes it very interesting because the worst nightmare for me was 2019 when we bowled 16 games of qualifying, and then imagine you're getting into 32nd place, you're barely making the cut. After 16 games, you have 8 more games to catch up top 12, which
That's hard
8
to do.
games is a lot. But if you're bowling on the pattern that the cut was minus 20, or it was very low cut, and it's very impossible to bowl very high, you feel like you're waking up for nothing because it's so hard to catch up the top 12. Having the extra pins make it exciting for everyone in the field, and the scoring board can just flip. So I love it. I like those events, but there's always going to be, I think, US Open, that's going to be my favorite.
Yeah.
Queens. Maybe it's because it's a major itself, but
it's always
I
a
like
pretty
that.
tough test too. When they've always said the U.S. Open is the toughest test in bowling, dating way back, and I think it still is, even though they're not putting out flat oil anymore and that kind of thing. But you still get the best bowlers in the world on both sides. It's crazy.
Yeah.
As we have in front of us, like I said, Trevor Broshears and Jace Goodell in their bracket match. So that's what's going on in the chat room. We have Hayden asked how Gavin Moeller is doing. Gavin finished in 24th place on the boys' side, so did take home some scholarship money, but did not make it to the bracket portion of the tournament. Spares are definitely key on this pattern. You've seen all these kids bowling on this pattern, a 2-6-1, 44-foot pattern, so a pretty long pattern. And did you bowl on it yourself?
No, we bowled adult youth events, but I believe it was an easier pattern.
Sure.
And it was different. But I did watch some people. I was trying to help some kids as well because they were asking me, and I really enjoy working with others. So I could have a feel of the lanes by having them ball change or move. I think the biggest issue and the problem that a lot of people have is that when they see a pattern that is on the longer side, they feel like, oh, I need more surface. So I did see a lot of very oversurfaced balls.
Yep.
And in fact, the rule is different. If you oversurface your ball in 43, 44-foot pattern, then the ball runs out of energy before it even leaves the oil. So,
which I think is a very important thing for a lot of people to understand about bowling balls is, they think more surface to get more hook. It just changes where the ball hooks on the lane. So when you have a 44-foot pattern, you don't necessarily want all that surface to just burn up the ball before it gets to the middle part of the lane. And for you, what's your, I guess, rule of thumb when it comes to surface and stuff like that? I know you have reps on tour that kind of help as well, but do you have a rule of thumb?
I never really did good with shiny balls. I think one part of it had to do with the fact that global balls used to be very strong in the back. So having shine would just exaggerate my over-under that I run a lot on the events, especially with the long patterns. So I would never have shine, never. That was my rule. Hold on, let me see. That's a very good shot, Travis. Now, I've been throwing shiny balls, sometimes even on fresh. It all really depends on the surface. There is not really a rule of thumb. My only rule is I always have ailerons ready on the practice because there is nothing more important than matching up a surface. The second is speed, or speed and surface of the ball are the most crucial things when it comes to ball motion. Then later you have rev rate, axis of rotation, and all that. Speed and surface are really the most important, so that's why it's very important to train your eye to see what's early, what's late, what you need. Practice, experiment with it, because that makes the biggest difference. The moment you oversurface the ball and you put 1,000 on it and you have a 3,000, the ball is out. There's nothing you can do to make it usable in the event.
And that's good information for a lot of people, and I know a lot of the youth bowlers bowling today will probably watch the replay of our show today. So, take some of that knowledge and apply it at all the tournaments that you go to, because again, you're going to see probably a short pattern one of these years out here, and it's going to be completely different.
Yeah, we can see Jay's throwing a rather shiny ball, while Trevor is throwing a purple hammer. We have two totally different motions, unfortunately for Jay's. I think that the purple hammer going down lane exactly to the right of where he is might really make it harder for him to have more room to miss down lane, especially as the game is going to come to an end. Him having little surface on the ball might exaggerate the urethane carry down lane by Trevor.
And I agree, because our last game here in the Cashers round, the two leaders on the boys' side were actually throwing urethane as well, and this is still what's left over from that Cashers round. And again, we do need to note that in the stepladder finals, they will re-oil the lanes before we bowl our final 3 matches in each division. Again, if you're in the chat room, if you have any questions for Ken, myself, or Daria, just please let us know. Again, you can follow us all on Facebook, Instagram, what have you. Because you do have a Facebook page, I believe. Do you have a professional bowler athlete page?
Yeah, I have an athlete page. Also can be found by Just searching up my name.
Sure.
Also, guys, TikTok, okay? Follow me on TikTok. No, I'm kidding. I'm getting into it, but to be honest, it's taking a lot of my time just scrolling TikTok. I love it. I love that app. So, yeah, you can
Well, there you
find
go.
me across social media anywhere by just typing my name.
So Caleb does ask, what's your favorite thing about bowling on tour?
I think it's not just bowling itself, but it's the traveling, the friendships that we develop, and the adrenaline. I cannot imagine myself living without competing as
Right.
much as I do, because the adrenaline rush that I feel on tour is something that I cannot really change for anything. Like, I don't know what I would have to do to feel that, you know. I'm not a morning person, but having to wake up at 6 o'clock to bowl the next day, the same morning, sorry, it's the best feeling ever. Like, you tell me I have to wake up at 6 to go bowl, I go wake up. You tell me to wake up at 6 to, I don't know, do something else, like, no chance.
To
Like,
work
not
out or whatever else.
Not
you know.
happening. So, yeah, I like the fact that we are able to put ourselves in the position to where we can strike for the cut, strike for the win of the match.
Yep.
Just have that one important shot, and whether you executed it well or not, it's not really just much about it as putting yourself into that position and having the nerves, feeling nervous and stressed. I love that.
And I think that you can get that at any level of the game too. I mean,
Yeah.
Ken and I, when we're just weekend warriors and we bowl the tournaments around the region, and it's the same way for us. You know, I love competing,
Yep.
and you know, we kind of take breaks around here because it gets so cold in North Dakota that in the summer a lot of people don't bowl, but when it gets into winter and you're outside when it's 30 below, you want to go in and bowl. That's what everyone wants to do. It's great.
Yep. Yeah,
So I'm getting back into that whole thing too, competition.
yeah, no, absolutely. So, you know, that adrenaline rush, I mean, there's a lot of ways to get it, but, you know, in our world, it's competing. You know, like I said, getting into a tournament, you know, it's the best feeling, you know, like I said, for me, it's you start getting close to that cut. You know, you got to throw a good game or something, or especially in a match play.
That's the feeling you get in your belly. It's your sweaty hands.
Yep.
Yep.
It's the fact that you put yourself in that position to experience it. I think this is what is very highly addictive about bowling.
Yep.
And with our sport, we can be in that position even a few times in a day. You know, there's so many cuts we can make, so many match plays we can bowl. It's great.
I can't remember who said it. I don't know if I was watching like Flow Bowling or Bowl TV with the with one of the PWBA events, but someone once said that you train and you practice so that to get nervous essentially,
Yeah.
and then once you do get there, your body should then take over. You know, you train to prepare for that moment, and so it just stuck with me. Like that's what you're doing. You're practicing to get into a moment where you're going to be nervous.
Yeah, sometimes there is a big... Sorry, I got distracted. But let me look
Yeah.
at the scores, because the match can get interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
single pin miss there.
that makes it a little interesting here.
I believe we can see the scores very well on our stream, so if anyone's having an issue, let us know.
Yeah, Jace can strike out for 234. And if Travis is going to pace the way he's pacing with just getting spares, he's just going to get to 220s.
So that was a big
Which
shot
means
right
that
there.
Jace is biting. It's going to be a great match.
Yeah, entering the 9th frame now. Again, the winner here will take on the winner of Dawson Peterson and Andrew Coors
Yeah.
on 5 and 6, so they'll head down to the low end. And I'm sure we're going to get the other match on our pair here in the second round.
Okay, we have the most important shot of this match on the left lane. Jace needs a strike. He gets very soft at the bottom.
Ooh. I believe he's throwing a UFO alert. I believe that's what that is.
Okay, Trevor can strike out for, is it 235?
245.
So I'm getting messages from Nevin on Facebook to update you on scores. Well done, Nevin. I like it.
Very good shot.
Let's see here. This is Zaylee Clark and Casey Hughes. So this must be the
I believe
handicap
that's
division.
yeah, that's going to be the handicap, which I think you've got in front of you.
So Zaylee Clark and Casey Hughes are the two advancers out of the bracket. And then they will join Miles and Micah in the stepladder finals. So the stepladder finals for the youth or the handicap division is already determined, and I'm guessing the girls matches are midway through the second game. And I see Hannah Rohrs is bowling at the moment. Bristol is still bowling.
I believe I saw Emily Cruz over there on the other pair that's a little further away from us.
Oh, what's her name? Brooke Salzman is against Hannah Rohrs at the moment. And then you said
Yeah, I think Emily Cruz and
Bristol Byer.
yes.
Okay, so that's who's left on the girls' side.
Okay, hold on, guys, because that's very big now. Okay, we need him to get
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
he needs
9
at
or
least,
more.
Yep.
9 or more.
9
Okay, to
forces.
make this match really interesting, to force Jace to strike.
Big shot. It's the end. Ooh,
No,
got
that's,
9.
we got
that's
9.
fine.
Okay, so we definitely need a strike from Jace.
All right, coming down
We
to the
do need a
10th frame.
double, actually. We need a double.
Ken's usually the numbers guy here, even though I'm an accountant in real
Yeah,
life.
right.
Ken's our numbers guy on NDBowlTV.
That's the position I was telling you guys about. Whatever he's feeling now on the lanes, that's what we're bowling for.
That's
Yep.
right.
Is it going to get it? It's all that.
So is that a reaction from the urethane down lane to where the ball got a little lazy?
I did not see myself how the ball hit the pocket.
Yeah,
but
it
slightly.
hit pretty weak, unfortunately, and I think that's exactly that. It's just the carry down from the urethane, just that reactor's just not getting the corner out. Say it's a good shot, it very easily could have struck, but unfortunately, not so much. It's going to be a good showing, though, for Chase.
There was a strike down there from Lucas Hersrud and a pretty big applause, so it must have been a pretty important shot for him.
Yeah, it's Lucas on 5 and 6.
Yeah, against Blake Martin.
Yeah, that gave him a double, I can see, but I can't see scores from here. Dawson Peterson's going along clean, but no doubles.
That's the urethane reaction right there.
Yeah.
The bucket.
So we're going to have to see, because if Lucas advances in that run, he's been one of the guys that's been playing right that I've seen anyways. A lot
Yep.
of the other players are kind of playing further left. So if he does advance in that match, it'll be interesting to see what he does on this pair.
Are we going to have the girls and the boys bowling the matches together?
What's going to happen for the finals is once we have a final four, we're going to probably, I think I talked to Nevin to do this the correct way, is we're going to have the girls stepladder on 13 and 14 first on fresh oil. We're going to shift the cameras over to 15 and 16 for the handicap final. And then they're going to re-oil 13 and 14, and we're going to come back for the boys stepladder final.
Oh, that's really cool. I'm
so
very
we're
happy.
they're going to all get their own time and not happen at the same time, which I agree with.
Looking like a pretty tight match over here to our right with
Yeah, Hannah's got a strike here.
I have glasses, I cannot even see the score, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Is Hannah behind?
I believe so,
yeah, I think
yes.
it's about 10 pins.
Yeah, if she strikes here, she'll have 138, I believe it is, in the 8th frame.
Yeah, that
Look
is a
at
big
that.
shot, though. Said it looks like Hannah's clean, but no doubles, and then I already forgot who she's bowling against. Shows my memory.
Brooke.
Okay, yep. And then Brooke has an open, but a 3 in a row right after it. So I said I think it's 10 pins. So
Okay,
this,
so the double here is going to make it a tie,
y-
more
so-
or less.
yeah, they'll be dead even,
Okay, so let's do it, right? It's going to be exciting, and we'll
yeah.
see who can pull the win.
very much. And I said I can't see far enough down,
Yeah,
but
the-
it looks like it's a pretty close match over there too.
The scoring system here is like it shows the frames and then it adds one as the game goes on until it gets to the 10th. So from a distance, it's hard for me to see what frame it is because it keeps
Yeah.
adding a frame every time they go down. So
Oh.
Hannah still has the 10th frame to go.
Yeah, and over here in our match with Dawson and I can't remember who he's bowling.
Andrew, I believe.
Yeah, he needs this strike and 6 pins because Andrew has 204 on the board. So he actually had a chance to shut out Dawson but didn't get it. And so said strike here Dawson will advance.
Yeah, big shot here for Dawson Peterson. I believe you'll see it on the right lane in view there on the left.
He's got a hook. Oh, swished it out.
Those are the moments right there. Standing
Yep.
up in the 10th, you need something. And to pull it off, that's what you train for.
So, and even sitting here, it's like you can feel the energy of that shot too.
And now take that and multiply it by 20, and that's a college tournament. It's insane. Everyone's always yelling. Teams are always yelling. It's insane.
Big shot, lane 17. Light 8 pin.
So now she just stepped up in her 10th frame, I believe. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
I
seeing?
think so. Well,
And they
that-
both entered the 10th
She
on a
could-
double.
She could finish off the game by doubling in the 10th. The game would be over. Now she has given opportunity to Hannah. Hannah needs a strike, and depending whether she makes that spare or not,
I would
a
say
double to win a match.
Yeah, spare and count is huge in that match right now.
The
so-
count is very big because that's going to determine whether Hannah needs a double or she doesn't. So she is going to bowl at 215 if she makes the spare. Hannah right now is pacing 206. Strike is going to give her 216, more or less.
Yeah, and
The
then,
count is crucial.
yeah, and then the other girls match said I can't see it from here, but it must be really close. I saw Emily get pretty excited over her last strike there.
Emily Cruz, which I should mention is along with the Cruz's Pro Shop that we all know of in
Yep.
the, I think it's the Sioux Falls area, and there's
Yeah.
one in Fargo as well.
Yeah, I believe he runs it out of Empire in Sioux Falls. Mike does. And actually, his son was bowling, I believe, in the Yeah, he was in the handicap division. He made the cut this morning.
Yeah, unfortunately lost out in the bracket round, but still a pretty good tournament.
Okay, Hannah is stepping up. If she goes strike 9 spare, it's going to be a tie. What happens with the tie here?
That's
I'm not
a
sure.
Good
That's a
question.
Nine and,
question.
10, 9 and 10 for all
I
of
would
maybe?
guess just for simplicity purposes they'll do that.
I spoke with Hannah before she even, great shot. Before she even started the qualifying, she said she just drilled all the new balls. She is going to, I think, Stephen of Boston University. I'm really not sure which one, but I
Down in
think
Texas.
they're signed with Motive, and she used to throw mostly Storm equipment. So she just drilled a lot of new Motive balls as she's getting ready to go to college. So she still struggled with the ball motion and not really knowing what the balls are gonna do down lane. She said it was her biggest struggle throughout the week.
That is
Also
tough.
carrying, so seeing her carry right now in the most important moment of the match means that this girl has some balls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She's clutch.
she's always on our shows here.
I think she's made it the last 2 years, and
She
had
said she's never won.
Right,
No,
she's
she-
always been on the finals or close to the finals, but hasn't won it yet.
and stepping up and throwing 10 back, 2 shots in a row to lock out your match. That's very impressive.
That's clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll be in the 3-4 match, which will be our very first match in the finals here. So
Yeah, and I don't know for sure, but I believe Emily Cruz did finish that match out with the way it looked like.
okay, so Emily Cruz and Hannah Rohrs will probably kick off the girls' stepladder finals.
And
Good job for Hannah for making it.
believe Lucas might have won his match. I said I can't tell for sure.
So then Lucas will be on our featured pair against, I want to say it's the winner of the Jamie Craig match down there.
Yeah, Jamie and Hunter, I believe, are bowling, which I can't see anything from here.
Right. But Jamie is our defending champion on the boys' side. So we do have one more match on the boys' division, and we'll have one of the games right in front of us here. And then following that match, they'll re-oil this pair, and we'll kick off with the girls' stepladder finals.
I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like 1 and 2 is well behind.
Yeah, they're in like the third frame. I don't know.
Maybe that lane issue that we were talking about hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Or maybe they had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off.
Maybe it's a
That's-
rollover we're
that's
talking
very
about.
possible.
Yeah, because they're not bowling anymore. Or I guess Jamie's pulling his stuff off the rack, so it was just a roll-off.
Okay,
So
well,
Hunter and Jamie went into a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. I don't know who won.
no.
Yeah, Jamie did win. Okay, we got
Okay.
confirmation from his dad.
Yeah, so Jamie
Jamie and Lucas, right in
that's,
front of us. How fitting for NDBowlTV.
I was
we
going to
got
say, and
two big name North Dakota bowlers in front of us.
yeah, two people that are pretty familiar with each other too. You'd have to think.
That'll give us a quick moment to once again thank our sponsors. Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here inside Garden Center Lanes alongside Viking Coca-Cola, the Alexandria USBC, Bremer Bank, Broadway Ballroom and Event Center, which is connected here in the facility, Apparel EFX, and 900 Global. So thank you to all the sponsors that help pay out a lot of money. I don't know what the official tally is, but there's a lot of scholarship money going out today. A big thank you to Hammer, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Go on out there and get one of those purple balls. Everyone likes them. Purple hammers. Our next show will be the NDBowlTV Masters on Sunday, October 24th, live at North Hill Bowl in Minot. That is a big maybe. I don't know if we're going to have that show. We're kind of up in the air. I want to have the show, but my wife and I are expecting our second child, so
Congrats.
thank you. We're set to have our baby on the 20th of October if it doesn't happen before then. And if we have a baby on the 20th, there's a good chance NDBowlTV will not be there at North Hill Bowl. So hopefully we'll have that show. Please follow us on Facebook. That's where all the updates will be. Hopefully that show happens. The tournament will happen. So for everyone out there that wants to bowl the NDBowlTV Masters, remember the winner will receive a paid entry into the USBC Masters or the USBC Queens or one of the two senior events, the Senior Masters or Senior Queens, if they elect to choose that. So a lot of money up for grabs, as well as a spot at the USBC Masters. So come on up to Minot in October. Again, you can stay connected to ndbowling.com on Facebook. Hit that subscribe button on the YouTube player and follow us on Twitter. Again, we got one more match here in the boys bracket. The brackets for the handicap and the girls have already been decided. So we're down to 4 players in those two divisions. And we have 2 more matches ready to go. And our featured match in front of us, Lucas Hersrud versus Jamie Craig. Lucas will kick us off on the left lane. Big match here. What do you think about this one, Ken?
I'm curious to see where they're both going to be playing the lane. I mean, I think we've got a pretty good idea what Jamie will be doing. But
Looks
it
like
looks
Lucas
like
has moved left.
Yeah, he's definitely further left and probably the smart move.
I like that
It's
look.
nice. That was pretty good.
I know most of you who are watching today out of the North Dakota area are very familiar with both of these players, as well as likely their parents.
Very likely in that case. And it's I always find it interesting to see how many two-handers we actually have here, but you know, 2 bowling right here, and I believe 1 in our other match. Dawson is not, but I believe Trevor was.
And then Zach is, but
And
Aiden's
Aiden
still
is not.
the one-hander, yep.
No, but said a shout out to the physical games of everyone. I mean, well, I
unfortunate
know all
break
about doing
there.
that.
Yep, that's a tough spare. I don't care what you're throwing. Even on a house shot, that's a tough spare.
Yeah, but you know, a shout out to these kids at such a young age, you know, I mean, obviously revs are not everything, but it's such a big part of how today's game is. It seems that, you know, the higher rev rates of all of these kids is it's something special.
Shot there for Jamie, and I do see a few questions in the chat room. Just to let you know that we will get to those. Once this match is complete, we're going to have a little bit of a pause while they re-oil 13 and 14 before the stepladder finals, and then we'll try to get those questions into Daria at the time. So just be a little patient on those. Not going to forget about you.
No, and I think, so one thing that I think to pay attention to in at least this match is ball speed.
Yes, and I will say that it looked like Jamie was throwing it a little softer than I normally see him throw it. So
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, obviously exceptional talent, but very known for throwing it a lot firmer than Lucas is. So that could be a big key in this match if Jamie can stay soft enough, because you could see with that last shot that, you know, it didn't quite make it up the corner but still swished everything out. So that could be a potential issue here.
what's crazy about this match is both of these players, when they were kids, were always at the tournaments that we bowled.
Oh, yes.
All the adult tournaments with their parents or just to watch.
Yeah.
And
You know,
now to see them, they're probably going to destroy us in a couple years at every tournament.
well, let's be real. They probably already do.
Yeah, already do, yes.
But yeah, you know, you've been able to watch Jamie growing up from Minot, me, Lucas, since he's based out of the Fargo area, and that's a big break there. But yeah, you know, we've gotten to watch these kids bowl up. You know, we've bowled with their parents for how many years? So it's crazy to see how good they've gotten, but it doesn't surprise me either.
So a good start there for Lucas, throwing the front 3 strikes.
Yeah, that was a big hit to take a big advantage of that early open from Jamie. And that's left again, but left enough.
Did they miss out on something?
Oh, just the start of our match here. Lucas started off with the front 3 strikes, and then Jamie had a 3, 6, 9, 10 and chopped the 3, 3, 9 straight
Did we
back.
have a re-oiling or it's
Not
the
yet.
same?
This is the last match of the bracket, and then we'll have a pause and we'll oil before the girls' stepladder final.
So the winner makes it to
Yes.
the stepladder
The winner
final.
of this and the winner of the match down there will be the first match in the stepladder.
It's big to take advantage of that Brooklyn strike for Jamie.
All I could only see the last shot of Jamie. He's throwing a shiny ball. I'm unsure what is it. I'm just afraid he might run into the urethane left out in the carry down the lane, because the last strike was a very high flash pocket, but the ball didn't seem to be driving very strongly through the pocket.
That's one thing we were kind of commenting on while you were away, is Jamie's ball speed might come into play on this, I think.
Yeah, he's throwing it noticeably softer than I'm used to seeing him throw it.
Wow, Lucas also is throwing a shinier ball with a lot less ball speed than Jamie.
And Lucas's dad is a big Storm guy. Like, he used to run a pro shop in Fargo, so I believe it's
Dark code? It's black.
potential, yeah.
Potentially correct.
I'm not too well versed on those products, but
Not really see, I just see it's black.
oh, he's throwing a high road.
High road. Okay.
Well, got confirmation from his mom.
yep.
He's throwing a high road.
Yes.
So high road, we have a ball with the high RG, what means it's gonna get down the lane easier. It's not gonna catch the front friction of the lane. A lot of differential, which means it's gonna do something in the back, as long as the urethane is not really going to come and play.
Oof.
Flat 10 on the
Yeah, I
left
could
lane.
tell he got that one a hair wide and wanted it to pick up. About a 10 pin, just on the spare.
Yeah, get your spare. You still have the lead in the match early, so looks like tough going on the other match early. I can't quite see scores, but no doubles yet.
On the spare.
It's going to be a key shot for Jamie. I think he hasn't thrown a good one on this lane yet.
It's left.
Yeah, same thing again.
Oh, and unfortunate to get the 6 to kick out there.
Depending how you look at it, because of how much I think we both hate the 3-6-10.
And by the way, we did get confirmation in the chat room that Hannah is going to Stephen F. Austin. So congratulations to her and good luck. Last year's winner, Anna Callan, actually commented that in the chat room. Hope all is well for you, Anna, and future is still bright for you.
Okay, so we just saw Jamie missing a spare. Usually what happens on tour, especially during match play, when you miss a spare on the right lane and you go into left lane, you always ask for a re-rack. You need that extra few seconds to calm down because the adrenaline from the last shot is still quite high.
That was a ball change, too.
That was, and that didn't do anything. But I think that's a very good point and something that, you know, people of this level yet, I don't think they think of. And even, you know, like for people like Darren and I, you know, who bowl tournaments often enough, but, you know.
It takes a lot of experience and maturity on the lanes, something that I'm sure all of those players will develop, but it's knowing your game, knowing when you are stressed and you can feel it, knowing how to get out of it. It's unfortunately a long process to learn, and it's usually learning upon our mistakes. You know, we miss a 10-pin in the right lane, we rush to the left lane because we're so mad we missed it, and then Greek church. And the match is over within 2 frames. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, everyone here, they'll learn, you know, hopefully by going to college, you would imagine getting in that setting more and more. And
definitely.
Take advantage of the opening here for Lucas.
Yeah, he's thrown 5 pretty solid shots, so just keep doing what you're doing.
Lucas is going 22 to 12, 13 that lane. That seemed high. I think that was a miss in. Leaving him a 6-pin, which is a good spare. He's in a very good position to take that match.
Yeah, I think Lucas just has the advantage here in the ball speed department, just letting the ball work down lane with having a 44-foot oil pattern, and then as we mentioned before with the carry down that the urethane has caused down lane, just giving that ball extra time to grab the lane and
just to be able to read it in general. So Jamie's feels like he's throwing it through the pattern right now.
Right.
And it's a good spare.
We do have a question here. Daria, what's your favorite bowling ball?
I've gotten this question a lot on this event, which is very cool. I've always said that my favorite ball of all time would be the Dream On by 900 Global, the original one. So that the first one I drilled when I just signed. Right now, I cannot imagine going on that tournament without an IQ Tour in my bag. In fact, I have 3. So.
I used to love that ball back when I threw the Storm equipment.
Yep.
Yeah, IQ Tour, I love the Zen Master. I threw it on this event on the Youth and Adult. It gave me a very good look, but I do think IQ Tour might be the most versatile ball in my bag. Sometimes, unfortunately, because of core being a bit too small, sometimes it's not strong enough. But when it is strong enough, it's phenomenal. Great shot by Lucas again. You can see the energy of 2 players. You can see Lucas is a lot calmer. He seemed to be having more control of the situation, but overall more control over his own game. Jamie feels a bit rushed. I think you can see that in his shot as well when he's trying to overpower the lane sometimes. Is that still 9?
Yeah, he let that one work a little bit better. He's throwing a Futura. I believe he's got that one drilled pin up.
Yeah, we've seen our fair share of 8s and 9s this weekend. It's
good spare by Jamie. The match is still open.
tough to see down there for sure, but I believe Dawson Peterson has a 3-bagger going, which probably gives him a little bit of a lead.
Big shot here for Jamie. Got to get back on the train here. Let that one work. Yep.
That's a very big shot now.
Needed that one to stay within a chance yet, you would think.
I will always say it. I've always admired Lucas's ability to stay mentally grounded. He doesn't get too crazy, and his dad's the same way.
Yeah, you would have to think that he learned that from his parents.
He does
his
look
dad
like a very
especially.
mature bowler. Just his demeanor on the lanes, I really like it. So just to put the scores into perspective, Jamie can strike out for 223. Lucas, if he goes spare all the way, he's going to have two high 220s. If he doubles, it's going to be a 230 pace, and that's what it is.
You can see the little layoff hand signal
Yep.
that we're all too familiar with, I think, but that was pretty good there.
But again, Lucas staying within himself. He knows big shot coming up here.
Yeah, say one more strike pretty much seals this match here.
Yeah. All he really needs at this moment is just to stay clean. Any spare is fine. Strike basically seals the match. And open would leave the match open for Jamie to catch up by striking out for 223.
It's got to lay off a
push.
little too. It's okay though.
7 in the count department.
Yeah, I mean, you pick
It's
up.
better without a 9-pin, right?
Yep.
That was almost there.
Much better, yeah. It's amazing how much more difficult that spare is when you have the 9 back there.
In
And
general, it's probably the
like
most difficult spare that we
yeah.
leave very often, right?
I do see a slight off
Yeah,
spot here
yep.
with the 6 pin, so
Yeah, it's
something to
definitely. I
keep
think
in mind.
all three almost look off spot. This could be challenging.
Yeah, make sure you cover it. Lucas going straight at it.
Careful.
Hit it.
That's
There it
good.
is.
That was really good.
Very good shot.
I believe they got rid of the broken pin in there because I haven't seen it since the one practice ball they were throwing in the last match. So
Okay. Jamie really needs this one, guys, I think. The moment he gets this one, the next one, he's going to put a pressure on Lucas to stay clean.
So
For
a
the games.
strikeout to make Lucas mark in the 10th. Is
Yeah.
that where we're at?
Yep.
That looked good off his hand. I think it went high. I didn't
Yeah.
really see.
Yeah, it was high.
Okay.
That actually seals it. It's
Yeah,
already
that's-
done.
That's going to do it.
The match is over. Congrats to Lucas.
Well, Lucas
for
will advance and took out our defending champions, so we will have a new champion in all 3 divisions.
Yeah. Jamie, frustrated. Right there. Can feel for that.
One of the things I keep saying, I believe that bowling matches like this should be finished the moment that mathematically the match is over. I never understood the reasoning behind having to finish off the game. I know it gives the opponent a chance just to, show up more and get the game going, finish the game. But the moment we saw Jamie not making the spare, Lucas mathematically won the match. That should be the moment if that was the final match. He should get the trophy and celebrate it, not
Right.
having to postpone the feelings that he already has eternally. He's so happy that
Yep.
he's won.
But
Okay.
from a journalistic standpoint, I like the final score. I like the completion of the whole thing. Like, I get it, yeah.
Yeah, but
I
you
would
could
want to go
say
get the
the match
trophy
was
too.
mathematically over in the 8th frame. That also sounds pretty cool, You finish your opponent in 8th, 9th frame, whatever that would be.
Yeah, so it's like a golf match play thing where they
Kind
cut it
of.
off after 12 holes because someone won 8 of them already,
Yeah. I mean, there is the other side too, though. I think the last couple PWBA shows I remember watching. I think Verity threw different equipment in the 10th frame after she had unfortunately already lost, but it's a chance to learn from maybe something that wasn't working, switching balls, switching lines.
Yeah,
and
but that gives the opponent, the loser, the chance to kind of get the match into, not his hands, but just try different equipment, finish the game, have
Yeah.
more shots on TV, more exposure. But it takes away so much from the winner.
it's very true. Yeah.
And, you cannot celebrate having a strike in the 8th to seal the match, you are 100% sure you already won. You cannot really celebrate it because it's from the respect to the opponent. You're not going to do it, but you have to ball frame 9 and 10 while you had already won. You're postponing the celebratory winning. This is taking it a lot away from that winning moment, and
Yeah.
that's my opinion. I know that there's a lot of different opinions, and I would agree that some people would like the matches to be finished where they're supposed to be finished, but
I agree from a viewer standpoint, like
Yeah,
all the
oh,
tour
yeah.
events, I want to see that moment, you know. Everyone loves the shot to win the game, or, you know, everyone loves that kind of thing.
usually it comes down to 10th frame though, so not much would change, but there are situations to where the match is over a lot sooner.
So I suppose they're going to use 11 and 12 as a burn lane, and then they'll re-oil all 4, and then I'm hoping anyways we're starting on 13 and 14 with the girls open division. Okay. All right, let's go through a couple questions we have here while we have a brief moment. Alex says, can you do a rundown of the standings of the top 26? I don't know the final top 10 because of the bracket and everything. But from 11 down, we had Adam Pankow in 11th, Tyler Rodenz in 12th, Aiden Portscheller in 13th, Brandon Cryer in 14th, Noah Clayson in 15th, Bryce Keekall in 16th, Kyle Muth in 17th, Alex Pike in 18th, John Clinton in 19th, Caleb Sapa in 20th, Dawson Unrath in 21st, Ty Weiler in 22nd, Nick Hill 23rd, Gavin Moeller, I believe is how you say it. Again, if I butcher your name, I do apologize. In 24th, Christian Litzinger in 25th, and then Dylan, we're just going to say Dylan. I don't want to butcher that last name. You're in 26th. Another question for you, Daria, is what kind of advice can you give someone wanting to join the Pro Tour, and what they need to do mentally or physically to succeed?
It's the same thing as you would do getting ready for big events. Pro Tour is really not that much different than any big events that people might be bowling. It's about all the details that on amateur side a lot of players just don't really pay attention to. It's control what you can control, so always make sure you have everything you need in your backpack. Know your weaknesses. Just to give an example, I would always struggle with the tacky approaches or too slippery approaches, doesn't matter, but the moment I would move the lanes and suddenly the approach is tacky or slippery, I need to change the whole saw, then I'm so afraid because suddenly the saw becomes so much more slippery.
Right.
And I've always had this excuse in my head, it's like, oh, I didn't finish off very well because the approaches were bad. So I myself found a way to work this out. I would cut my saw in 2 different parts, so now I don't have to change the whole saw. I just change one part of it or the other. I'm using 3Gs this year and the past year, so I have clits, so I have little circles. So I just change 1 or 2 circles to make sure it's not such a big difference. It's just an example of how we work out with the things that we believe are standing in our way. There's so many triggers that we have that we are aware of that would mess up our game, our momentum, but we don't really face them to try to solve them. Whether it's not being able to go left off ball return, getting in front of it, so a lot of players would be like, oh, the lanes got so dry, I couldn't get there. It's like, there's never too dry.
Right.
We've seen Walter Ray and so many other guys, Norm Duke lofting the left gutter cup by so much. The players that are straight, that is not their air game, they have developed the ability to bowl the whole lane. So there is never really an excuse of environment being not the way you want it. It's just about how we handle it. So my advice would be to find your weaknesses, to really face them and find solutions, because there's always a solution. And also getting more knowledge. So learning about different layouts, speaking to a lot of more knowledgeable people. Getting on YouTube, there is so much good content right now. The guys, Kyle Sherman and Brad, are putting out very good content on YouTube. Also, Darren Tang, I love the quality of his videos and his ball reviews and everything that he does. Sean McKeeve does, I think, Tip Tuesday, or she's done it in the past, but she also shares lots of information. You know, Verity has a Patreon page to where she's also online coaching and giving a lot of useful tips. I post my practices, my routines on my social media. All of us give something to it, so if you really want to access more information, get better, you have to You have to go and seek for it.
Yeah, and it's all
out
out there.
there.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
all out there. One of the things that I heard Tommy Jones say once, he says, I love bowling because you can't perfect it. You can always learn more. You can always get better, and it's so true. That's the best thing about bowling is no matter how good you are, it's still hard. Whose birthday is it?
I'm not sure,
I
but they're singing.
didn't quite catch it.
I didn't quite catch that name.
But yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to whoever it is.
Yeah, and the other thing, my advice is that for a person wanting to go on professional tour, it's a must to bowl on sport patterns. Unfortunately, you're not gonna develop your game to be ready to bowl on tour, whether women's or men's tour, if you only bowl on house shot. It's impossible because I don't believe that bowling on a house shot would ever help you perceive the lane the right way, having the good sharp eye for ball motion. The tendencies on house shot are exactly opposite than they are on the sport shots. So finding the bowling center that is willing to put up a pattern for you, bowling the tournaments on sport patterns, this is a start to getting onto the journey to get on the pro tour.
And that's
definitely-
hard.
Yeah,
It's
it's
hard to do, to find the
Yeah.
centers that are willing to do that. Even at back home, there's certain centers that tailor more to open play because that's what makes money.
Mhm,
And
yeah,
if you have
that's-
certain proprietors that are actually tournament bowlers, it's a lot easier to get patterns put out and practice on those things. But otherwise, if you don't have that, you just have to go to tournaments. You have to bowl the
Yeah.
tournaments that have those oil patterns out.
Yeah, I'm always being asked like, hey, I want a bowling lanes to give me a discount. The lanes are so expensive. Or I want to put the patterns, but they really wouldn't. Or I want a ball contract, but I don't know who to ask for. And my answer to all of this is, if you want something, you have to have something to offer. So I'm always really trying to get all the youth players and bowlers in general to get on social media, get the exposure for our sport. If they're asking a bowling proprietor for some kind of like pattern discounted games, you need to have something to give them in return, whether it's helping with their youth program or it's giving them exposure across the social media. This is something you can offer in return for oiling cheaper lanes, or even a ball contract. Right now on a pro tour, I must say that it's just no amount of titles you have anymore that would really determine what kind of contract you have. It's everything, and this year and the past years, probably ever since 2018 when social media really got big within our bowling community, the number of following and everything that we do for an exposure for our sport is a big part of negotiating contracts on the athlete side.
Yeah, with all the new vlogs and everything else out there, it's crazy. Yeah, I agree. Ken?
Yeah, I would say not something that I think a lot of people would think about, but social media has absolutely got to play into effect in that nowadays. I mean, back when I think we can all say we were younger, not as much of a thing.
No.
Probably didn't play into it. It's how good are you? What have you done on the lanes? But now it's how can you grow the sport? How can you get recognition out?
Definitely, yeah.
I think that's a very good point. Like I said, not a lot of people are thinking about nowadays, probably.
And that's why we're here. That's what we're
Yeah.
here to do. Hopefully there are people out there with kids that want to come bowl this someday, and hopefully you see it, and hopefully you are inspired to come out and bowl tournaments on a tougher condition against some of the best youth bowlers in the region. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love the challenge that these players are willing to face. It must not be easy. Some of them drove 2, 3, 4 hours to bowl here. It's different environments, different people. They don't know this
Yep.
environment. They're not used to changing environments. Usually we bowl in our areas and that's where we stuck with, but a lot of them were willing to travel this much. Bowl on something that is not a house shot is quite a hard part, and I think it's 2.5 to 1 ratio. So it's a very challenging pattern, but yet you can see them fighting here, fighting with the frustration, really holding their composure. I think it's a very big step for a lot of them to try to do something bigger in our sport. And the PWBA last season, so 2019, has started doing something called PWBA Regional, which are very, very cool events to where you can sign up for. They're cheaper than regular PWBA stops. It's just one day. There is a qualifier of 8 games, then you make the cut, and there is a match play head-to-head. The champions on the PWBA tour are not allowed to bowl, so the field
That's nice.
is not as strong as on the PWBA events themselves. It's not as physically draining because it's just one day of bowling, but it gives amazing opportunity for a lot of people who are scared, and I feel like it's very common within especially female players to be just intimidated and scared to go
Yes.
out and challenge themselves. So big props to all the girls that are here. I know that the participation on the girls' side is a lot lower than the guys. I'm hoping that's gonna change. I'm hoping we all empower each other and know that we can do it. There is nothing to be really afraid of to come and bowl. But I know it's a big challenge for all of them, and they're willing to face it. So big props to everybody who is here, and especially the ones that are gonna be bowling the semis and finals in front of us soon.
I think that's a thing in all levels of bowling, because even you and I see it, Ken, in the local tournaments. You get some of these guys that come in from 8 or 9 hour drives, and it's a lot of people see them always winning, and so they try it out one year and they're like, well, these guys, I can't keep up with these guys, and then they don't come back, and I think that happens on every level of bowling. It's just you see certain guys are so good, and how do you encourage people to work on their game and to get better to compete with them, instead of saying, you know what, these guys are just too good. I do like the regional thing they do for the PWBA, because it takes away the crazy, really good bowlers that
It's
always
less
win tournaments,
intimidating, definitely, for those who are bowling for the first time, because I know the tour can be intimidating when you get stuck bowling between Liz Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe,
Right.
and yet you don't really know the double jump very well, and you are like, who has to go? Like, oh, Liz is looking at me, oh, Shannon just
give you the stink eye because you jumped on you.
Yeah, so there's a lot to do with it. But going back to what you were saying about a lot of players being just upset about not winning against the good guys, I think that has to go to the core of our sport. I think it's going to change, but the change has to happen from the core of how we think about bowling. What really pains me the most about our sport is that on the professional level, with how much money the guys on tour, the girls on tour make, we make good amount of money, maybe not as good as golf or tennis, but we are on professional level, and yet you don't see many players traveling with their coaches.
Right.
I feel like there has to be done a bigger job from all these big associations to develop environment for coaches to work. Right now we can see it the other way around. The coaches are developing the environment for themselves to get players to bowl with them, to be with them. If you want to get a coach, you have to really seek hard. I think there has to be a better structure of structuring our sport to be a sport, not an amateur sport that some good amateurs can make it to pro level. I think we really have to separate this from being a hobby, from being amateur level sport for fun, to an actual sport, to where you have structure to get you get on the professional tour, to where you have coaches that can get you there. I think it's a core belief about how our sport works, and that somewhat has to change, and I believe it's going to change. As some of you might not know, we don't really have coaches traveling with the girls on PWBA tour, and definitely I haven't seen much on PBA tour. But one of the examples I can tell you from last week, Julia Martin, she's won the first PWBA title as the youngest titleist at 17 years old.
Phenomenal talent,
And she traveled there with her coach, and so did Julia Bond. Their coach was there the whole time. And it's not just for a person to tell you, like, oh, this is the ball you have to throw. It's like, oh, you're dropping your shoulder too much, or whatever they would be saying. It's a comfort thing, The coach that travels with you, he sees a different side of you. Because no matter how much you ball, how well you practice, the coach needs to see you at your lowest, because your lowest are the ones that are showing weaknesses, right? Everybody has a tendency to do something over pressure, but you're never going to really have that pressure when you're practicing. So the coaches cannot see your tendencies. And the sport of bowling is so hard that there is no one by the book physical game you have to develop. Biomechanics are the most important things in our sport. And just knowing what are your tendencies in order to mold your game towards what you can be able to repeat is the most important thing. But yet, how can you do it if you actually don't see your players bowling under pressure? So
I would agree with that.
Everything just goes down to the core of how we think about it. And for those who really want to take it seriously, you need to get a coach. You cannot get on the high level, professional level without a coach. So that's my thought. And I believe that a lot of players right now don't have a coach because they're very good there. They know so much about their game, they can coach themselves, but yet you have so many people that are still going to be reaching back to a lot of coaches, Kegel coaches, ITRC coaches, Mark Baker, a lot of other ones that are just like, hey, there's something wrong with my swing, fix it. So there's still people working with a lot of coaches, but there's not really many players that have their coach either with them or work with them towards bigger goals, preparing a plan for, Tour 2022, Tour 2025. Players are left on their own, and it's a lonely world sometimes, being stuck in your own head and not having an outlet like a coach.
And I agree that, seeing you in the moment in a tournament is a big thing, because we've all gone to practice and you can label every shot you want, ace every shot you want, but you do things different in tournaments. You feel different, you act different, the environment's different, everything's different. So to have a coach see you in that environment, I think is very important. And where do you have any advice on where to find a coach, a good coach?
I think that when you go on the USBC website, there is a list of coaches who have the USBC levels from bronze, silver to gold. That's where, but usually word of mouth is something that I trust the most. So if you see players that are being coached by a person and you see this coach having a lot of players that are very successful, or you like the way their game is molded, that's who I would reach out to. But it's kind of like psychologists, you might go to psychologist, the best one in the world, and you're not going to communicate. It's done deal. He's never going to help you. But the same with the coaches. You need to have the chemistry. So seeking and looking for one is very important, not settling for something that you're not very comfortable with, because it doesn't matter how good the coach might be. If you're not speaking the same language, if the energy is different, unfortunately, it's not going to lead to success.
And I can attest to that. There are certain players, like we as friends, bowl tournaments, and we know each other's games to where we offer up ideas and this and that, but there are certain friends that can see your game and speak to you in a way that you can process it correctly. And I think that's very important to have a coach that can do the same thing.
Yeah, because you can say one thing in 1,000 different ways, and you have to know that one way that gets to that right person.
Right, like you'll process someone saying go left different than someone saying I think you should parallel left a little bit, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So Ken, what did you have there? What was that?
Oh, sorry, just a quick question from Chad on whether the green or the black scoring shows better.
Honestly, I don't think it matters. I haven't seen the green at the moment. As long as it's not the bright blue, I think we're okay.
No, I told them black. That's what we've been. It's been good all day. So
yeah, do you have a bracket? I don't have the girls' step-ladder finals, but it's pretty obvious who's going to be in the matches here.
I think I've got everybody, and I've got the sheets for everybody too, I believe. So Kira Magsom was our top qualifier. We've known that for a while. Rachel Moore's second, and then Bristol Beyer and Hannah Roars in front of us are going to be our 3-4 match.
Okay.
So they've already completed the re-oiling, so it's just a matter of getting warm-ups in. And
so yeah, we're here in the practice of the girls' open finals. We'll have to try to get a payout from Nevin here shortly. Let's get to know our first match here. Our ladies bowling in the first match. Hannah Roars out of Maple Grove, Minnesota. She's 18. She's going to Stephen F. Austin. 215 average, has 300 games and a 780 high series. 6-time state Pepsi champion. That's pretty impressive, especially in Minnesota. There's a lot of talent coming out of Minnesota.
That's very good.
She's got 11 MJBT titles. She was the player of the year in 2020 and 2021.
That's not a big surprise.
No, she's a 5-time MJBT All-Star team member. She's a Minnesota Youth Ambassador, president of the Minneapolis USBC Youth Board.
Wow.
She's a youth board member on the MJBT Honor Society and lettered in academics. So, like I said with many other players today, a bright future ahead for Hannah. And good luck at Stephen F. Austin with what appears to be a future teammate here that she's about to face.
Oh, jeez.
In Bristol Beyer, who is 18 at Manawa, Wisconsin.
Well, I mean, we've seen that with a number of the boys a couple years ago. What college was it that came up?
I don't know which. Yeah, there was one college that came up on everyone's bio here, and this one is Stephen F. Austin. So both these players will be going to Stephen F. Austin next season. Bristol has an average of 207, high game 277, high series 735. 2019 Wisconsin singles state champion. Won the Sean Yonan tournament in 21. Wisconsin team runner-up in 18. And her parents own a bowling center in Manawa, Wisconsin. And her dad, Matt Beyer, coaches her, so awesome.
Well, that's one way to have a coach with you every time.
Yeah, right? And one that can speak to you the right way, is it being your father. So 2 teammates, or future teammates here, about to kick off our girls' open finals.
Should be interesting just looking at qualifying scores. Early on, Hannah had just a little bit higher scores. Bristol tended to be a little bit better once they broke down, but whether or not that comes into effect right now, we'll find out.
So I just went down the lanes to see what balls the girls are throwing. Both of them are going to go to Stephen of Austin, which I mentioned before. This college is using motive balls, so both of them are throwing motive equipment, and both of them are having the same balls down on the lanes, which is the Jackal Ghost and the orange ball that is the VIP. So it's going to be very interesting seeing them throwing exactly the same equipment. We're going to see if they have chosen the same balls to start with, what moves they make. It's going to be a very cool match to watch, especially with them being future teammates.
Yeah, and I kind of wish they would have put the names in there, but we have A and B nonetheless. Bristol is A, and Hannah will be bowling under B. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the Girls Open Stepladder Finals. Following this will be the Youth Handicap Division Finals over on 15 and 16, and then we'll come back to 13 and 14 for the boys' final. At least I believe that's how they're doing it. With the way they used 11 and 12 as the burn pair, I hope we're back on 13 and 14, but I don't know. I do believe that Jackal Ghost is one of the stronger pieces on the motive line, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Jackal Ghost is a 2.47 RG, so it's an earlier ball. Asymmetric, so we're going to see the core flipping a bit sooner, with a quite high differential of 0.54. We can see some good motion down lane. I think the step down ball from both of them is going to be the VIP asymmetric ball, so we have a different core. A little bit weaker also with the RG 2.50, so it's going to get down lane a little bit easier than the Ghost. For now we see Hannah with the Ghost. Good shot, good first frame.
Okay, and I'm just going to briefly kind of move our mics up a little bit, since we're going to probably be talking a little softer now. Now there's a lot less bowling going on, so hopefully y'all can hear us when it's the only match going on and you don't want them to hear you, that kind of thing. We do have a payout. Let's see. Let's find the girls' payout here. On the way back. Okay, so if you made the stepladder finals, you're making a minimum $1,000 scholarship today for the girls. Top prize is $3,000, second is $2,000, and third is $1,500. So rounding out the top 10, Brooke Saltzman finished in 5th, taking home $525. Emily Cruz in 6th with $400. Melanie Hilbert in 7th with $350. Trista Rama in 8th, $300. Peyton Rowley in 9th for $200. And Jasmine Saunders rounds out the top 10 and a $150 scholarship. So congratulations to them. Good tournament.
And actually, they did put the names in, so.
They did. They must have heard us.
Oh, that's a little out.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a
fortunate.
big break.
Good break for Bristol.
good. It's amazing how quiet a bowling alley can get some days.
Yeah, it was really. Well, there's a lot of noise in here when all 34 lanes are going, but now we just have a practice pair on 1 and 2, and now what's in front of us?
It's always interesting to see kind of the routines going up to the line, you know. It's one thing I think that goes overlooked at sometimes a younger age is just having some kind of a set routine.
Yeah, pre-shot routine is big.
That's probably the most comforting thing in our sport. The only thing that we can really rely on when we struggle.
One thing I would like to know is Bristol Beyer the sister of Carlene Beyer? Is that right? Okay, because she also went to Stephen F. Austin, I do believe, and won a title down there. So, and she was a champion here a few years back, a couple years back. So, the more you know. I'm starting to put all the names together.
Well, as many years as we've done this, you'd think we would.
Okay, that's a big spare, you know, setting the right tone to start off the match, not falling behind, making spares. It's very big, especially with just one game, head to head. To spare for Bristol.
It's one thing I've always said about stepladder finals is that first like 10 pin you have to throw at, or that first corner pin on TV, and you're just like, oh, I just want to get this first one out of the way, get your first couple frames out of the way and go.
Yeah, get the nerves going, you know, get them calmed down, and then you can get them actually bowling. Looks okay. That's a good shot.
10, yeah.
Good shot for Hannah.
So she's been here before, so, you know, she knows what to expect. And I think we even said it last year, too. You know, she's got to be on a mission to win this at some point. She's been so close.
And I find it extremely impressive that she's been able to switch equipment in a week and understand what it does. I think people underestimate the characteristics of different companies and how hard it is to, like, mold that into your game and understand what your equipment does. So for her to be out here having success drilling pretty much a whole new arsenal is impressive to me. I guess both players, really.
Yeah,
it's
very
left.
likely.
It's a little in, but that's gonna push.
All right.
Thank you, 44-foot pattern there.
Yeah, it just shows that I think both of them are in the right part of the lane. Hannah is matching a little bit better with a bit higher ball speed. But the lanes always seem to develop very fast on head-to-head match play, a lot faster than qualifying for some reason. So we'll see how the girls are gonna deal with when the balls, when the lanes change a little bit. For now, we have a big advantage on Hannah's side. 20 pins up.
And the winner will take on
Rachel Moore.
Rachel Moore in our semifinal match.
That's a bit right.
Oh, saw a lot of rolled 2 pins, but not quite there.
And I will say, if anyone's interested in the Midwest Youth Championships, to also look for the Midwest Youth Championships group page on Facebook. Nevin posts a lot of stuff in there, payouts, all the happenings, winners of the youth adult tournament, everything. So head on over there. Okay, good spare.
Yep.
Well, Bristol's clean right now, getting all her spares. Do you feel like she's a little too far right on the lane? Because you feel both players are direct, but Hannah is definitely a good 4 boards left of where.
I think this is something that a lot of youth players have yet to learn. Not especially those girls, but I think they're very good in what they do. But on tour, it's very common that if somebody is striking and you're not striking, you go right behind them. You check what balls they're throwing, how they're doing, how soft, how not. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, you're actually spying on them so you can jump on top of them or left of them. What I think Bristol should do, obviously she doesn't really have a good wall reaction. She goes light, she goes high. She should jump on top of Hannah.
See, I thought that shot was a little further left than the one she threw on 14.
Yep, that one looked pretty good.
Nice parallel move left there, might have done it.
And that's the difference between, I think, sports shots and house shots. I don't really bowl much on house shots, but I imagine that if a house shot doesn't hook enough, you move right or throw it farther right, while on the sports
Yep.
shots, you just have to get closer to the pocket. And those are the things that you cannot really train when you're just bowling on a house shot.
No.
Yeah, you see a lot of those kids go bowling on house shots in leagues, and they go out to a tournament, and there's out of bounds,
Yeah.
or it always hooks the same in the middle part of the lane. You don't have that shim.
Let's go.
Push.
Push a little.
Okay, that, I believe, was straight up 12 shot for Hannah.
Tough spare.
And a big spare kind of early on. Well, I guess halfway through the game, but.
I like the composure of both of the girls. You can see that they take their time on the approach. They do the pre-shot routine, whether it's wiping a ball or using the resin ball. It's very mature on both of them, for both of them. So
It's got to push a little out there. Yeah.
Well, fortunately for her, she had that string of 3 strikes in there.
But it brings it back to pretty much an even match now.
yeah, it's just. If Hannah strikes and Bristol strikes, Bristol's gonna be 1 pin up.
It's
It's a
okay.
good shot.
Yeah, get the 10.
So you can see she's at least happy with how she's throwing it, I think. It's a matter of, can you get that corner out right there?
She did tell me that she struggled quite a lot with carrying this event. I do think she figured it out. She made the cuts. She won the match play, but carry has not been on her side very much this week.
Careful. Ooh,
Okay, time to regroup.
yeah.
It's never really easy opening back to back, and the best thing Bristol can do is just double up on her to make sure that she doesn't feel good about the open
Yep.
frames. This is a very big moment right now of the match. It can be the energy changer. See how fast everything can change. It's
Yep.
unbelievable.
It's got a hook.
Ooh.
I
Sure
do
set it.
think that Bristol is playing those both lanes differently. I
Yep.
think from the very first frame we could see her being farther right on lane 14 than lane 13. I'm not sure if that's conscious. I think maybe she thought that this lane might hook more, or she wanted to line up differently, but she's definitely at least 2-2 right on the right lane, judging off the last shot.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, well, the match got really interesting, right? They're 2 pins away if Bristol makes a spare.
Looks
Okay, good
good.
spare.
And she
Yeah.
does. 2 pins now.
Practice your spares. That's one good advice. I think it was last year we had a couple matches where some missed spares in the 8th and 9th frames just completely flipped the match. Practice, practice, practice spares.
So you can see it right there in this match. You know, Bristol, who's clean through 6 frames, and Hannah has 2 opens. They're right there, even though Hannah had 3-bagger.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, back in our day, I think it goes without saying, spares were not the most important thing. At least
Right.
in my mind, they never were. And
When we
now
were
that-
kids anyways, we were also pretty dumb back then.
well, there's that.
That was a good shot. It's definitely left of where she's playing on 14, that's for sure.
But yeah, so this is a perfect example of just, you know, work on your spares. Make sure you have a good spare game, because it's going to save you more often than a good strike ball will, I think.
You know, and for Hannah to go open, she's only down by a pin, really, so.
Yeah, it's still anybody's match.
Careful.
Oh, same exact thing.
There's nothing worse than the feeling you get when you walked away from a missed single pin, especially in the moments like that. Nothing triggers me more than this personally, so
Right.
I wouldn't want to be in both of their shoes.
So I'm guessing you've had many opportunities to bowl on TV in all of the different sets, like the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed, or the first match. What do you find is being easier? Because I know it's hard for a lot of top seeds to sit around for a while.
I think the easiest is to start the match. But if anybody has ever asked me if I would want to lead the event or come into the match play being the last position, I would always say lead. Because when you lead, you're just a game away from the title. Just coming into the event, you feel even with the opponent you're bowling with. You feel like you've had the same amount of shots. You had enough opportunities to see the lanes equal, opposed to when you might bowl someone who climbed the ladder, who had seen the lanes develop very well. It's a lot harder to really see the clear picture of what you're supposed to do in the finals.
And I've always felt whoever can get out of that first match just has that advantage of a game under their belt. They've built some confidence. They see a reaction, especially on this when there's re-oiled and you know the lanes are completely different than they were. And you think there's the top 2 bowlers haven't bowled in about an hour and a half, 2 hours now.
Been a while, yeah.
Because they got done bowling in the cashers round. They didn't bowl in the bracket.
Do they get like practice shots on the other lanes?
I would guess so, yeah. But other than that, they haven't bowled since. So.
Okay. Well, I hope that when they can, they're gonna get on the lanes to get a lot of shots in to get warm. That was a bit right in the break point for Hannah with the 2 pin.
Still with the spare, she's going to maintain a small lead. Yeah, it's still anybody's match.
Again, Rachel Moore is waiting in the semifinal match. Take on the winner of this one.
That's fair. Bristol can make this match really interesting if she does go and double up on Hannah. Then we're just gonna have 1 pin difference between the girls.
Say she would take the lead with a double, actually, wouldn't she?
She would by a pin.
So when it comes to lane choice for you, are you more of a, I would like to finish a certain time, or is it all about lane play for you?
It's more of a lane play for me. But if the lanes are similar, if I don't feel like one of them is definitely better than the other or the other way around, I would want my opponent to start so she can finish last and have the pressure.
Sure. That's something I always like to ask the people that sit in with us, because you get a multitude of answers. You know, some people just relish that. They want to have ball in hand. They want to be up there. They want to know what they need to win and go do it. Some people are, okay, I'd rather finish first and put the pressure on you. And the people.
I also like the dynamic. If you have your opponent start up the match.
Ooh, that was close.
If you have the opponent start up the match and he or she would only bowl 1 frame, but yet when you go start the game, you have 2 frames. If you double in those 2 frames, you're already getting ahead. It's already an advantage for you to put an extra pressure on your opponent. So
yeah, just a little bit of early pressure. Something I think that goes unthought about for sure.
Yeah, you can definitely put an early lead on just by having 1 more frame than your opponent to start with. It's a good shot.
That was a much needed shot right there too.
So now in this kind of situation with Hannah, you know, we talked about it a lot with Tom Doherty a few years ago about you get in the 10th frame, you're throwing 3 shots, you have some re-racks, take a re-rack, kind of delay your opponent coming back up in the 10th.
But at the same time, Hannah can also go up here, throw a double, and shut her out.
She can win it, yep. In the event that she would be trailing, though.
That's very true.
There's different dynamics and strategy play in head-to-head matches.
But yeah, right here, this is a big shot just to keep the count.
That is true. They're dead on in the count, and Hannah's working on a spare.
And a ball switch.
Pretty good.
Hannah went for a little weaker ball compared to the one she was throwing. It gave her more length, so we saw her going high on that lane, and I think instead of wanting to go left, she did just go ball down and stood in the same place she was on the Jackal Ghost.
That
I
one
like
looked-
that. I like to label a shot on a ball change. There's nothing better. To absolutely ace it, and it works every time you ball change.
It's a very ballsy ball change, you know. Like, she changed balls, and the most crucial time of the game, she changed it in the 9th frame. She had to be really sure about what the ball does, and knowing that she just drilled those balls, it shows you that she has a knowledge of what her equipment does, even though
Yep.
she hasn't used it.
Yeah, I feel like she drifted a little left on that one and got the ball moving right. And
It's a tough spare the bucket with the handle, but you spare and you strike. Forces all 3 from Bristol.
thankfully, that shot was off a strike there, so the count is still where it's at.
But this is
Not an easy spare.
no, this is no gimme.
Especially on a 44-foot pattern.
Throwing
Maybe.
straight at it too.
Nice.
Yeah,
That
good spare.
that was well done. Getting
Yeah,
a
that's a
little,
good move there. I believe that's her dad next to you, Ken. So,
yeah, getting
Well.
a little quick advice.
yep, I like it.
We need a strike from Hannah to forward Bristol to strike out. I don't believe Bristol had struck on the right lane yet. That's right, right?
She
Yeah,
is
no,
not.
no, she only got 2 in the game, and it was on the same lane. Big shot here, count-wise and everything. It's left. Yeah, got
But-
away with it.
Get away with it.
It's
all
a big
looks the
good break
same.
for Hannah.
All looks the same on the board, right? All right, so set the scene here, Ken. What do we need?
Pretty simple. 3 strikes for a roll-off. Otherwise, Hannah Roars will move on.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be that 9th and 10th frame roll-off since we saw that one down on 1 and 2.
Yeah. It's a lane she's been, I think, light on every shot, so let's see if maybe she makes a move off of it.
Oh, that looks like the best shot on this lane so far.
Oh, and it
four
goes
pin.
high.
So Hannah Roars will move on to face Rachel Moore in the semifinal. Great tournament for Bristol. She'll take home a $1,000 scholarship. And good luck to her at Stephen F. Austin next year. Or I suppose next year, this fall. Literally,
Yeah.
people are moving into college this
I would say
weekend.
it's not that far away. Yeah. A lot closer match than it ended up, but
Moving on to bowl against our 2 seed, Rachel Moore. 2 big round of applause for Bristol Buyer, 4th place, $1,000 on to semifinal.
Very nice. So let's get to know Rachel Moore. She'll be coming in here to take practice shots. I believe it's a 2 on each lane thing. Maybe it's more. I'm not sure. But she's 16 out of Iowa. I'm not going to try to pronounce that city. Averages 204, high game 290, high series of 755. EYT titles. That must be Elite Youth Tour. That must. Is that the Deandra's thing out in
Yeah.
Chicago? Chicagoland? Yeah. She has 1 SYC title, Storm Youth, I believe, Storm Youth
So youth
Championship.
championships, yeah. Very big event as well.
8-time state Pepsi champion. Wow. At
Jeez.
16, so she's winning state Pepsi titles at 8.
I wasn't even bowling at 8.
Right. 2-time high school first team All-State.
Oh, that's a lot of surface.
And 12-time Quad City High School tournament titles. Okay, so 12 titles. I was like,
Oh.
12-time, like, you'd have been 4. Okay, 12 titles. Got it.
Still,
So
though,
impressive resume here.
I'm just shocked with the amount of surface there is on that ball.
And that
Yeah.
is a... Is that an axiom?
That's a
Or is
Zen.
it a Zen?
That's
Yeah.
a Zen. It's definitely going to make the lanes very interesting.
Yeah, that is a lot of surface.
We see this amount of surface on tour very often for practice players, but it's usually to create some hook down lane. So you would see the girls having Avalons 360, 500 by their towel on the practice, because on the practice we're allowed to do it every shot. New 500, and you go up 5, up 6, up 7, or you go left if you want to make your opponent move left to force them out of their comfort zone.
So with the Abralon pads, that brings up a question for me, because every year we go up to Winnipeg and I bowl a tournament up there and we live stream the finals of that one, and they have rules to where you can alter the surface of the bowling ball in between every game. Is that the same in Poland?
No, we only can do it before each squad.
So
I think
like
at
here.
the World Bowling Tour, it's allowed to be alternating the surface every game.
I've always wondered how the different rules are overseas and in different countries compared to, USBC rules.
So there's usually USBC rules, and then you have a World Bowling Tour rules. And the federations in Europe would sometimes choose which rules they follow. Whether they're going to follow the World Bowling Tour, which means you can change every game, or they would follow USBC, which means you cannot throughout the squad. So when it comes to Poland, we were not alternating the ball surfaces during the squad. We can only do it before or after.
Very nice. And then there's a lot of places, too, that consider in like a match like this, each match is like a different round. So you can alter the surface of the bowling ball in between the stepladder matches because it's considered a different round in a way. Like certain tournaments have different rules.
I mean, I'm sure it's Hannah and what's the...
Rachel.
Oh, Rachel. So I'm sure if Rachel didn't like her ball motion, I think she would be able to alter her ball surface, right?
Yep.
But doesn't mean that Hannah can as well? Or because Hannah has bowled already and doesn't get practice, she cannot?
Right,
really
it's the
unsure
interpretations of the rules. I don't know on that one. If you have any rules gurus in chat, please let us know on that one. Okay, Hannah's going to start us off on the left lane. Our girls' open finals semifinal match is underway.
And back to the other
It's
ball.
a bit in.
Oh, good break to get the 5 out of that.
I think she wasn't feeling very confident in the VIP after it has left her a bucket from hitting a pocket. Probably that's the reason why she moved to a stronger ball back again to the Jackal Ghost.
It's going to be interesting to see what that surface does to Anna's reaction too.
Definitely. It really is going to depend if Rachel is going to be on the left or right of her.
So they look to be pretty close.
All right.
Okay, all right,
Spare.
got that one.
Confidence booster on the corner pin there. I was always the proponent in tournaments where you're going to sit there and leave it until you pick it up. It always happens. You miss one and you're going to leave it the very next frame. You miss one again, leave it the very next frame.
Well, that's spare to start with.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, weren't we? It's not easy.
Looks like she's trying to go a little straighter, a little farmer potentially than what Hannah's doing, so could just be about getting it in the right direction for Rachel. Careful.
Roll. Oh, there it is.
Right.
So as you can see, Rachel's wearing a 2018 Midwest Youth Championship jersey, so she's been around for a few years. And at the age of 16, she started bowling this when she was 12, 13.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people have always said when I try to get them out to league or try to get them out to tournaments, well, I'm not good enough. Well, there's a division for everyone out here. Not good enough is not a good answer in bowling. You know, they have handicap systems in place to help people improve their game and advance along. And I think the same thing in this tournament. You have the handicap division, come out, get some games, work your way into that scratch division.
Yeah, just it gives you the chance to compete without having to worry if you are good enough, because so that's what the handicap system is really for, right? Is to level the playing field, so to speak.
Yep.
I mean, just give everyone that fair chance that, you know, bowling up against somebody who averages 220 where you only average 150, it's not gonna.
Careful.
Oh, saw that a couple times already. Yeah, but it gives you that chance to compete against them and not have to worry about getting run over because they're, you know, 99% of the time a better bowler, if you will. So it gives you the chance to get out, compete, and get better.
Yeah, I encourage anyone out there watching, please come out and give this tournament a chance. A lot of prizes to be won out here. Well, let's see if Hannah can take advantage of that opening.
Sticking with
the VIP, it looks like. Well, fortunate to get the 7 out of there.
I think the lines have developed a little bit to where Hannah is not really in her very much comfort zone. Her line that she was playing around up 11, 12 to 10 has kind of gone away because the phone's gone away, which forces her left. At first, she didn't want to go farther left, so she moved down the ball, trying to stay in the same place. I feel like now she feels a little bit trapped. If she leaks it to the right, it's a bucket. If the ball doesn't make it, that's fair. If she misses left, there's no hold. I believe the right move would be to stay with the jackal, just move a bit left. I think she has developed a little bit of friction down lane as well to have that miss. She just needs to trust it a little bit more.
I believe that's what she did, is she picked up the ghost.
Yeah, she threw it on the first frame, so.
Maybe she's playing 2 lanes differently, right? Or maybe she wanted to go back to the other ball. It wasn't right. We'll see what she does next.
It's left. Right. Shim there, kicked the.
See that?
It did look like she moved left with her feet, right? It's just that maybe she didn't trust it. I think she's getting close.
That looked a lot closer, but she's very much a drifter. Like it doesn't look like she's starting anywhere different, but she drifts to where she wants to be, and that definitely looked like she is further left.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it that lane from the angle, but it did seem like it was a bit farther left.
Good spare.
See Rachel is throwing a Zen from 900 Global. Shiny ball that she put a lot of surface on. I think it's maybe to help her blend the pattern. We can see the ball losing a little bit of energy and not being very snappy in the back. I think this was her goal and what she wanted to see. She made it work all the way here. We'll see if it can work in this match. Looks like a good shot.
Yeah, take that.
Good strike.
Yeah, you can see when that ball transitions and gets into a roll, and if it gets to that point, she's usually pretty good.
If I was Hannah, I would run away from that zone because wherever Rachel is, you don't want to be laying the ball down anywhere near that because it's just gonna hook instantly. I wonder if Hannah does realize this, that now the lanes are gonna be transferring twice as fast as before. Good shot by Rachel, putting some pressure.
So then if you're our leader, who's our leader?
Kira makes them.
Kira.
Yep.
So if you're Kira, do you watch some of this to see this happening? You know, and I know she's getting her shots in down on 1 and 2, but at what point do you come down and watch where both are playing, kind of look where the miss is, that kind of thing?
I always watch where the opponents are standing, where they're trying to stand, because how they drift might depend on the nerves or not. But I would come at the beginning of the game, try to see where they slide. I'll come the last few frames to see how they're sliding now and where they're trying to set up. And that would give me an idea of how the lanes have developed. It's really hard though sometimes because You know, we know our games the most, so we can get the feel of the lanes a lot better by throwing the ball than watching the ball. But when it comes to bowling on tour, we see the players week to week, so we know their games very well as well. So we can kind of judge of their choices and why they have done certain choices. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's quite hard to see which lane is tighter, which one is not. Sometimes it's just, you know, like educated guess of what you see.
Careful.
It's a good spare by Hannah.
Can't say how many times I've thrown a straight across lane and still
Chopped
chopped
it.
that thing.
Yeah.
It's and it drives me nuts every time.
Yeah, it's every bowler's nightmare, isn't it? Just
Every
chop
time.
it.
You think the angle that you can't do that and you chop it back.
You
You're like,
can.
okay, well, good. All right, Anna up now, still clean in the 5th frame.
Curious if it was a move on this lane or not.
I mean, she did throw the VIP on 14.
Where is
so
Hannah
it's-
setting up right now? What is she standing up?
She's got her left foot on, looks like about 15, but said she drifts very far left, and that is definitely further left than she was last
Yeah,
game.
her left foot ended on about 25 there, so.
It's definitely a grind, this game.
You know, it's not about the drift, it's about the consistency is what I always say. I mean, if that's how
Yeah.
your game is, it's easy to line up off of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Another very choppable spare that I don't like.
Don't jinx it, okay?
I know, I do it all the time. No, please don't. Please, oh my gosh.
And the booth jinx finally hits.
Yeah, black clouding.
Oh. And I apologize for that one. I know you'll probably watch this in a couple days. Every time.
And we'll see if Rachel can get a strike here to get an advantage of the match. Rachel is setting her left foot on board 13, sliding around 19. That was in, leaving at 610.
As I do believe Kira's got rev rate. I've watched her throw a few shots, and she's got an increased rev rate than what we've seen. So it'll be interesting to see where she plays on this pair when she comes in for the title match.
I do believe she should be here soon just to see what's happening. She should see what Rachel is doing with this much of a surface on the ball. I think that can change the way Kira is going to attack the lanes.
Yeah, now I'm getting grief in the chat room for being the black cloud. Hey, it happens.
Yep.
Just hope you're not bowling on NDBowlTV. that's how it works, I guess. That looks okay.
Yep.
Good hooks.
Unfortunately, the ball has so much surface. I feel like there's no chance for it to retain any energy getting into the pins. So Rachel has decided to have the ball blend the pattern and have it more controllable, but give up on a little bit of carry that she would get with the ball that would just go through the pins a lot better.
But in this kind of case where it's difficult out there, is it almost better in a way to do that where you take some of the...
I guess that's the reason why we had seen the guys throwing purple hammers and urethanes,
Yeah.
right? It might not seem like the best motion, but the most controllable.
Yeah, so it gives you maybe not the best margin for error, but at least it's consistent where something that's going to potentially overreact, it might
Well, I do
not
think
be the
that
best case.
Rachel is bowling up to her air game, so she's trying to make her air game work, and I believe it's a little bit straighter. She is certain that she can hit them work more often than not. Just she has to be quite perfect in order to get the ball to the pocket. She misses right as a bucket, she misses left as face. But I think she has a big belief in the abilities that she can do it. Okay.
It looked like it either was a move left or a miss.
I think that was a move left and give it to where she wanted, but the ball didn't do anything.
Might be a case of now switch back to the ghost.
And I do believe that if she threw the ghost exactly like she threw that ball, I think that would be a pocket. Maybe light pocket, but I think the girls have more drive and it would make it back from where she threw it.
Oh, good spare.
So, yeah. Getting a little bit more advice. Said it's only a 10-pin match right now, as has been the case. It's very close still.
I always like to see the interactions between the kids and their parents, because they're all so different.
That's true.
And some of them are just all calm, like this. Some are like, you need to, you know. Okay.
It's not a good line
Okay.
from here.
Yeah, gotta get it to roll.
Okay, she has a pocket. I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, losing the pocket in a one-game match is so hard. Yeah, I look down there and see Kira throwing shots. She's got higher ball speed, higher rev rate. It'll just be interesting to see how she's going to play this pattern here.
I think that's going to be quite hard. It doesn't look easy as is already. So you could see Hannah going through transition from having a very good line to struggling a little bit.
Got it.
Oh boy.
And this, I do believe this is the first year we've gone fresh oil for all three finals.
I think so. I think they've done it where they did fresh oil for like the girls, but then the boys bowled on top of that.
Yes, yeah. So it now I'm hoping that's what they do. That's my understanding anyway, is that everyone's going to have the fresh pattern on the finals.
If not, that's going to make it very interesting.
Yeah,
when they
imagine
get
the boys bowling on that in a few games.
Especially with the urethane from left and, yeah,
Ooh.
Swisher 7.
That's okay, though. I mean, right now it's, you know, get your spares, and if you can throw a double in there again.
Yeah, we have a 10 pins difference.
Again, if you're just joining us, please share with everyone you know on social media our live stream. Hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button. There's also a little bell next to the subscribe button for all your notifications.
Good
Good
spare.
It's fair for Rachel.
We are in the semifinal match of the girls' open division. We will then head on over to 15 and 16 for the youth handicap division, and then come back to 13 and 14 for the boys' final. So settle on in, grab some lunch. Semifinal match, frame 8, 10-pin match.
Oh, that's a bit in.
Oh boy.
Ooh. That count is always big.
Yeah.
Even in qualifying matches, there's countless times where you and I have been in or out by 1 or 2 pins. It's
Something happened with the machine, right? It just
Yeah.
decided to swipe it away.
Oh.
and
Yep.
Matt Meyer's on it. He's already going down there to reset it. So
Yeah, he's doing a great job, for real. That's one of the reasons of why the tournament has been on time and the lanes have been running so smoothly with no problems. Seems to have everything under control.
big shout out to the lane staff here, the Meyer family, Nevin and his wife. They've all done such a great job with this tournament.
Can't ever say it enough, I don't think.
This happened to me once at a tournament. I threw a really bad shot, and I think it's not like the washout, but it left the 1, 2, 7, 8, like 6, 10. Like it was a weird leave, and it swept it. So then you got to go up to the desk. And you're like, I need to say what this is, and they're like, what?
Okay, so the match got really interesting now.
Yeah, opening here. Looks like she's throwing the ghost on the right lane now.
I think it's a good ball change. I hope she's going to trust it. She seems to be setting up exactly the same spot she was. She's standing on 13 She's gonna drift. We'll see how much. It looks like a good shot.
It's close.
Switch it out.
Oh
Got
boy,
rid of the five.
that was so close to being a terrible break.
That was such a good shot too.
I can feel the grind, guys. I can feel
Yeah.
like,
Right?
yeah, it's probably the longest bowling game they've ever bowled, especially Hannah with not striking once this game yet.
I've always felt as a bowler it's harder to watch than to do it. Like, I'm always more nervous when my friends are bowling. Like, when I'm in the moment, I'm in the moment. You know, you have your own, like, you're nervous, but I get more nervous when my friends are bowling. I don't know why.
Good spare.
Yeah, Hannah is yet to strike in this game.
That might be one of the most important shots for the game to make it interesting, to put some pressure on Rachel. We're in the frame 9. Hannah is looking for her first strike of the game.
So she's got a couple decent shots back to back, though. That's got to give her a little confidence here.
Imagine not having thrown a strike, and if you do here, you're leading the match. Like, that's crazy. Anything can happen in bowling. It's okay.
Pretty
Will it roll?
close. Same thing again, but that's okay.
Spares are good right now.
The count is also very important. She was 4 pins up now. It's going to look like a 3-pin lead. 9 is a very good shot at this moment of the game. That's a lot of spares she's made this game.
Careful again.
I got it. Okay. Okay, so Hannah's max is 189. Rachel can strike out here for 196.
Showing a little experience, taking extra time right there, too.
And
Left.
that's in.
Oh,
No harm right there,
yeah,
though.
fortunate to leave a makeable.
I'm just still thinking of how the lanes are gonna play next match. I feel like Rachel is so far left, it's gonna be impossible. I'm really interested to see.
Yeah, this is one of those where like this practice shots are
Hey, good spell.
going to be
Very
worth
good spell.
watching in our next match. You know,
Yeah,
see how
It-
surprised she is when that first one goes down the lane.
I believe the only way to make this work is playing a fallback, to playing it like an actual 43 full pattern.
Well, she
Just
is.
getting it towards a 3-pin, because if you get it farther right than that, you're gonna run into Rachel's truck, and that's not gonna be pretty.
I can see Kira over behind my shoulder. She is watching, so hopefully getting an idea of what's going on here. That's got to
Better if
pick
it
up.
turns now. You get it going right on this pattern, and with that ball, it's
Yeah, unfortunately, this surface is not allowing her to miss anyway. No left, no right. Very important spirit of the game now.
yeah, and lost more in the count department there.
So she can max out for 166? No, 170.
173.
73.
173.
So, I mean, it's a good spare. I mean, it's by no means over, but, you know, Hannah at this point needs
Mark and count, right?
I mean, she
Fif-
does need a good count, right?
a 15-pin fill with strike from Rachel here. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, is no gimme. I mean, when you haven't thrown a strike in a game, I mean, there's a lot of 9 spares, which is
And-
great. But
Hannah needs a spare.
yes, yes,
Right?
yeah,
Yeah,
but she
okay.
needs 15 fill. So. Well,
Well,
now not
That's the surface. You know, the ball's
Yeah.
not doing anything.
say. I mean, it's Mark at this point. I mean, count is, you don't want to say it's irrelevant, but, you know, with the way that Hannah throws, it's secondary at this point.
okay, pretty simple here. Mark for the win.
That's a good shot though, but it hooks.
Yeah, so it started to go
Oh,
left or a
man,
little
you
bit.
gotta
but
look at this thing again. I'm not gonna say anything.
I think it's the left lane that is worse. I've seen some not great racks yet on the left lane.
I think Hannah did get the ball where she wanted, but the ball really hooked a lot because of all the balls that had been thrown there before. That's a big shot of the game.
Oh, hard way.
Oh boy, almost did it again.
I didn't say anything.
Good.
None of you in chat either. I don't want to hear it. So is this where you try a little something here? I mean, you need 5 pins.
Yeah, I think your dad's just telling her, just throw the shot, you know.
I think she should
I mean,
move left.
don't-
Everything left.
I think that would be the play, but, you know, right now just worry about getting your pins and
Yeah,
getting your win.
Get the 5, move on to the title match.
She has not moved out. She's standing still 13.
No, that'll be enough right there, though.
Yep, just enough. All right, so Hannah roars or move on.
Hannah Roars moves on to the title match. She's Maxim. Give a big round of applause for Rachel Moore.
And Rachel
I'll be
Moore.
right back.
Okay.
$1,500.
And Rachel Moore will take home a $1,500 scholarship for her efforts. And Daria's over talking to Hannah, so we're going to get some insider information at the moment. Maybe a little coaching too.
I would imagine maybe a little bit. You know, you want to see everybody bowl well right now. I think that's the biggest thing. So we'll.
But here in the booth, we'll take any information we can get on to Hannah's thought process and whatnot, and see what happens. So Kira Maxim will come in now and take her practice shots. She hasn't bowled a meaningful shot here in probably 2.5 hours. So, and she's been practicing down on the leftovers of what was oiled this morning. A little lazy down lane, as you'd expect. But
I do think that lane 13 is tighter right down lane. We had seen so many good shots and so many flat 10 pins.
yeah, a little more down lane reaction on 14 for her there.
Well, you have to think about where they started that first game. It seemed like both girls were further right on 14 than 13. So
I do think that the lane 14 has developed into being a little bit better lane than lane 13. It does hook a lot more, so we'll see if the girls can adjust. It had changed because maybe 14 was tighter at the beginning. We saw a lot of girls missing the pocket to the right.
And that one recovered a little bit on 14 where it didn't on 13.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
If I was to start the match, I would not want to finish on lane 13. Because lane 13 doesn't seem to be carrying very well and can be over under after just so.
well, let's get to know Kira Maxim at Gretna, Nebraska. Am I saying that right? Age 15. Throws it really good. 15.
I remember, I think we were commenting on that last year when she was here.
14-year-old last year. So averages 195, high game 300, high series 771. Won 5 National Youth Open titles in singles and doubles. Qualified third at the 2021 Junior Gold under 15 girls division. She did finish 9th. And another 4.125 GPA in high school, so I'm guessing that's having college credits and everything to go with it. Again, the winner will take home a $3,000 scholarship, and the runner-up will take home $2,000. So a lot of money at stake here. I just can't imagine bowling at $1,000 like difference $1,000 difference in a match at 14.
When you
15.
sometimes think about it, it might be a 10-pin ride that can cost you $1,000. You make
Right.
it, you
Yep.
have it, you don't make it, you don't have it. Makes it very exciting.
I just can't imagine at that age, you know. I'd get nervous at 34 bowling for $1,000. They're doing it at 15. And we're underway in our Girls Open Division Championship match. Kira Magson will start us off on the left lane.
That
Good
made it
shot.
all the way back. Good shot.
She came back looking at her thumb, so maybe she's having a little bit of a problem there.
I mean, as many games as they've probably bowled this weekend.
Multiple shifts, and yeah.
I think we all know how fickle thumbs can be in the bowling game.
Let's take a video. Hannah.
Well, that looked like a pull, but
Got away with it.
yeah, just a 10-pin.
Oh, that's all you can do on that one is smile.
Go up, get your spare, and
Nope. Forget that one. We do have a lot of Hannah fans in the chat room right now, so
looks
That's
good.
a good spare.
Yep.
and again, Hannah will be going to Stephen F. Austin probably shortly. Moving on down to Texas. Where at in Texas? Stephen F. Austin?
I heard something like 2 hours away from Austin,
Okay.
but I don't know which way. It sounded very weird, the name of the city, so I couldn't memorize
Oh,
it.
I'm not going to try and pronounce
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Okay.
Roll. Oh, that could
That's
have,
get
very
it
good
out.
shot.
that could have easily got the 7 out there.
Okay. It's just about straight north of Houston.
Okay. Far away from Houston?
Yeah. It's a
Oh, all right.
Good spare.
Yeah, and Anna says in our chat room that she moves in on Friday. It's Nacogdoches, Texas.
I would have never pronounced that, so
Oh.
I'm glad that you know it.
I've just heard it said before, and now that I see it, I'm like, oh yeah.
I think it's worth noting that Kira had chosen herself to start the match, which means she's going to be the one feeling the pressure if it comes down to 10th frame, which also means she's going to finish on the right lane.
Pretty good.
But said maybe that came down to better ball reaction on the right lane.
Again, thank you to everyone who's active in our chat room and has joined us today. Championship match, frame 3.
I'm not sure what ball is this, but it looks like a Proton Physics by Storm. If that's the ball, it's a very big ball,
Oh, that's
very
left.
forward in the back.
I think she's having thumb issues right now.
Yeah, probably struggling to get out the ball consistently every time.
Well, I mean, I know we've both gone through it, and I'm sure you have too, Daria, but not bowling for, an hour, hour and a half, however long she had to sit,
Yeah.
thumb's probably going to swell up.
Especially when she already had a pre-existing blister or something.
Yeah.
The first shots really hurt. That's why I hope that she had enough shots on 1 and 2, so that way her thumb got used to it. But It's the last game of the event, so
Yeah, you gotta power through it.
yeah,
Get into a roll. Yeah, there you go.
good spare. That's really not an easy spare.
No,
Yeah,
by
not
no
on
means.
sport patterns.
3-9 on a sport pattern can be very tricky. You throw it too far right, it never comes back.
And it's usually a result of going Brooklyn and you know leaving it. So you're fresh off of pulling one way left, and now you
Yeah.
gotta trust yourself to send it right and not out of bounds though. So
It's got a hook.
yeah, that one never got a chance.
Never saw.
But makeable spare from there.
Hook, hook.
Oh,
Ooh,
all right.
got it.
Well, hard way. Maybe that'll give her an idea of maybe where she wants to be.
Again, top prize here is a $3,000 scholarship. I'd be curious to know like lifetime winnings at this tournament for certain people, because it would be, you know, if Nevin just had a list, I bet you that some of it won a lot of money here.
That was a good
that-
shot.
That is the first strike in 13 frames, right?
Yeah,
Something like that.
you
Yeah.
saw that ball turn up and kind of face up different than the rest. So
Finally got into the zone she should be at. Yeah, on that lifetime earnings thing, you'd have to think Hannah would be up there very high.
right. I should talk to Nevin about that for next year. Now that he's got 6 years down, I mean, he's probably got a lot of info.
It's got to push. Oh boy.
Wow. In the chat room, it's confirmed about 12,000 Hannah has won at this tournament.
Wow.
That's insane. And so now make that 14 minimum after this. Possibly 15,000 in one tournament. Can't imagine.
Well, evens up the match yet again.
All I know is as a parent, I need to get my girls into bowling so they can come to this thing.
Oh,
someday.
yeah, you do.
So if my wife's watching back home, taking our kids bowling.
Let's see if Kira can rebound after a couple marginal shots from her.
Any idea what ball the first seed is throwing? I'm guessing. We're thinking it's a proton physics with the coloring on there.
She does have a storm patch on, too. Or on the jersey itself, I guess. So
You know,
I cannot really see why I cannot think of any other ball that looks like that. That
Right.
would not be a proton physics.
good spare. Yeah, well, it looks very much like one, doesn't it?
and at the completion of this match, we will get a word with the winner. I know they'll probably pull Dario away for pictures and whatnot, so we're kind of used to that at this tournament. They always want to take pictures with the pros and not the guys in the live stream, so understandable. But they will talk with us, the winner anyways. Get to see what their thought process was is always a good thing.
Yeah. If Hannah strikes now, she's going to have a lead by 11. A spare is going to be lead by 1.
Push.
Ooh, a chance to go. She's close.
Very. She's controlling the pocket. This is something that's very important, especially when the lanes are this hard.
Yeah, that just brings it to a 1-pin match now with a spare here. So said it's 5 frames who's going to execute.
It's a good spare.
Yep.
Now this is a definition of a grind. You know, she's had 1 strike in the last 2 games. It's just cover your spares, stay within yourself, give yourself a chance.
Yeah, we had seen that she had missed 2 spares in a row, game 1 of those finals. But then we have to remember how many spares she really made last game, right? She did not strike once, and she bought the 1/7 game, winning the match. So.
Well, really the only spare she missed, she chopped.
Yeah.
That's left.
Okay,
That's a
got
good
the 10
break.
out, yeah.
Say, makeable spares, that's a big thing right now.
And again, our next will be the youth handicap division. In the past, the youth handicap division, they all just go and bowl. So,
It's quite different from what we're normally used to seeing on here, that's for sure.
so that is up next on the spare.
Yep.
And then at the end of the day will be the boys open final.
Yeah, it's a proton physics.
Oh, yep, you can see it right there.
And they got a ball stuck on 13 at the moment.
Yep, can
So-
see it just spinning in the back right now.
I'm sure there's wait till she throws a shot here and see someone run back.
It's okay if it picks up.
Ooh,
It goes a little bit behind the head pin. Very good shot for Kara. Just the lanes are really hard. Normally, if the lanes were softer, you would see strike after strike, but the shots that the girls are executing, unfortunately, one is tighter, one is hooking more. It's not easy environment for those girls.
But it shows how well both of them are bowling right now. You know, they're picking up what they need to, giving themselves the opportunity at least. Nobody's given a game away yet.
Gets better. We're 1 pin away.
yeah, very close match. Now in the 7th. As we mentioned before, the way the scoring works here, it only shows what's been completed and what's up next. So then eventually it just keeps adding to the score there.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, that one picked up nice.
Good shot. Very good shot by Kara.
Yeah, I like the way that ball just set up and rolled through the pocket with authority. You're not seeing much of that on this pattern, so big shot here.
That looks like a good shot.
Yep,
Got it.
that's nice.
Can opener.
Can either one of them get a double here? I think the one that does, I would imagine, probably is going to win the match. I mean, a lot can happen yet, but throw a double on the board this late in a tight match.
We still have a lot of frames to go, and with how bad the lanes seem to be, you never know when there's gonna be 4 through the middle or 210.
Yep.
I wasn't going to
So-
be the one to say it.
No, I'm not Black Cloud, so.
Okay.
Get a push.
I was going to say, Daria, this one's on you. All right. Safe with a 3-pin. Yeah, this next shot for Kira, it's going to be for a double, and then it's the lane she's going to finish on. So
Good spare.
Very important one. I mean, every shot seems to be extremely important when you're only
Right.
1 pin different, right?
Yeah, this might be the biggest shot of the match, though, right here. It's pretty
Maybe.
close. Yeah,
That's
that was
really
good.
good.
It's a good shot. Very good shot, Kira.
Another ball stuck back there on 13. Yeah, they should probably go get that before she throws this. I think she's going to go ahead anyways.
When you get in the zone, you don't notice things like that.
Will it
Very
roll?
close again.
Ooh, oh,
Boy.
Oh, wow. The pins slide here quite a lot, right?
right.
There's
There, were
Alexandria.
there was a lot of deadwood throughout the day that we saw.
Yeah. Okay, so with Kira's spare, we're gonna have 8 pins lead over Hannah.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Schmidt. Thanks for checking in. We do remember meeting you in Idaho earlier this year on our way home from the USBC Open.
Yeah, good to hear from you again. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
So,
I think my heart would stop if I
Right.
was her.
oh, yeah. Well, Hannah has a chance right here.
Yeah, ball in hand.
3 strikes and 9 pins.
That was a
Pretty
looks like a
good.
shot. A bit fast.
Oh,
just
Is that a 7 pin?
Stubborn 7-pin. We've had at least 5 or 6 of those just in the girls' final here.
I think it's because of the angle she's creating. The ball was a little bit fast, didn't have enough time to do something in the pins.
Still, though, get your spare. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
can throw 3 in the 10th.
These are twister pins, which
Yeah.
that explains everything because they're twister pins up in Manitoba, and it's the same thing, exact same thing. Confirmation from Jeff Craig that Jamie is also at 12K lifetime on the spare.
Good shot.
Tell you what, Hannah's going through the ultimate grind. This is crazy.
Yeah, you got to come up with your 3 best shots right here, though. She can manage.
She can max out for 2 or 3.
Yeah, if she can manage to get all 3, that forces a double.
Yeah. That's a very interesting match.
Push,
Got to push a little bit.
touch it.
Oh boy. It's Still, though, very important to get the spare and strike, and that forces a mark yet.
Yeah.
Good spare.
Spare, good clean game.
Just need to come up with your best shot right here.
Yeah, count is big.
I think 9 is fine, right?
Yeah, nine forces a mark.
Oh, 8.
Well, it still forces a mark, but a 9-0 is a tie.
We haven't had tie yet, maybe?
In the championship match, that would be fun.
We'll see. Kara threw a very good shot on this line and the frame before here.
So it's a clean 190 for Hannah Roars.
Like you said, that's the ultimate grind-out game right there with the way they've been playing today.
Yeah.
So see what Kira
mark
can
to
do.
win it. Mark
Oh,
to win
that's
it.
it.
Left. Oh boy.
Not easy. I tell you what, I don't want to throw at this for a title.
No.
No, not at
I
all.
just like leave.
Yep.
Like reset.
But again, thankfully the 9 isn't back there.
Yeah, and I don't think I would want to throw it on the left lane. The right lane, at least from my view, looks like it's a good set.
Yes. Okay. Pick it up for the title.
That looks like it's
Hard way. Got it.
very
Well,
good game. Bold.
You
Right
see
for
the
girls.
exhale there. I would not want to throw at that for $1,000.
No, not a bit.
Okay, just count. Yeah, stay behind the lane.
Yep.
Line. That's all you got to do. That'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah, we have a new champion.
New winner. Okay,
Kara bowled a phenomenal game. Going into those lanes that were not easy, she was able to make good adjustments. And
yep. Great game for Hannah. Great grind. All 3 games for Hannah, and she'll take home a $2,000 scholarship.
You can see how much it means to both of them too right now.
Yeah. Well, they're probably going to steal Daria away from us to take a picture and the trophy presentation. And then, Ken, I'm going to make you go find our winner so we can have a word with her and move on to the handicap.
Well, are we doing that now or are they doing that later?
I'm not sure.
I think they might be doing the trophy later. So
maybe
I'll see if I can.
everybody is.
Well, Nevin's got a check in hand, the cardboard check, so I think they're going to do that quickly. At least that's what they've done every other year. I don't know.
We'll find out here in a sec. Otherwise, I'll be doing some running.
At least we're pretty informal here at NDBowlTV. It's not like we're on a schedule, so do what we need to do. So now,
Yeah, Nevin's walking up there, so
Of course, Ken.
okay. So again, great bowling by Hannah Roars, and congratulations to Kira Magsam. And again, we'll get a word with Kira following the trophy presentation. I think I need to hire on Daria as the NDBowlTV social media expert.
would be a good hire if you could make that happen. And That career earnings thing we were talking about, you'd have to think Akira is going to be on her way to that.
Yes, she was on our show last year, and I guess I can't remember far back to know if she was in the other divisions, even a lot younger. It's hard to say.
But winning at the age of 15 against some of the competition here,
And yeah, she's going to be around for a while.
you'd have to think with how well she throws the ball. That's
Okay, well, I think it's your turn to go find her, and let's have a word with our winner while they warm up for the handicap division. And just to answer the question in the chat room, this is the only youth tournament that we do live stream, but we will indeed live stream more if people are interested. So if you know someone who is, please send them my way. We do offer free quotes. It is very affordable for tournament directors out there if you are interested. Quick picture time with the final four. Now it looks like they're bringing out the oiler again. So are we going to oil 13 and 14 for the boys, and then we'll be good? We'll see. All right, and now let's just find a camera here. We're going to welcome on in the winner of the Girls Open Division, Kira Magsam, is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That is a $3,000 scholarship, winning at age 15. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good since last year I lost in the title match after also
Right.
being seeded first.
That's what I thought, yep. So take us through that last match. Did you see anything different on the lanes that kind of made you think, oh, where should I play and move?
I didn't actually move anywhere because they played pretty similar to how they played earlier this morning. It was just sometimes I would throw it and it looked okay, and then at the very end it just jumped and I didn't know what was happening. So I kind of tried to adjust the way I was releasing it off of that. But
Sure. And how's the thumb doing it? So
it's okay. It's still kind of hurting, but it was bleeding at the in the fourth shot of practice.
Wow. Daria, you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm thinking it was a very gutsy decision to have you start first. Can you walk me through the process of why you have decided to start on the left line and be the last one to finish and put all the pressure on yourself?
I don't know, I've never, I feel a lot of pressure, but I never actually, get super nervous about it. So, and I normally always start first if I get the chance, just so I can see if, I need to do something, because I'm not more clutch, but I don't want to, end up just throwing a shot thinking I'm okay, and then realize if I did strike, I could have won or anything.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. It was very, very good match.
Thank
I thought the
you.
lanes were not that easy. We had the girls throwing a lot of surface on there. I felt like it might really change the way of ball rolls, but you really went about it very well. You were farther left. It was a very good match to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Like you said, you were second last year, lost in the final, but got it done this year, and I'm sure we'll see you back next year.
I hope so.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll talk to you again. So congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank
congrats.
you.
Kira Megsam, the winner of the girls' open division. Congratulations to her, and we will get set up here for the handicap division. I just got to move a camera around here quickly, and then we'll be on our way. Oh, now the fun part, since I don't have a staff for this, you know.
Well, you are the staff.
I am the staff, yes. I will say it's kind of nerve-wracking having Daria here after being in the USBC NDBowlTV booth, which is pretty fancy.
No, you guys are great.
I saw you in the booth last weekend on the PWBA show, and I was like, oh no, she's going to come up here and think we're not very good. But I will say Aaron Smith and Canizaro and all those guys do such a great job with that. So
Yeah, they do. The booth is great. But so do you guys.
yeah, I think I saw on her Instagram, she's like, how cool is this booth? And I'm like, oh no. All right, let's see if we can get our score camera figured out here. Again, we're going to be working on a little bit of an angle here towards lanes 15 and 16, but we'll be able to make it work for you. Who do we have in our first match?
Well, let me grab the sheets. I did at least get those out.
And again, in the handicap division, they normally work pretty quick. There is handicap
starting.
listed. The handicap, Casey's got 56 and Zaylee's got 80.
That's a very good shot. I really like his release.
Okay, let's figure out the scores really quick, and then we'll get to know.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get something to drink, and I'll be right back.
Yep. All right, that's about as good as we're going to get, I think, Ken. And there's our scores. Hopefully everyone can see the 56 pins and the 80 pins. That's our handicap, and that should be reflected on the handicap total there on the far right. So, all right, our first match is Casey Hughes, who just threw a shot out of Hatley, Wisconsin, 12 years old, 149 average, 226 high game, in 8th grade. Bowling since he was 5 years old, and just got a new kitten. That's exciting. And now Zaylee Clark is 11 years old out of Bloomfield, Iowa. Averages 119, high game 190. Active with piano and percussion instruments. Bowling since 2nd grade. So good luck to both of them.
Thank you.
And our
That's
final
the final
payout.
standings.
So Kira with the $3,000 scholarship,
Very
Hannah
good
Roars
start.
with $2,000, Rachel Moore with $1,500, and Bristol Byer the $1,000 scholarship. So congratulations to all the young ladies who bowled in the girls' open division.
Good poker shot by Casey.
Zaylee Clark and Casey Hughes.
It's always fun to see the how big of a difference it is when you get into the handicap division as far as just the way they go about bowling. It's you know, most of them are get up there, throw the ball, and see what happens, and you know, they don't get too upset about it.
I feel like those matches might go by a bit faster, right? They seem to be having a
Yep.
faster pace.
Yep. I think there was one year both bowlers bowled at the same
Oh.
time, and after each shot they just kind of rotated and threw shots, and at the end of the
Yeah.
game they're just like, okay, what happens now? They looked up, oh, you won, you're good.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
So it is refreshing to see different kind of matches, and
Said different ways to approach bowling. He said, most of the people in the handicap division said they haven't had that kind of competition, I guess, in a way to get them prepared for something like this.
yeah, this could legit be their first tournament. You never know.
Oh,
That's such a good shot again.
that's really good for Casey's 12, I think.
Let's see. Okay. Casey averages 149.
But yeah, I mean, 12. He's 12
Yeah,
years
12
old.
years
I mean,
old, yes.
that's really impressive.
Yeah, and 11. Zaley's 11.
And throws a backup at the 10 pin. That's
Little Anthony Simonson in the
I do believe
repertoire.
that's great because with his ball speed and the rev rate, it must be so hard to pick up a 10 pin.
oh, you would imagine, but that's.
I mean, it's hard as is, right? And then
Yeah.
you get the.
I feel like it was a case where when he was a little younger, he could never pick it up, and he just got frustrated and started finding ways to make it work, and I like it.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, now can we see it in the scores on the screen?
Yes. Yeah, we can see the total.
Okay,
on
it
the
does
far
show
right.
it on the
Yep.
far right. Okay, so we know we've got an idea of where we're at then.
Yep. I always have a hard time in the handicap division figuring out what you need to win and everything, and the way the handicap is generated in the scores.
That's very unlucky. That could have gotten close for that. I can knock it down for the spare.
Maybe.
Pretty close.
Oh.
2 in a row.
That's always a problem with a square like that,
Yeah.
right? You have to like have a very good angle to get that 10 pin. I'm really curious to know what weight of the ball is Casey throwing. I think it's like a
Oh.
12 pounds.
Gotta think 12 or 13.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that his dad? Am I right?
It's possible.
I'll ask soon.
It's okay, just catching
Yeah.
the thumb
I
hole.
think
Right,
it is.
you
I
can,
think-
you
I
can
think you're
tell by
good.
the body language.
Yeah. I see the resemblance too, so I think you're good if you ask.
Be right back. I'm gonna go on a mission.
Insider information from Daria. Casey on the spare.
Oh.
Kind of a few
Tough.
unlucky breaks on the
Yeah.
spares here.
Is
13
answer.
pounds. All right. 13-pound ball.
Okay, so if Zari spares this one, we're gonna be about a tie, including all the handicaps.
Yeah, very close.
So that means, in theory, Zaylee should be ahead because she's already covered the handicap.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's still, I mean, it's a close match either way, though.
Mm-hmm.
Back door.
So she's getting close, leaving herself stuff she can make at least.
Right.
I mean, you know, that's all you can really hope for. Ugh. Just half a board off every time.
Well, thank you out to Michael Wolf. Thanks for the comment. Do appreciate that. That's a good shot.
That was nice.
Gotta say, I love the body language. I love it.
You don't get that too often from kids that age, but
Right.
it's fun to see.
Yeah, I love it. He's already got all the motions down and everything. I love it. And I will say they did come out and already re-oil lanes 13 and 14, so at the end of this final we'll be...
Oh.
That's such a good shot, guys.
That's why I told Darren Hansen last night, bring the heat, bring the fire, you know. I like to see the excitement, and that's what Casey's doing right now. Alex got a chance.
Good
It's
night.
close, yeah. Leaving herself makeable spares, you know, start picking them up, and it's still a close match.
Denise Williams asked Daria, when did you start bowling?
When I was 6 years old
6
today.
years old.
That's when they opened the first bowling center in my country. It was 99, and
Wow.
we were like, let's see what this is all about. And that's when I threw my first ball, and I did not stop since.
Wow, that's awesome.
So, yeah. I think that's the reason of why bowling was not this big back in Poland when I was small, is because when you think about it, I'm the first generations of bowlers in the whole country.
That's true, yeah.
So we didn't have anybody to look up. We didn't have parents that bowled before, or coaches.
Maybe.
Oof.
It's slowed to 7
tough.
over 2.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to make.
And a knock to 7 over, actually.
Oh, it did? So
Yeah.
would they have to go set that up?
Yep, they're already on top of that.
Yeah, the stuff here is great.
Yeah, and they'll have to, well, they'll probably still fix the score to the 5. So what would you say is the strongest part of your game, and what's the weakest part of your game?
Now it's hard to tell. The strongest always used to be really hooking it.
Mm-hmm.
But since 2018, I've really struggled. Oh, that could have gotten
almost.
luckier. Since 2018, I've been really struggling with hooking it and really being consistent with it, and I developed a very good straight game. I definitely think that playing middle angles is my weakest part of the game. So if you ask me to go 13 to 8, not my favorite. But ask me to 5 to 5, I think I'm very hard to beat.
It's awesome.
So.
Yeah.
So I would say, yeah, playing straighter is probably my weak game, but then the way the game has changed so much and the rev rates are higher and the the oils are, there's more oils and higher viscosities and all that stuff. I've found that I can't get in and loop it with people anymore. You know, it's just I don't have the rev rate for it, so I've had to move further right to be successful, and it's just crazy how the game has changed over the last like 10 years.
And how much knowledge goes really into it, right? Because you could just be stuck doing the same thing over and over again and never think twice that it's not really you as much as it is how the lanes develop.
Look at that backup ball.
That's
And
so good.
On
That
point.
is so good at that.
I'm impressed.
Mhm.
You can see the little smirk as he comes back. He's like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah.
Let me see if
I
I can
mean-
get a good video of him.
Like we're seeing swag come from the handicap division. I like it.
I was about to say, what's Casey's high game, but it doesn't look like he's going to get that. I mean, he's throwing a very good game, though. That's just it.
I think he's looking for a little bit of coaching on moves or
Oh.
what ball to use, because he's looking back at his
Okay.
parents. So
I wonder if he was thinking about throwing the backup at this, too, but
I think maybe he should have, though, right?
decides to go to the spare ball, and
Great.
good shot there.
Great spare.
it was funny. He's looking back at his parents, and I look over there, and they're just kind of shrugging, like, I don't know, maybe go with this.
I think the match is over, isn't it?
I
Yes.
think it's very close, yeah, to being
It's
over.
already 50 pence difference. Am I right, or am I seeing wrong?
I mean, she
60.
could strike out for 60 more pins, so it's 222 with the.
Yeah, and he already
handicap.
has 221 if he
Yeah.
got this. So,
Oh, it's very likely over right there. If our
it
math
is over.
yeah, if our math is correct, which I never totally am sure when it comes to the handicap and how the scores work here.
Right, it's hard to know, like, did it include that in there? Because the total doesn't include the spare already.
I don't think it
So-
includes the line either. But we're gonna see now.
Right, so she got the spare and it didn't change anything. So in reality, she's got the 92 plus whatever comes here. So yeah, then
I think
Casey's
she
already
can-
got it.
Yeah,
It's already over.
I think
Casey's
she could max out for 212 with handicap, and Casey already has 211 if he was to go gutter now. Hey, good
Ooh.
shot.
Yeah,
Great shot.
said, gotta feel good to at least finish good.
And let's go to our payout quick. The fourth place finisher will get a $750 scholarship. Third will get $1,000. Second will get $1,500, and first $2,500.
Yeah, you think about that, you know, at what, Zaylee's 11 years old, I think, and already getting that kind of money into a scholarship, that's pretty awesome.
And you know she's only gonna get better,
Yeah,
and she'll probably be back, winning more money. It's just the opportunities. I wish we had this kind of thing when we were kids.
yep.
Well, good tournament for Zaylee Clark. And I'm sure we'll see her again.
Is that this?
Yes, that's
Okay,
the
I need
handicap
to
one, yep.
take a-
And coming up next is Miles Free. We did get the proper pronunciation on his sheet.
I think I heard Nevin say it, so that's what I'm going off of.
So Miles will be up next in the semifinal match out of Carlos, Minnesota, which is just around the area. Goes to high school here in Alexandria. Area high school, so pretty close. don't know if you wanted the girls' final two.
Let's do it.
It's a really good game thrown by Casey.
That is a really good game.
I mean, you look at it, he's going to potentially shoot 192. That would have won a couple of the matches in the girls' division, wouldn't it?
Yes, because Hannah had a clean 190 in the last game.
Yeah. See if he can keep that up.
I'll do it. Impressive bowling there. I tell you what, if Casey keeps doing that, he's going to be hard to beat. And Miles Free will be up next. Do you know how many pins Miles gets?
Miles gets 102, so we're going to be looking at, what, 46 pin difference?
Okay. Miles averages 92, high game of 173. He just started bowling last year and enjoys cross country and golf. So this could possibly be his first tournament.
Well, if it is to already be guaranteed a $1,000 scholarship,
That's a pretty good start.
He's on his way.
Or either that or he's setting his standards really high. Gotta say, I like the shirt. Goes along with the good hammer logo on there. It's a good time to remind everyone that hammer is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. And a good time to thank all the tournament sponsors. Garden Center Lanes and Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill. Viking, Coca-Cola, Alexandria Area USBC. Bremer Bank, Broadway Ballroom and Event Center, Apparel EFX, and 900 Global. Again, we will go live once again in October, Sunday, the 24th at 9 a.m. at the NDBowlTV Masters at Northville Bowl in Minot. Hope to see everyone there. Again, the tournament will happen. The live stream is up in the air. We're going to hope the live stream happens too, depending on the birth of my second kid. Again, we're in the semifinal match of the youth handicap division. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher and PWBA star Daria Payok. If you have any questions for any of us, but in particular Daria, sit on into the chat room. Would also like to remind everyone to stay connected to ndbowling.com and NDBowlTV on social media. Find us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. You can also follow Daria on all sorts of social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Anything else? TikTok?
YouTube, TikTok, Twitter also can.
Yep. All of the above. And Ken, you're on Twitter as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I have my own Twitter, Instagram, that sort of thing. You can find us all.
Looks like they're restarting the...
Yeah, I think
something's going on.
They'll just shut off the lane and turn it back on to reset the games instead of deleting them, I guess.
looks like we got everything up and running.
The difference in handicap is quite big in this game.
Yeah, 46 I think is my math on it, so be interesting to see what happens.
That has to push. Did not push.
Third time we've seen that. I think the third time it's been in the first frame too.
I think it must be a tendency of many of us that we either pull or we slow down because we're trying to be more careful than the practice.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, a lot of girls on PWBA, that includes me as well, have that rule of thumb that I just always go to left of where I was at the practice and was striking.
That's like probably a good rule of thumb, isn't it?
I always do that because
Oh.
it's a great spur.
Oh, that was
is
good.
a great spur. Yeah, I know my tendencies, so I know that if anything, I'm more tend to pull the ball or slow it down or catch it more, and I'd rather do a 2-pin or even 2-10 more than a Greek church, you know?
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's very true. Good
Yeah.
thing to think about there.
Okay, we'll see what we got. That's 1-4.
It's all right, Sid. Like we said, Miles probably only his first tournament here.
Is that his first tournament, we're
well,
saying?
see, he only started bowling last year, so
Oh, wow.
that was our guess, but might not be.
Oh, his high game is 173 receive. Maybe today would be the day we can see him break his record. Not quite a spare in this frame for him.
He almost did it yesterday. Got pretty close, but he had 160 his last game of qualifying. But yeah, I mean, that's still a lot of pins to make up, even as well as Casey bowled that first game.
Oh,
Get a
that's
couple-
a strike.
I don't even know if he knows.
I'm impressed.
He just figured it out.
Yeah, you get a couple to fall like that.
I think Cassie seemed to be very happy for him. More excited than Miles.
Yeah, Miles still probably learning, taking in everything, how it all works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not only could it be your first tournament, but it's live streamed on YouTube.
That's gonna hook for Brooklyn.
Oh, well,
and
that's
we got
okay.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, Casey's bringing the heat, and then he did the motion there. You got to calm down. You got another shot here. It's keeping loose.
Let me see if I can catch a strike on my phone.
He reminds me of that commercial with Cam Newton where the kid's just, I'm just loosening up my arm. Like, you know, to challenge Cam Newton to a throw.
Gonna get over there too, almost.
I think I'm not bringing luck with trying to record their shots.
I say if he does the backup here, this might be the one you want to get. No, he's
going to
picking-
the spare
yeah,
ball.
spare ball.
It was good last time.
Hook.
Oh, yeah, he knew it too. You know, the other thing I think we tend to forget, especially when you get into, you know, the handicap division, is how many of these bowlers have bowled this many games.
Right. Yep. They're used to bowling league and maybe a little like charity tournament or 9-pin no-tap tournaments, and yeah, they've bowled, especially these two, because this is that's the second match, I suppose. But there's some people who bowled the bracket, they bowled the cashers round, they bowled multiple qualifying shifts, and
Yeah, I mean, you're talking of, you know, what, upwards of a dozen plus games at this point for some of them, and that's no small number. Looks good. Oh,
Just missed it by a pinch.
So Daria, would you have any advice to any of these kids as they're about to like go into college, bowl on a college team, how they would go about that, or their mindset going into college bowling since it's a completely different animal?
No, I would just have my mind open and not try to seek for something that we know and be stubborn to do the things the way we're used to do it, because college is nothing like we're used to, unless the players have already gone to high school high school bowling team. That might be similar atmosphere. For me, it was completely different animal. I did have a hard time adjusting. I'm an individual bowler. I've never bowled on big teams. I've never bowled on a team of 8 when 5 are playing. I have a hard time being on the bench bowling just 3 games a day because I'm a long distance player. I loved bowling, I love games, so it did take me a lot of time to get in that mindset of college bowling, that my games are team games and team games are my games. So even I'm not in like on the roster, I'm not playing at the moment, I still felt the pressure as if I was, because I was putting myself in my teammates' shoes.
Ooh.
That's a Brooklyn. So yeah, I definitely would say to keep an open mind and be physically ready. I really think that fitness is so important and it's still being overlooked by a lot of players that really want to either go on tour or just be successful. I think it's getting better. The awareness of how fitness is important within our sport is getting better and better. So I would definitely recommend all the youth to work on their fitness.
Very nice.
I think it's crucial. I think that's a very good shot. It just has to hook.
I didn't quite get there.
Not quite enough.
That is very good advice. My stint in college bowling was fairly short, albeit very entertaining at times, but it was good, and I enjoyed the time out there and seeing what a lot of those kids can do. It's easy to be intimidated when you go to a tournament and see how much talent is in the building and how loud it gets, and the atmosphere is just unmatched, if you ask me.
You have any cool college bowling stories
Well,
that you can share?
I already know what he's going to say, so
gosh.
please share it.
Oh my gosh. This comes up every single year we do this show.
Yes, it does.
Oh, really?
Yes, it does.
So, my claim to fame is I am the only college bowler to ever record two spare frames in a collegiate Baker team game.
Sorry, repeat. I don't think I'm getting it.
I had because you bowl a collegiate Baker game, so
So
you
you
get
had 2 frames.
and both frames I recorded a 2 spare.
Oh.
Well,
Wow.
the first shot, because it was a longer pattern like this, and it was one of those where it just the ball goes right. It doesn't do anything until the end of the pattern, and then it goes. Perfect setup to get a 2 count.
And I guess you just missed right.
And I missed right, and I picked it up. I threw a really good shot. The next one, I picked it up. I come back, and my coach says, "Darren, what'd you do there?" I said, I missed it right off my hand a little bit. But since I picked up the spare, I aced the next shot. It was good. So then I got back up in the 7th or 8th frame. I forgot which one it was. And immediately off my hand, I knew it was in the exact same spot the first one was. And I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. And you hear that like click sound where you get the 2 count,
Oh, wow.
In the middle of a very loud bowling alley, I could hear the click. And I was like, oh no. So then I kind of did the walk back, like the don't turn around kind of thing, just the straight back and just wait for my ball. I picked it up. I aced the next shot. I picked it up. And I come back, and coach is like, yeah, you're done. I put on my shoe sock, and I didn't bowl the rest of the tournament.
Well, at least you didn't really lose that many pins. If you didn't make a spare, it would be a lot worse.
Oh, yeah, but it's my collegiate claim to fame.
It's close. There we go.
Nice.
I love his demeanor on the lanes.
So how about you? I think you have a better college bowling story than I would.
I'm not sure we had so many. I mean, I guess everybody has missed the bus to get to the airport to a travel tournament. That happened to me. I missed it. I overslept, but I caught it. I got in the car and I drove an hour to Orlando Airport. I caught my team and I made it on tournament. I think the craziest one, and it's not a very pleasant one though, was one of the years when we went to Hoosier, one of the biggest events for college bowling. At the time, and still is, a Weber bowling team, especially for the guys, was so strong, and so was the girls. And we came in there earlier, we practiced on whatever that was, house shot. Then we come in next morning, and I can see something is going on with the team. It's like, what's up, guys, right? Like, what's happening? It's like, you won't believe me. It's like, what is it? There is a ketchup in every single thumb hole in all the guys' balls. I'm like, what? So, yeah, what happened is that the balls that were left in the paddock, somebody had access to them and put ketchup in all the thumb holes.
Wow.
So just imagine the mess. It wasn't like, they all cleaned it up. It was fine later. It was a struggle to get the ketchup out of, because how they really do it. It was, so yeah, that was one of the stories. I think we never got to who did that. There was not really any cameras or anything, but the coaches really stepped up. They were like, listen, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about this between each other. We don't want this to be negative. That was the purpose of it, probably, to just like,
to get to you.
Get us out of the rhythm. I'm not sure how the boys finished that year. I think they finished very well. I think they won 2 Hoosiers when I was there. It could be one of them. But I really like how the whole team kept composure. We were not talking about it. I think the day when that happened, not many people found out about it. So it was a very mature way of handling the situation. But that must be one of the most hardcore.
That's wild. Yeah, I never thought things like that happened. That's crazy.
Yeah, I also have one more where my highest game in college bowling was 287. That was my actually freshman year. But before that day happened, we were bowling in Orlando, which was an hour away from where our campus was. We came back from the qualifier. We qualified for the next day. We bowled well, and I'm minding my own business, walking on the campus. I have my head down. I wasn't even on the phone. I see people on my path that were just talking to me. I just see their back. I passed by. The next thing I know, I'm passed out right on the floor. I don't know what happened. And what it was, the guy that was in front of me, that I was seeing just his back, he was swinging the baseball bat.
Oh, no.
And he didn't see me. And the moment I was passing him shoulder to shoulder, that's when he swung the baseball bat and hit me right in the forehead. So he knocked me out. It was my second month in the States. So, I already experienced like the emergency rooms and stuff. It was fine. I just got like 6 stitches, but they said I was very lucky because I got it in my forehead quite high. But if he was to hit anywhere close to my brow, it would not be very pretty because it was like a dent, It was like a hole.
You're
they were
scarred
like,
for life. Yeah.
Don't look at it. Don't look at the mirror. Don't look at the mirror. So yeah, I ended up going back to campus. I slept, and next day I was bowling this massive thing on my forehead. I bowled 287, and I could never beat it again. So college was something else.
Well, don't try to replicate that.
Yeah, college was something else.
That's wild. I'm going to think twice about putting my stuff in the paddock. I can tell you that.
No kidding.
After all the tournaments we bowl.
No, I've never really heard about any stories similar to that. Never about like.
It's not my brightest moment, anyways, but it's entertaining nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So Casey on another good game.
Yeah, he's bowling a pretty solid game. I mean, it's still a close match here. Miles been a little unlucky on a couple shots, but.
Am I saying right that Casey is leading by just around 15 pence?
Something,
16?
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, again with the handicap in there, it's a different element.
Ooh.
Nice, bringing
Big
the heat.
shot.
Yeah.
Bringing the heat. Been trying to figure out what ball he's throwing. It's an older ball, and I can see it.
Is that Brunswick ball?
Oh, what is that ball? Like I can see
it's a track or like ABI old ball, isn't it?
It's like an old number ball from track, I think.
Oh,
Maybe, I don't know. But I can see it, but I just can't remember what the name of the ball is.
Al's not getting a whole lot of luck this game.
Now he's going to have a good 10th frame here.
I think he's still going to make a $1,000, correct?
Yeah.
Am I looking into the right sheet?
Yeah, yeah, that's a handicap one.
If that's his first event, he's doing great.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Nah, because Casey's already at 202 with the strike working, so.
But still, I mean,
Great tournament for Miles when it's probably one of your first tournaments you bowled, so that's impressive. He's got a good base to his game, and I think he could go places if he keeps working on it.
Yeah, there's enough people around here that can help him, that's for sure.
Nice.
Good spare.
Way to finish.
You know, he gets the ball into the swing nice. It's like the base of his game is really good. It's a good start.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit of work with somebody to start refining him a little bit, but yeah.
As we see the boys open division players starting to get loosened up down on the practice pair. We have one more match, the championship
That looks
match.
good.
And
That's the way to finish. Now, mathematically, I don't think it's over yet.
214.
Yeah,
Oh.
Casey needs to keep it on the lane, but stranger things have happened.
Ken, you trying to enter into the Black Cloud world or what?
I have confidence in this one.
So do I.
Yep, that'll work.
Yeah, that'll do it. Casey Hughes moving on to the youth handicap division.
Great match for
Championship
both of the
match.
guys. Okay, I'll take a short break, guys, and I will see you in the finals very soon.
Sounds good. See, Darius doing the right thing, getting lunch.
Somebody is smart here.
Congratulations, Casey. Moving on to Michael Albrecht in the championship match. Give a big round of applause for Miles 3.
Well, Casey's got all the momentum. We'll see kind of what kind of look Mike has got coming in. Let's get to know him. Michael Walswick out of Alexandria, Minnesota. The local, so he's probably going to have a little bit of support back here. 108 average, 204 high game, and high series. He writes just started. 4th at state bowling and does cross country. So again, the multi-sport kids. I was a long distance runner myself. I can tell you one thing, it does help in bowling as well. Use a lot of your legs.
Yeah, I said, and that endurance from cross country, that's said when you get into a tournament like this, you know, where you're bowling 10, 12 plus games, it makes a difference, that's for sure.
So Michael will take his practice shots. Looks like he's got a good shot here. What's the handicap ratio we got going on?
Micah, gets 89, so looks like a 33 pin difference.
Okay.
Some pretty decent fundamentals to the game.
Yeah. Again, every one of the players in the handicap division has a good base. Just a matter on, you know, getting some practice in, working on your game, and good things are going to happen.
Yeah, just getting those reps more than anything. I mean, at that age, and that can make all the difference to somebody.
I want to say he's throwing a phase 2. That's what it looks like.
See if we can get a peek at it here in a sec.
Oh yeah, phase 2. All right, any predictions on this one, Ken? After
No.
seeing what we've seen from Micah so far?
I mean, said Casey's got the hot hand right now. I'd be hard-pressed to go against him. But Micah has also led this tournament by quite a bit all weekend.
And there's a reason for that, so we're about to see it.
So I think it's going to come down to the 10th frame.
Sit in, you can. Talk to you for a minute. She's eating lunch.
Oh, looks like we're going to have another guest in here.
Yeah, we'll bring on Nevin. Let's speak to the guy that's behind all the magic. Nevin, welcome into NDBowlTV. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks, Darren.
So give us a little bit of a rundown on what went on in the tournament, how many people you had, and how much money you're giving away.
Well, we had 265 entries. There was 142 unique bowlers in the main tournament. About another 30 or 40 that bowled the doubles event that didn't bowl in the main. So about 175
Very
youth
nice.
bowlers in here this weekend.
It's pretty
Plus
awesome.
about 75 adults, so
That's
250 bowlers.
That's awesome. And we were commenting earlier on how many giveaways of prizes and merchandise you had besides all of the, you get a ball with your entry and you get all the scholarship money you're giving away, all the prizes, and then you have all the vendors down here selling stuff and offering up college stuff. It's just great what you guys have going on here.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was cool to get the college table set up this year. I thought that added something extra.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it gets kids thinking about what's possible after high school bowling and moving on.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think is going on this match here? Who do you think is going to win this one? Any predictions?
So I'm not going to make any predictions, no. But I do know that this Casey is a lot of fun to watch.
Right?
Yes, he
He's
is.
very animated.
Yeah, we were talking. He's bringing the heat, and I like seeing it.
Where is he from? Is that on your guys' sheet?
Yeah, we've got that somewhere. Hatley, Wisconsin, near Wausau. So
Okay. I was going to say, we've had a winner from Wisconsin 3 years in a row. I don't think we don't have a boy from Wisconsin, so.
to Minnesota. Actually, we do. There is one. Aiden is from Wisconsin.
Oh,
Yes, that's right. Yep. Well, nonetheless, I do appreciate you having us here once again, and we look forward to coming back in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys put on a great show.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
Thank you, Nevin.
everything's going well, and we've had a lot of good activity in the chat room, a lot of good questions, so
Good deal.
I think people enjoy it.
All right. I think I'll leave you to it then.
Awesome. Thanks, Nevin.
Nevin.
Appreciate it. And that's the guy behind the magic right there.
Oh, all right. Well, wasn't sure that was going to make it back there for Casey, but start as you'd expect.
So as you can see on the score, Casey's got the 56 pins handicap and Mike has got 89. 44 pins, 43 pins. Casey already cutting into that deficit with the spare.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. First one that got away from him.
And unfortunately, it was right after the spare too, so.
I mean, I will say for a 12, almost 13-year-old, to be throwing two-handed as well as he is, you don't see that, I don't think. So that's the first really errant ball, and then the
overcorrection.
the natural overcorrection there, but Said no real harm yet. I mean, it doesn't help, but still a lot of time left to make up for it.
Micah wasting no time, but takes out the 7. Picks up a different ball. Got a chance.
Looks a little better.
Ooh.
There you go.
The routine 1 spare. He kind of made that look easy. Just pick up another ball and aces it off his hand.
Yeah. Quite hooked. Oh, well,
Ooh.
that's interesting.
Yeah, the conventional 1-8.
Said again, it's you know, you see it with the handicap division every year. It's get up and go. And,
Nope.
you know, I mean, I would say that.
I believe that's a fast pitch that he's throwing on the spare balls.
I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, you know, you get in a rhythm when you start going that quick. That's great, but it sure hurts if you don't. Said Casey's got some pins to overcome, and you know, that last frame hurt a little bit, but he's had the hot hand so far today.
Brooklyn. All right, makeable.
You can see him just about every shot turning around and kind of talking to his family right behind the pair there.
I know that's what I used to do. Whenever I had spares when I was his age, I'd look back and my stepdad would tell me where to go, where to move.
I wish I could say that, because usually if I left spares, I was not looking at anybody.
Yeah, well, you were known for your antics in junior bowling, so that
Yeah, we don't need to get into that too much, but yes.
don't be a Ken Fletcher. That's the advice to all you kids watching this. Don't be a Ken Fletcher.
A lot of the kids nowadays, it's like they've got such a great attitude for bowling, and
Yep.
you know, so it's fun to watch somebody Casey's age just, like you said, be animated and just kind of, ooh, almost. Yeah, so be a little animated and kind of get into the game.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, you love to see it. Again, the boys' open final will be next. And we'll get a word with the winner after this match.
it's all right, good spare.
Hello, I'm back.
And welcome back. And that lunch break was brought to you by Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill
Exactly.
here inside Garden Center Lanes.
Oh, wow.
There's that 7-pin again. Stubborn.
That's still a pretty good shot there from Micah. Looks like a good
Yeah.
spare, too.
He's better at 7-pin spares than I am.
No kidding. So this is going to be a tough match, I think, for Casey.
Yeah, still around a 30-pin match.
It's pretty close.
Oh, that's
boy.
a unlucky hit.
You know, I'm sitting back thinking I hope this match doesn't come down to the gutter after the spare for Casey. You know, the missed opportunity on a bunch of pins there.
Yeah.
What happened there? Did he just lose it? I just saw it from very far away.
Just lost it right off his hand. Because normally his angles are very closed at the line, and just left everything open there. Opportunity here for Casey to get more pins.
Looks okay. Yeah,
at
that
that.
was nice.
That's a great shot.
Aced it right off the open. Could we see a rare double on the board?
A little
That was
rough.
cross.
And
Oh, doesn't get the good break.
I thought that had every chance to go down. I don't know if the pin laying there near the 5 spot is what kept it from falling over or what.
Interesting, he's going to a strike ball on this one.
Yeah, I suppose move your feet about 5 left and just let it go.
Yeah,
That's
looks
very
good.
good
That was well done.
I'm impressed with this kid's like spare game and ability to choose the ball and everything. Like he's got the moves down, and
One of those that give him a couple of years and you might see him in the scratch division.
yeah, that's very possible.
If I'm seeing the scores right, I think Casey is leading already by 3 pins. If he was to strike in the next frame. Is that right?
Let's see.
Yeah, essentially. Before that 6 there, yeah.
Okay, so we have a very tight final match.
Ooh.
Said though, Micah was leading, all day for a reason. And yesterday, top qualifier by, almost 30 pins.
Yeah, and then made it happen to today in the cashers round and sat for about 3 hours. And
Oh, come on.
where are the hits?
I think we're already having the finalists for the boy division already warming up on lines 1 and 2. They seem to be bowling quite a lot now.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, thought that had it. Well, can Casey take advantage of that? Close.
Ooh. That was very close to a trip 4. But makeable spare, that's all you can ask for. 9 is good.
Yeah, he's said he's thrown outside of the one shot. He's thrown a pretty decent game yet again so far.
You gotta think Micah's got a couple good frames ahead of him here after the string opens. It's gonna get there.
Yep.
So hard to see from this angle if the ball is picking up or not.
I'm just still having troubles with the scoring system and how you can only see the full game.
Yo.
Yeah, I say it's still a very close match.
That's very
okay.
flat off his hand.
Yeah.
Just missed it.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's still a very close game, I believe.
I think those must be the nerves. you
Yep.
know. We've seen him on a lot of clutch shots this past games. I think it's that nerves that are getting to him, knowing that he is the winner if he wins this game.
It's a big shot here.
Yeah, actually, if a spare here and then a spare for Micah would be a 1-pin match.
Maybe.
Oh, a little unlucky there.
Oh, big opportunity here for Micah. Throwing a phase 2. Maybe.
It's close. Ooh.
That's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, that's a tough spare to make.
Giving it a chance.
Got it? Got it?
Wow,
Very
that's
good.
really
It's
good.
a big
It's
spare.
making the match interesting.
That's very good spare.
Pretty close again.
That's
That
pretty
was
good.
nice.
That's really clutch, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that spare.
Spare,
And
and then the
spare.
strike.
That was crazy. I knew it. I talked it into existence. I knew he had a couple good frames ahead of him after the string opens.
Are we having a 13 pence difference? More or less.
Yeah, I think that is about what it is.
Hook. It's got a hook.
It's okay.
So Micah's still got 158 left. And then he gets the 89 pins. And then Casey still has 168 left.
Yep.
He needs that spare to keep
Oh,
the
boy.
match going.
That's,
So now he's got 157 left. With the 56 would be 213, right? That's all he can max out at. So then you go spare from Micah, and it's pretty much over.
yeah, he need.
He needs a double.
Yeah, a double would be huge here, and then at least would force something out of Micah.
That has to be coupled then.
Yeah.
Yeah, 147 gives him the 190s now.
Yeah, at this point, Micah just needs a few pins and 2 shots.
203 would be his total with handicap. Spare strike here, so yeah, you're looking at pins here.
That's a good
spare.
spare. It's way to finish though.
Said I'm sure he's disappointed, but he bowled a heck of a 2.5 games here.
Great tournament. He's going to walk away with the $1,500 too. Yeah, you could just see about 7th frame, it just started coming off his hand just a little different, a little flatter. Like you said, could it have been nerves or...
Yeah, but
It's a lot of
congrats.
games.
Congrats, he's bowled phenomenal 3 games. He has such a bright future. I love his style. I think his role is great. The moment he grows a little bit, gets taller, bigger, he's going to be able to generate more energy. I think bright future in front of him.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Micah totally knows it, but that,
Doesn't seem like it, right?
no, but that he only needed 2 pins, I think, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're seeing the scores right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause he
unless
got-
you're missing out, I really don't know.
yes, I'm pretty sure that was already it. So
Yeah.
good spare, anyways. But
But we must call that clutch shot in knife frame. The strike was big.
Oh, yeah.
That gave him a
spare,
peace of
yeah.
mind that he has 2 shots to get whatever count he needed.
Yep, that big spare conversion and followed it up with a nice mixer. Well done. Michael Walswick, 14 years old, winner of the Youth Handicap Division. And $2,500 scholarship.
$1,500. And this year's Midwest Youth Championship Second Division champion, Michael Walswick. $2,500.
Great bowling by both. They'll do the trophy presentation. We'll get a word with Micah, and then we'll move our cameras back over to 13 and 14 for the final step ladder, the boys division.
Oh, let me go take a picture. I'll be right back.
Yep. They're just waiting on Casey to come back.
I think I heard he just brought his stuff somewhere, so.
I think I heard his mom say he's having a moment.
Probably.
First taste of defeat, and we all go through a little bit of the growing pains growing up, and
Yeah, losing is never the easiest thing, even at that age.
I'll have to check in on the scores going on in Coldwater at the moment.
Oh, yes.
They're in match play of that tournament out in Ohio. I did see Darren Tang was the leader. He was a qualifying leader. Top 4 were Darren Tang, Chris Vi, Jacob Buttriff, and Michael Tang. So,
Wow. Well, let me see if I can get a hold of Micah real quick.
yeah, we'll get a word with the winner of the handicap division while the boys open division gets their warm-up shots. Okay, and welcoming into the booth is our handicap division winner, Michael Walswick. How's it feel?
Feels great.
Yeah.
Hi, Michael. Congrats.
Thank you.
Take us through that last match for you. You hadn't bowled in what, 2.5 hours
Yeah.
after you got the top seed and then got thrown into the fire there. But
Yeah. The first few shots I rushed it too much, but then once the match kept going, I slowed the ball speed down and I allowed it to get to that path to get to the pocket. So that was very good.
yeah, I like it. I think you have a really good base to the game, and I think as you work on it, you're going to get a lot better, and you have a lot of success looking forward. So, Dari, any questions?
Yeah, did you feel very nervous? Or if you did, what frame did you feel the most pressure?
I would say the first through about the third frame, it was a lot of pressure, just with the whole lights and the people watching and stuff. So that was a lot of very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's also very quiet, right? Did you feel it
Yeah.
was a bit weird that there was like no
Yeah.
sounds or anything?
Yeah. I usually don't bowl this slow. I'm usually very fast when I bowl, so it was very interesting to slow it down, and I felt like I bowled a lot better when I slowed down. So
That's really cool to see you pull a win after the rough start you had. It shows maturity on the lanes,
Yeah.
and I hope you're gonna keep it going. And I'm gonna see you next year. Congrats! The spare and the strike was clutch.
Yes.
That you did all the job in 8th and 9th frame to get the win. So congrats on that.
Yes,
I hope you're
thank
gonna
you.
remember that win.
yes.
Yes, to pick up the 3-6-9 in a clutch situation and follow it up with the
Yeah.
strike was huge in the match. And it's cool to hear you say that you learned some things while bowling in the match and different environment and stuff like that.
Yep.
So it's cool you got that experience, and I hope we'll see you again on NDBowlTV.
All right. See you again. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
All right, Michael Walswick, the winner of the handicap division. Congratulations to him, a $2,500 scholarship winner. And now we move on to the finale, boys open division. Guess we got to switch out our bio cards for another set.
Good thing I'm ready for that.
And look, who do we got here? Lucas Herzrud against, is that Dawson Peterson?
Yes.
Lucas is 16 out of Glendon, Minnesota. Averages 227, 300 high game, 803 high series. He won the 2019 Storm Youth Championships under 15 division in Wichita. 10-time USBA Flight Series champion. He won an MJBT in 2020. 2019-2020 North Dakota Scratch champion, 3-time North Dakota Pepsi champion. Bowl ND Scholarship Champion winner, and the 2020-2021 North Dakota Bowler of the Year. So very decorated resume in North Dakota for Lucas. And then Dawson Peterson out of Stewartville, Minnesota, 216 average, 289 high game, 794 high series. He's 15. 6th at Junior Gold under 15 this year, 11th at the Midwest Youth Championships last year. High school state champion, does play baseball, and 4th at the PBA Regional. So PBA Junior Regional they had not that long ago. Let's make sure our scores. Okay, Lucas versus Dawson. It appears Lucas will start us off on the left lane.
Should be a good match here. I was talking to his mom while was off camera, and I believe he's probably going to be throwing urethane.
Interesting.
Is the urethane? It's a bit shiny, isn't it?
Yeah, she said that he had started urethane from a little bit right earlier today, and it worked pretty well.
I have no idea what ball was that. I think it was too shiny to be
Right, it
urethane.
almost seems like an oil-soaked fast pitch, too. I mean, it's hard to say. Let's see.
It must be. I think it might be fast pitch.
Well, considering both his
No.
parents.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's
yeah.
a reactive ball.
What is that?
I don't know, but it's a
Because the
storm
coloring,
ball.
yeah, the coloring on the bottom is different. So
It's like gray and purple.
that could be his It's a different ball. It's just a
Yeah.
spare ball, a reactive one he threw. So it's not the one he threw the first one. We'll see. Yeah, and this is where it gets difficult. You know, you move throughout the cashers round in the bracket to get comfortable in a certain area of the lane, and that kind of what got you here. And now you got to revert back to the fresh oil and try to find something. Good shot there.
Right, Dawson.
That's what I feel is like the hardest thing for me is like you bowl a tournament, you kind of go with the progression of the pattern, and then to have to pick up and go back to where you started when you probably weren't throwing it as good, or you were still, you know, not as loose and throwing it as well as you were later in the day, and you just gotta. But at this level, like, you know, they're all so good.
I was watching the qualifying squad for 2 days, and I've had a chance to see Dawson on fresh, and his look on fresh was phenomenal. I think if he keeps it going, he might not be an easy opponent to beat.
Yeah, his first game for his top qualifying score, because I think he bowled a couple times, 257. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's very hard to beat early on, where Lucas got better as the day went on.
Right. So I
Maybe
think
because Lucas is a little bit softer on the speed, so he needs a little bit of help also to loop the lane, to open it up. Both guys have very good physical games. Let's see who can pull a win.
yeah, I like the way Dawson throws the ball. Like it's
I
so
wish I
clean
was
off his
throwing
hand.
like this.
It's so clean off his hand.
I think we say it every year. It makes me jealous of how well most of these kids throw the ball. Like, I wish I could throw it like that.
Ball change.
And immediately switch back to that end.
Went a bit high.
But I think he could move off of that. You know, I feel like he could. There's a minor adjustment off of that reaction to.
That's gonna be a spare.
Oh, yep, all right.
It's always safer to miss more and miss just a bit and chop it. So we've
Yep.
seen that in the other final.
Yep.
You're gonna
Gets
miss
back
by
for
a lot.
Let's see if Lucas can throw a decent one here. Said first two are kind of iffy.
Seems like he's sticking with the ball change that he's made, second frame. Let me see if he's gonna move left. On the right lane he was standing 35. Not sure where he's at right now from that angle, but it's a bit farther left, I think.
Yeah,
Looks like 2 left of
maybe-
the last shot.
Might be a couple boards, hard to see, but that looks pretty decent.
Ooh,
Just
okay.
all right.
In
That's
the
the
pocket
lane
now.
that is just so tight down lane for some reason. I think is a characteristic of lane 13. It's just not as easy to strike on that lane.
Oh, the ever important first single pin.
Yeah,
There
good
it is.
spare.
Yep.
One thing of note is this bowling center is a lot like Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg, where the seams of the panels on the approach come up to the edge of lane, or the last board, where some houses the seams are a little further. And every time I would slide on the seams for like a 10 pin, your shoe would go. So
Oh,
then
That's the
whenever
problem I had at the youth and adult tournament. I hated it.
yeah, if you slid on the seams, your foot would go. And so when I went up to Winnipeg, I would always tell myself, okay, on 10
Stomach.
pins, you got to move like 5 right and just adjust the way you throw at them, because I don't want to slide on the seams. And, you know, Lucas walked towards the 10, so he didn't come close to it.
Also depends. I think the right lane is a lot worse than the left lanes. At least from the lanes I bowled on, and I bowled on 13 and 14 last night. So the lane 14 was terrible. I kept on sliding.
That's why they put you on this pair for the youth adult tournament, so you'd have all the insight for the live stream.
Just learn how to deal with it.
Yep.
Good spare. Say, I think the thing to know for Lucas too is his home house, where my home house is. It's a lot the same way, where you get outside into the gutter cap area, and it's actually incredibly sticky out there, where I can never slide. So it's like I did the same thing where I learned to move right with all my spares, and it seems to be that's how he kind of is.
Yeah, it's funny, those little tiny things in different houses. So like Daria, I can't imagine the things you see because you bowl at so many different houses across the world.
I wish we don't have any troubles.
Wow.
Wow,
That's
that did
dude.
not, yeah.
Lucas
That's
was
not
right
fair.
in front of me, so I couldn't see, but I was quite certain it was gonna fall. That's not cool.
Like I learned when we bowled the Open down in Baton Rouge, you know, the humidity is different down there, so the approaches are a little different and tacky, and
Yeah.
it's always so dry up here. It's different. On the spare, pretty solid.
Yep.
Clean game so far. No harm done there.
Kind of in that mode of who's going to throw out the first double to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I think Lucas is in the pocket now, and I think just a couple good shots for a double, and he's going to be in control.
That's a good shot.
Nice.
Yep, that
Nice
was
ball.
nice.
Nailed it.
You know, Lucas, at all the tournaments I bowled with his dad, you know, we'd be into like match play, and you'd look down at the other end of the house, and Lucas is down there bowling while his
Every
dad
time.
is bowling match play.
Yep,
every time. Every time there were lanes open, Lucas would start bowling.
Don't think it comes as any surprise to, you know, most of us in the area that he's turned out to be as good as he is.
Right.
It's a little left, maybe. Yeah. It's close. It's very close. Both of them are.
Yeah, and that was a lane he just wrapped 10 on, so hard to buy a double on this pair.
It seemed that way watching the girls' finals. I think there was maybe 5 strikes across 2 of them in the finals.
Yep.
2 for Hannah and 3 for the champion. Something like that. Yeah, there wasn't really many strikes.
So they're both getting to the pocket right here, but
Yeah, good
gotta
spare.
find that carry. It's gonna be interesting too when they, you know, our next 2 bowlers get on here, because they both have been throwing predominantly urethane.
Yeah.
What's that gonna do for their shot, having 2 guys throwing reactive right in front of them?
Yeah, and Aiden was so good early in the blocks. He had that 300 and 275 in the one block, so we'll see what his look is like.
I cannot really see much, but Lucas is right in front of me.
That's
a good
so
ball.
That was
Good
pretty
shot.
good. Big shot to take advantage of that strike with Lucas leaving the 4 pin there. left.
Ooh, and that's still almost shim there. Fortunate to leave just a 3.
Makeable spares, that's what you need right now, so let's see who can find the first double.
Yeah, after watching the girls' final and this one, it's like I don't know why anyone would want to finish on 13. Like, I can't see that being a thing for anyone unless they, like you said, have a preference of finishing where they want to, or yeah, we got a ball.
Yep, I can see it back there.
Let me go let them know.
13, yep. Okay, Herzard up now on the 6th. Kind of slipped out of it. Will it get there?
Oh, big
Lucky.
break, big break.
No, cash it in. It's one of our favorite players always said, cash it in, Haas.
Take it to the bank.
Yep. Well, you missed that one. He kind of went nose and tripped out the
I think I heard it.
710, yeah.
I think I heard it. It did not sound like a flash, but
Well, now you got to take it to the bank.
take advantage of this. Double on it. Put the pressure.
So when you're on TV, are you one of those that like doesn't want to watch what your opponent's doing, or do you want to see all that?
I think I watch.
Yeah? Okay. Because I know there's a lot of
do.
people that just prefer not to look, and they look up at the score like they don't want to see how it happens, kind of thing, you know?
It's pretty close. Yeah, that
Very
one
good
looked really
shot.
good.
Big shot.
Looked like it might have been a left move again.
Mm-hmm. It's a big double. Big double.
So actually, my math is right. Dead even.
Yeah. Yeah, Dawson.
That's exciting, isn't it?
It is.
So we really haven't had a match where it's just been a runaway yet, I don't think.
No, they've all been pretty close.
It's close. Yep.
Good shot. Well, he's got lane 14 down. This next one is going to be the key. Because he's got to finish over here on 13.
Say last shot, just I don't think it was a good shot for him, but you know, he's been close.
You know, that's the thing. You look at Lucas's game. He's only got one more shot to throw on 13. And he's pretty much in the pocket on 14. So, got to get this one here if you're Dawson.
That's
Oh,
wide.
that's wide. Yeah.
That's gone. Oh
Yikes.
boy. Well, that could have been a lot worse. No easy spare too, but
But definitely better than having a 7-pin,
Yeah,
right? Oh, the
absolutely. And at least no loss in count on the strike there. So
yeah. I wonder how he's gonna attack that spare. He's gonna throw it straight, or he's hooking at it. You can see the strike ball. Seems like he moved
Careful.
left.
no. Oh,
We got
wow.
two. That's an interesting way to get the 1-8. It's like a trick shot, but I suppose, you know, he tried to move left and the pattern's flat all the way across at 44 feet, so.
I think he was worried about missing out right again, and that was just left all the way. But big chance here for Lucas to slam the door with the
Yeah, 3
couple
big,
more.
especially bowling on his good lane here.
He can max out to 38. Oh, that's a bit in. Is it gonna push?
Ooh.
Got the 9 out. You can see
Yep.
it just kind of fall straight back.
I think Lucas made a move left a few frames ago, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, I think back to the first frame, like that first shot he tried with the one ball,
Mm-hmm.
didn't ever have a chance down the lane, then moved to this ball and made the quick moves. I think that's one thing I'm guilty of in qualifyings, in head-to-head matches, is I like to inch, you know? Just make the big move. You know you have to do that, and it's cool to see someone who's 16, 17 years old just
Staying ahead of those moves.
know what you have to do. It's good.
A little wide, but made it back.
Very impressive. He put himself in the very right part of the lane with the right ball. Seems to have a little bit more room down lane to miss. Right shot was a little bit in. The left lane was a bit right. Both of them got to the pocket very well, and that's the knowledge and all the educated guesses they're doing that are paying off. Let's get a push.
I was about to say, you know, Dawson strikes out. You still force Lucas to mark, but that might be about it right there, unfortunately.
I think that the line for Dawson went away quicker. He should have made the moves left a bit faster to put him in a position where Lucas is right now, to put him in the same spot. Unfortunately, we had seen a lot of over-under that Dawson was running into, and that might have been a game changer.
Yeah, that'll close the door on the tournament for Dawson, but still an impressive tournament for him, a $1,500 scholarship winner. And I gotta say, for his age, the way he throws it, he's going to be back here again. He's going to win a lot of tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it, unfortunately, in his face.
Yeah, it's easy to
he's
be
not
disappointed
happy,
there. Lucas going to the bag to kind of try a few other looks.
Try something else. I mean, it's smart. You've got a free couple shots, so why not?
Yeah, and you got to know, like, you got to think urethane's going to be going down the lane here. I mean, at least they're going to try it, but so we're about to move on to our semifinal match featuring Aiden Walter. He had 300 yesterday in the final block, I believe it was.
Yep. Yeah, final qualifying block, second game.
It's his first time bowling this tournament, so we'll get to know him here in a minute. Again, good tournament for Dawson Peterson.
See if Lucas does make a switch just to check it out.
A dark code, is that what that was? Or a high road?
Something different, yeah.
Let's give a big round of applause for Dawson Peterson, fourth place, and $1,500.
Well, I can already see it from far away that he has a purple hammer in his hand, so stick with it and see what happens.
Well, it seems to be that everything's working good with the stream, so that's good. After the issues we had early in the week, I was quite nervous about today's show, but everything worked out well, and it's good to see. Sometimes you never know what happens when you travel with your whole rig in the back of a car and drive 6 hours. So, so let's get to know Aiden Walter out of Ringgold, Wisconsin, age 17, averages 228, high game 300, high series 782. Like we said earlier, it's his first time bowling this tournament. 3-time Badger State Games gold medal winner, 2-time Wausau Area City Tournament champion, 2-time junior gold qualifier, varsity bowler on the DC Everest varsity team since his freshman year, president of his local 4-H club, and a 3.6 GPA considering business major in college, and currently undecided on a college. I'm guessing he has college bowling in his future.
Uh-oh.
So it's going to be interesting to see how urethane plays after that first match. So
That's another thing that's interesting. You know, the progression of the burn that we've seen. He's been bowling down on 1 and 2. So then you come into a slightly burned pair, 1 match on it, and you got to find something in 2 shots in each lane. Doesn't look like he has a terrible look with that.
no, the right lane looks good. He's thrown 2. The 2 in the left lane have definitely been into that out of bounds, but you know, from what I gathered from him yesterday, he, you know, early on he had quite a bit of room where he could miss out, but not to where he was in those couple practice shots. So we'll see what happens, but you know, he led qualifying by, you know, almost 40 pins. I had 300, so again, he's here for an obvious reason.
Well, while we have a minute, Daria, why don't you show the camera the trophy they're playing for? We haven't shown any of those.
Yeah, they're very pretty. I posted them on my Instagram before.
Very nice. The boys open champion. Each division got the same trophy, just with the different division on them. So very nice. Each winner that's come into the booth afterwards, I guess, didn't have the trophy with them. So
And who is the leader after qualifying? Who are we waiting? Who is waiting
Zach
for?
Andreessen is our leader.
Zach Andreessen.
Yeah.
In the championship match, guaranteed a $3,500 scholarship. That's insane.
Really cool.
Yeah, and we're underway.
Aiden with 4 pin to start the match.
Okay, well, that was better area of the lane than his practice shot, so at least something to work off of there.
And he did choose to finish on 14, so
I think that was a no-brainer given his 2 practice balls. I mean, the good news for Lucas is he seems to have a pretty good idea on both lanes.
So you think that purple urethane has any reactive in it? Do you think so? Do you think that the purple urethane might have some reactive in it, or you think it's a pure urethane? Just thinking of how much this ball hooks.
right. And you see it on tour, you see it everywhere, and people have so much success with it. It controls the front part of the lane, but it still has that recovery that you don't see in any other urethane. It's hard to say.
Yeah, maybe not a, like I said, a true urethane, but
There's
about
something in it.
about
Special
as
ingredient.
about as close as you can get to being a urethane.
I'd be curious to know if it's a new version or if it's an old version.
And Lucas staying with the ball from the first match.
Very good shot.
It's pretty good. Because a lot of people I've talked to have said the newer version, the Brunswick-made Purple Hammer, so to speak, is a touch stronger than the original. So I don't know.
Oh, I think I heard exactly opposite.
Really?
Yeah. I heard that they're a bit earlier and not as strong in the back.
Which I would guess is a Brunswick characteristic, you know, is earlier hook. So it would make sense.
Yeah, but I haven't seen myself. Like I wish I could see the comparison just to know, but at the end I've never really threw purple urethane. I've never owned one.
I just have a hard time throwing urethane. The way I see the lanes. Push.
Pretty good again. And there's that 9-pin that he's been leaving all weekend.
Yep. You can tell he's a touch left on 13 and just trying to feed it to the pocket and not play with outside of 15 at all, you know?
I was a very unlucky break, but I think he has the pair figured out. So that's a good sign. We'll see if Aiden can also get the ball to the pocket in both lanes.
So that first shot on 13 for Aiden, I think, should bode pretty well for him. That he at least is going to be pretty close. Careful. Ooh. Oh, boy.
That's
Well,
painful.
Well, still early in the match. Time to recover. But like we've said before, it's an opening for Aiden. Just got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it gives him an opportunity to punch a double.
Yeah, you said this earlier. After the open, you'd like to stand up and put 2 on the board there.
That's exactly what I think Aiden should do. We'll see if he can pull it off.
It's okay. Yep.
Pretty sure I saw you do that a couple times on the Empress Edition shows. I remember those.
I mean, it always feels nice to double when somebody's open,
Yep.
you know?
Those were some fun shows to watch. It was a different thing the PBA did, and I thought that was pretty cool to showcase so many different bowlers.
Yeah. A very cool atmosphere. It was the first time that women were bowling in Portland with all the fans, and it was a totally different environment. And we were on live TV, and this year we didn't have TV, so it was a great experience.
Got to pick up.
Ooh. Oh no.
This
Maybe.
line is so tight, man. Down
Wow.
line, so tight.
Yeah, the key is going to be 13.
So,
Line
yeah.
13.
That's, especially with urethane, that's going to be the unfortunate truth of that.
I say twister pins. Pins are going to bounce around here.
Well, one bad break, give him right back, unfortunately. So, see what Lucas can do. And
Got another ball on 13. That's kind of been the...
I think it's an axiom. Is it?
It's possible. Yeah, it's kind of got the blue with the gray to it.
Axiom is a very big symmetric ball. A very big core inside. A bit slow in the back and helps you control the back.
it's close. Yep, that was nice.
Very good shot.
There.
What ball is it? A wild streak is what he's throwing. Confirmation there.
It did look like an axiom, right?
It did, but I was like, the colors are just a
Too
slight
much gray.
different. Yeah, but yeah, it's a wild streak.
So I think that's completely opposite than axiom. I think wild streak is not a strong ball.
He's got it drilled the pin to the right of his fingers, so. You know, I like the way he comes out of the ball. Rolls up the back of the ball, but still has that tilt to it.
It's pretty close.
Good
Yeah,
shot.
that was really good.
One thing a lot of kids that watching this could learn off of all these kids bowling is the way they apply a hook to the ball. You know, there's that misconception, just go up there and spin it as much as you can, but staying up the back of the ball, apply hook with the pads of your fingers. kind of like Daria does over here. One of the best releases in bowling.
Thank you.
Pretty close again. Just
Maybe. Oh.
just fell off the back. Yeah, just not hitting like it was yesterday.
Yeah, and is that a result of reactive going down the lane for a game before any urethane sees it? Is it because we're bowling in a semifinal match, throwing it a touch different?
Could be.
Ooh.
All right. Oh, that
That's
was
a
close.
lot of revs almost per ball, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Very good split.
A lot of players out there throw at corner pins like that, especially the 10, to where they have just a little bit on it, and it gets out to like 2 and then just
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking.
rides the rail. And
Nerve-wracking.
and they turn around like, yep, got it, before it even flattens out.
Looks good.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wow.
that actually was a bit lucky.
Yep.
Went high.
Solid.
Triple 4-9.
I saw the 4-9 pretty late there.
It's interesting from our vantage point to see where the ball starts to see the lane, and the urethane is so much sooner.
Well, Lucas on a double can jump up here pretty quick.
It's got a hook. Good
That
shot.
was good. It's got some room, I think.
Yeah, he's really getting comfortable on this pair right now.
So I think that could be trouble for Zach.
Well, just like in the girls' final, at what point does Zach come down here and start seeing what's going on?
I mean, we can say it right now. If I was him, I would try to be over here now, but, you know, you got to be ready with your game, too, regardless. It's going to push a little.
Flash.
2 big shots from Lucas.
Yeah,
he's really lined in right now.
That's how you come back from a single pin miss. It's so easy to miss the single pin and get in your head, and you start pressing a little bit in matches.
Looked like he softened up a little bit to try and get it to react a little bit better for him, but too much.
Fortunate to get the 4 out there.
Yeah.
Did Aiden throw urethane all across all his qualifying games? Do you know that? Or do you think that?
Don't know for sure. My guess is yes.
It's all I've seen him throw.
Yeah,
Okay.
as I haven't seen him have anything else out, but and judging by like how he finished his qualifying block, it would make some sense.
Okay. Yeah, because I was a bit surprised that given the shots that he was given to warm up, he did not try one rescue ball. You know, when the look that you're going for with the urethane is not there, it's good to know what other ball would look okay. So testing something else would be beneficial. But in case if he never threw anything else, then maybe there was no need.
Well, it's hard to if you haven't thrown anything else too.
Yeah.
It just starts up so early
Right.
down the lane.
Yeah, it seems like he cannot get it through the fronts, right? He cannot get it to the break points.
He's getting into halfway decent spots, but yeah, it's just rolling up too early and just going high.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if he sees something different on the lanes from even this morning. or any of his qualifying rounds.
It's got a hook.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, with Lucas and a 4-bagger up there already, it's not looking great, but you throw a couple here and you can slam the door pretty quickly.
I mean, if Aiden does strike out, he can get to 206.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lucas can get to high 210s if he keeps the spares. So all Lucas has to do to make sure he wins this match is just stay clean and getting high counts. This strike is gonna let him have an open frame later on.
Yeah, I mean, you still want to be aggressive right here, I think. Just slam the door if you can. Kind of
Oh,
fell
that's
out of
got a
that
hook.
one. It works, though.
Yep.
Said he's getting it in the right direction, and with the look he has right now.
Yeah, crazy to think I bowled league with his dad 2008, 2009. You know, this is 12, 13 years ago. So Lucas would have been 5, 4.
4 or 5, yeah.
And he was always there. He's always just wanted to watch bowling. It's just crazy to see him out here.
Yeah, and on the verge of make it to the championship round.
Big shot. I think that shot can seal the match.
I like
It's
it.
pretty good. Just a little bit much on the forward roll, I think, there. That's okay, though. I mean, spare it up and said you're still well in control of the match, and that's if Aiden is able to put a couple together.
Yeah, I did make a mistake with my math. I think that Aiden can get to 206 if he strikes out, not 216.
Good spare.
I've been impressed with how a lot of these players have been thrown at left side single pin spares. I tend to get lazy in like league play and just hook across the lane at single pins, you know. But then I go out to tournaments where the middles are so you can't figure out the middles. You can't trust the middles, you know. So you want to throw straight at them and
Yeah, and the miss we saw in practice right there, and pretty much going to seal his fate.
I think this is it. The match is almost over.
Yeah, Lucas just needs pins now.
Yeah, in 2 frames.
That leaves a 196 max game for Aiden.
Yeah, even open is 2-0 for Lucas, so that's just about it. It's unfortunate, you know, for as well as he bowled all weekend to
That's the thing, you know, you just get drawn into a pair. You haven't really practiced on that pair much. It's sometimes such a big hit or miss. If whatever you were doing on the practice works on the pair you're gonna bowl on, you're lucky. If it doesn't, then if you can really make a modification to your shot or just move.
And then
Good shot.
naturally you ace one when it
Yeah.
Yep.
that always happens.
Well, he is still lined up, but, you know, do you try something else right here? Like, you know, like you did the last match. Just see what else he has.
Yeah, you saw him throwing the high road at one point in that match, and he's get a few options.
Push.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
That was a good time for this to come, right?
yeah.
Lucas, we won't put that on your highlight reel. Yeah, imagine if the match wasn't decided already.
Oof. I was about to say, put it on the highlight reel in a different way, but
Yeah, right.
no, not so much there.
Oh well, all he needs is 4 pins and 2 shots.
I think he can handle that.
That's going to do it.
Yep.
Bergerud moving on to our championship match. And Aiden Walter will take home a $2,500 scholarship. Pretty successful weekend for him. And Zach Andreessen is coming in for the championship match.
Do we know how did Zach qualify? What was his average? Total pin for out of 10?
Well, he qualified second with 1289.
Okay, class 89. That's nice.
So, yeah, really solid bowling. And then
and what
I mean,
about
he-
Lucas? If you compare his scores
He
to
was like
Lucas.
7th or something like that.
down at 11th at 1213. I mean, you know, good scores. Zach kind of ran away with today. Because I think he had to make up 40 pins from Aiden and still beat him by 30 or 40, I think. So,
It's definitely the deepest run we've seen out of Lucas in the years we've been here. He's always seemed to make the cut and into the cashers round and the bracket round, but then
yeah, he gets close. He just never quite gets there. But said he's got a really good look right now, and said very curious to see what Zach has. He's got a few balls over here on the floor. I can't quite tell what they all are.
so it looks like an all two-hander final.
Well, it's a disappointing way to finish, but still a really good weekend there.
It didn't matter anymore. He did great. I think 3rd place is something to be very proud of.
Yeah, so
$2,500, is that it?
$2,500. So now the winner here will get $5,000 and the runner-up will get $3,500. So we're playing for $1,500 here. Back in my day in college, they're like, that'll buy you a couple books. It looks like urethane in his hand.
That's a purple hammer with a lot of surface.
A lot of surface, yep.
Looked pretty good on one shot, so
Playing a lot further left than Aiden was playing with his purple hammer.
Which might not be a bad thing for.
Just kind of fit it into the pocket from the left and essentially puts him right on top of where Lucas is at.
yeah, this could be very interesting.
Makes you wonder what Zach's going to pick as far as where he wants to finish. Again, you're watching our title match of the Boys Open Division here on NDBowlTV. Our final match. Good time to remind everyone that our next show will be October 24th in Minot at North Hill Bowl for the NDBowlTV Masters. The winner will get a paid entry into the USBC Masters or USBC Queens. Quick shout out to folks at Hammer, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Would also like to thank all the great sponsors of this tournament that help make it possible and pay out. I don't have the actual total, but it's got to be north of $25,000 here today.
A lot of money, no matter how you look at it.
Again, check us out on social media. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. Every little thing helps. And we will be underway with the boys' championship match.
And it looks like Zach's decided to finish on 14, so... No, excuse me, 13. Take that back.
Yeah, Lucas will start us off again.
I'm curious because he did, his last shot of practice looked like he did throw reactive just to see. So he's got that in the bag if he does need it.
Seemed a touch slow off his hand.
Could see that pick up a couple feet quicker. And, well, if you're going to do it, do it in the first frame.
Good spot for that.
That's not an exciting way to start a game. I'm sure he's a bit upset. Got the count.
And looks like he's going to throw that purple hammer.
Oh, looks pretty good.
So, yeah.
Again, Zach is out of Princeton, Minnesota. Does have a high game of 300 and 767 high series. I know we went over his bio a little bit in the cashers round, but his parents do own a bowling center. He bowls out of an 8-lane Woodhouse. So, one player of the year at MJBT. 4 MJBT titles to his name.
Very impressive for being only 16 as well. It's a good start.
I really like how his rev rate matches his speed. I like how soft he gets on the bottom. I think that's gonna be a very big advantage for him. Controlling the speed is gonna be also the key of controlling the ball motion.
See if Lucas can rebound after that first frame.
chips left.
Yep.
Oh, that
Well,
got lucky.
Slipped out of a couple on that lane, I think.
I'm
But
not sure if he's not struggling with what we were talking about before, sliding into the, how you call it, seam?
The seam, yeah,
Yeah.
the two
Seam,
boards
yeah.
together.
I think that's why he might be losing his balance on the right lane.
well, take the good break and come back with a good shot here.
Like I always say, take it to the bank. It's better if it pushes. Ooh.
Yeah, it's
Another
bowling,
one.
you know. One time you get lucky and then smash an open. Great shot.
I always feel like karma is present in bowling when it comes to stuff like that. You know,
Seems like it.
But that was a great recovery shot from
Yeah.
the 6-2 in the first frame. Looks like he has a pocket under control on both lanes. It's gonna be a good match.
Little intent watching that one, but on the spare. Telling it to turn up. Oh, got the
Ooh.
messenger. And the first real good break for somebody there. It's only the fourth frame, but you have to feel like this is a pretty big moment. If Zach can catch one more, it's going to force the hand for Lucas.
maybe.
Oh, got the 10 out.
Bringing the heat. Complete control.
Well, if we were wondering how urethane would play on this, I'd say it's still fine. That's 4 pretty quality shots to start off this match. And a ball switch right there.
Oh,
Oh, and it goes in front.
bit unlucky there.
Kind of wondered if that was in his future. He came back and talked to his parents real quick after that last frame. Uh-oh. All right. That's fair.
Oh, Lucas now up in the 5th frame. Gonna have to start putting something together here.
He's thrown some good shots after that opening one, but Needs to get one here on the board so he can at least show Zach he's still around.
Ooh.
Oh,
Got
kicked it
got
out.
it this
All right.
time.
It's pretty good again. Yeah.
Good shot.
Few better feelings than being lined up and being able to execute quality shots.
After not bowling since probably like 11 o'clock. It's a
Yeah.
3:45. It's impressive. It's the reason he's leading the tournament.
He's got to hook a little. Yep, he knew it.
No doubters.
Well, it's now or nothing for Lucas.
Hook, hook.
Say is a pretty good ball switch there. See if he can get one more and at least throw a little bit of something in his Zach's head.
Sometimes that's all you need. Just get him to think about it a little bit.
Yep.
Don't want to get him too comfortable.
Well, he's already pretty comfortable, but sometimes that little bit of pressure can do strange things. Push a little.
Good
That's
shot.
good. Yeah.
Very good shot.
Well, let's see what Zach can do after seeing that.
I say I haven't seen a wrinkle in Zach's game yet, so you know, I don't see the pin on that urethane. I wonder if he drilled fingers into it.
I really don't see anything because Lucas is always in front of me. Let me get closer. He just likes being dead in front of me, so I don't see the lane. Okay. Oh, that's a bit.
Oh, that's
Oh.
wide. All right, that's okay though.
Does that qualify for a black cloud? Like, don't. Like,
Haven't seen a wrinkle and then that
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Nobody say it. We're all thinking it.
I think everyone wants to just give me grief.
Usually how it is.
Always.
But said left something that he can make right here. Although this is a lot. You know, there's so many ways to chop this fair too.
Good cover.
Well done. Set and we'll see if it does come into play, but count right there.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, did the 2 shots from Lucas, labeling both of them, did that kind of sneak into his head there on that last one? And
I think this shot will tell you enough. If he comes back and throws another good one, it's out of his head already.
oh, the tougher of the 2 lanes. Looks pretty good.
Oh boy.
Still 9.
Well, if you're Lucas, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, go throw 2 more and then wait and see.
Zach still has it well in his own hands, but you know, it's that little bit of pressure added that can do funny things.
Good.
Well, if you're Lucas, you got to come out here and throw your 2 best shots.
2 more still gives you 247, which
Yeah, Zach's in the
That's-
250s or 260s, I suppose.
yeah,
Strike out, a couple spares, and
Can Lucas
match.
strike out for 268, 267, or that's
247.
247.
Yeah.
yeah, he opened the first. Yeah, with the way the scores are up there, they just keep adding a frame, so I have to sit here and count.
Needs this
Oh.
one. Come on.
All right. Yeah, it said
Good job.
yet again kind of fell out of it, but he's throwing it in the right direction. That's the good news.
It seems like he's only has the footing issues on 14.
Yep.
Like he's been pretty good on 13, but 14's been giving him fits.
You know, kudos to him to be able to put that out of his head when he's throwing, because you could easily let that get to you.
Definitely.
Shot of the week for Lucas right here, though. Still give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I believe that's a high road now. So, pretty good ball change a couple frames ago. I like
Pretty
it.
close again. Oh, wow, that looked really good, and it just overreacted.
The left lane seems like it's hooking more in the middle lane, but then it's tight down lane, so trickier lane on the right one, I think. I thought that shot was very good.
Yeah, now if you're Zach, you need 1 mark. 1 mark and 2 frames.
It's good score for Lucas.
That looks good. Yep.
That's it.
That's
a win.
What is it? 5 pins? 6 pins? I'm not sure exactly of count. 6 pins.
Six pins and 2 shots.
I think he can probably handle that.
It would be really cool if he does strike out, you know, to 65. Sounds
Yep.
good for the win.
And same hit.
That's all right, though. That's enough. He knows it.
That'll do it. A $5,000 winner for Zach Andreessen and another winner here at the Midwest Youth Championships. I don't believe we've had a repeat boys winner, have we?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a different one every year.
Can't see who's on the other banner, but the likes of Colin Smith, Brent Boho, Jamie Craig, Evan Miller. Missing the last banner there on the.
It's a little ways down there, I think.
Yeah, I can't read it anyways.
Yeah, you can't be too disappointed if you're Lucas. I mean, outside of that first frame, he still bowled a pretty solid game. You strike out for 220. I think you would have taken that if you're him.
Yep. Yeah, tell me I'm in the title match and shooting 220. Wow.
Wow.
Well, just add insult to injury right there.
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, the guys both phenomenal match though, I think. It's really cool, you know, seeing there's so many youth and keeping composure and being very... The sportsmanship is great
Right.
in this building.
And all three divisions, it's been
Yeah.
crazy. And a good tournament for Lucas, $3,500 scholarship, and he's going to be back. I think both these bowlers will be back.
Say they're both only 16.
Yeah.
Think about that.
16. Aiden was the oldest one on the show with 17. So
Congratulations, Lucas Herzer, second place, $3,500. This year's Boys Open champion, Zach Andreessen, $5,000 scholarship.
well done, Zach. Good bowling this week. And once again, we'll do the picture thing, and then we'll get a word with Zach.
Yeah, I'll be right back then, because I'm also taking pictures.
That sounds good. All right, well, Ken, how do you feel about that? How the way that one panned out?
That's pretty impressive stuff right there. So I think, all of our stepladder finals, every year, they're always competitive, always have close matches. And, yet again, this year's no exception. I mean, they, I keep saying kids, but, these kids, if I can say that right, these kids keep getting better and better every year. It's something else. It's the future of our sport right here, and awesome to see this opportunity for a tournament.
I agree. To give a quick shout out to Nevin right there taking a picture with Zach. He's the guy that makes this thing run.
Yep.
And big shout out to him for once again inviting us in the building and letting us cover the event for the 6th consecutive year. I can't say enough about what he does here in this tournament and what they do to raise all sorts of money.
Absolutely.
To make this happen.
Yeah,
so
yeah, without Nevin, not much of this would be possible, I think, right now.
okay, let's get a quick word with Zach after he's done with the photo shoot.
I'm sure a few more people want some pictures with him.
All right, Ken, you're up. I suppose one more picture to take here, and then we'll get our closing interview in, and there you can see our final 4 in the boys open division. Great bowling from all of them. A lot of money going out to these 4.
What are you smiling for? Shut up, Mom. I just read his lips and said, shut up.
So, how did you enjoy the semis
It was good.
and finals?
Yeah, it was good to see the amount of talent out here. I just wish that these kind of things were available when I was a kid. These kids are so lucky to have stuff like this, and to see them perform and to come out here and do what they do. It makes me feel better about the sport of bowling going forward. And
Yeah, that's the great thing, Like it's getting better.
okay, so welcoming into the booth is our boys open champion, Zach Andreessen. Is that correct?
Yep.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Pretty impressive there to not bowl for probably like 3.5, 4 hours and
Yeah,
then come out.
I actually went in the car and took a nap in between, so.
That was a good idea,
Take us through that last match. Like, what did you see in practice, and what made you decide to go with the purple?
Well, I was watching the game before mine, and I saw Aiden was throwing urethane also, and it looked like he had a little shim to the left, but he didn't have any recovery right, so I knew I got to play the hold and not play the hook. So when I came on, I put a fresh 1,000 pad on the purple, and then figured I'd just keep my angles tight, slow this ball speed down, and just not try and give away much of the pocket.
Sure, and did you see anything different in the 2 lanes in deciding where you were going to finish?
14 was a little tighter. I was playing 2 boards different. So I wanted Lucas to finish on 14, hoping he'd maybe leave some weak 10s or something like that. But that was why I had him start the match, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, great bowling. It was very cool to see. I really was pulling that maybe you're going to have a perfect game. That would be a cool way to finish the event. I'm just very impressed of how you see the lanes and the moves you make. It's a lot of knowledge that you have, and I hope you're going to keep on learning and keep on bowling because you're going to do great things. So congrats.
Thank you.
Very nice, and congratulations once again, a $5,000 scholarship. I'm sure we'll see you back next year to defend your title.
I'll be here.
Maybe we'll see you on NDBowlTV. Congratulations.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, and congratulations to Zach. I guess all we have left to do is kind of close it out. I just want to say thank you to you, Daria, for joining us today.
You're very welcome.
We do appreciate you being in and offering up your knowledge, and it's been good. Ken, any last thoughts?
Not
Last
much to
goodbye.
say. Not much to say that we haven't said already. Great tournament as always. What Nevin does with being able to get you out here this year, awesome every year for us. I know we enjoy doing this just as much as I know everyone enjoys bowling. But yeah, been a pleasure in here for us.
Thank you.
Great tournament to watch as always. So
Definitely my pleasure to be here. I like watching bowling and hang out with you guys. I'm hoping this event is going to get bigger and bigger each year. The prize fund is phenomenal. The level of bowling is very high. People are great. I hope that we can all spread the word and make this event a special one and have the kids really wait for this to bowl this every year. You're doing an amazing job and putting the word out there, live streaming everything. So thanks to you as well as
Thank you.
on behalf of the bowling community.
I appreciate that, and we want to wish you good luck going forward on the rest of the season on tour, and going forward.
Thank you. I definitely need some luck. Just like
Yeah,
everyone.
right.
I can have some extra. It's fine.
Awesome.
All right, guys. My pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys, for watching. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep, and go follow Daria on all things social media, TikTok,
Follow everyone.
everything. Yep.
Thank you.
And once again, a quick shout out to Hammer, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Again, the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, including Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, Garden Center Lanes, the host center, Viking Coca-Cola, Alexandria USBC, Bremer Bank, Broadway Ballroom and Event Center, Apparel EFX, and 900 Global. Again, our next show will be in Minot at the NDBowlTV Masters on Sunday, October 24th. The tournament will go on, but we'll see if we're going to have a live stream depending on, of course, when my daughter is born. Again, you can stay connected to ndbowling.com. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. Please subscribe to the YouTube page. Every little bit does help. Once again, I'm Darren Sini with ndbowling.com alongside Ken Fletcher and Daria Payok saying good night from Alexandria.